Yeah, I don't know if you can hear. I'm a little bit croaky
Yeah, oh yeah.
because it was a bit fucking loud
Yeah.
in parts. Yeah, no, it's a
Well, so I mean, you were on Ranz's show. I don't know whether you know.
apparently, yeah.
Yeah,
Eddie.
well, your back was.
Oh yeah. Well, Eddie came up to me at some point during the day and said, "I'm about to go live with Ranzi. You come over." And I'm like, I was like in the middle of talking to some people, and then I went over there and I said, "Right, okay, come on, let's do this." And he said, "Oh no, they're still talking about some stuff." And okay. And I waited and waited, and I got talking to all sorts of different people. Met a really interesting guy, who's massive synth nerd, and also flies vintage military jets.
Okay.
Gave me his business card. He flies out of North Weald, which is just down the M11, and he flies Nats. Only the greatest Red Arrows plane that ever was.
Wow.
So I'm going to keep him in my friends list.
Bloody hell, yeah.
Take me up on your that. That'd be great.
Let me know when he gets an F-17 in.
Yeah, quite. He also knows Mike Metley.
Oh, well, there you go.
He was chatting away, and he said, "Oh yes, yeah, do you know Dr. Mike Metley?" I said, "Do I know Dr. Mike Metley? Do I know him?" Ugh, intimately, I think would be the case. So yeah, that was quite good. But no, so I loaded the thing up last night before the show, and I gently reversed it back into the drive, and that's where it sat overnight.
Mm-hmm.
And I drove to Cambridge this morning, and I made sure I'd always try and make sure that I drive at a very steady pace when I've got something like that in the boot.
Yeah.
Cambridge's roads had other ideas. I thought the roads around here were potholed, but so anyway, I get to the venue and I unload everything else because the DX1 was in first, and the guy that organises it is an absolute star, Tony Jewell. He's a really, really, really nice bloke, and he's like, "Oh, can we come and get it?" Because he was like super excited to see it. So I said, "Come on, then, let's do this." And we they opened up the fire exit around the side, so nice big wide entrance. I like a wide entrance, don't I, love? Sorry. So we get it in and put it onto the stand, and it's settled. And I said, "Right, okay, I'll fix everything. I'll connect everything else up first."
Yeah.
Got to it last. I plugged the mains in. I plugged the audio cable in. I plugged the pedals in. I'm like, "All right, here we go." And I pressed the button, and normally what happens is you get a little flicker of the red LEDs, and then you hear the relays click in.
Relays clicking, yeah.
That's it, and it all comes up. Well, it did that, but instead of it all coming up, all the digits on the top panel read 7 for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And then went off, along with the EL strip, all went off. And I thought, oh no, that wasn't doing that the last time I had that working.
Yeah, at least look vaguely like you're working, you bastard.
Yeah, just pretend.
Yeah.
So I said, "Oh, here we go." So I opened her up. As soon as I opened her up, it was like a swarm of insects around a honey or swarm of bees around a plant. It was like, "Oh, look at that! Look at that!" They were marveling at the keys, and look at all those boards and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't fucking work. So after they'd all sort of taken pictures, there'll be lots of pictures I imagine appearing online of the DX1. So I just I was just stood there, and I was just like, I'm pulling off the power connectors to that distribution board, and just put them back on. And I didn't even do all of them. I did maybe 4 or 5 at the top, and there's a column, isn't there, of 4, and I did all of
those big ones down the side,
and so and I put them all back on, and I thought, well, if this doesn't work, I'll try a few more. So I lowered the lid down, turned it on, boom, there it was. I was like, okay,
never turn it up again.
Yeah, and it was like, no, it's definitely worked. Aftertouch is working, patch selection, all work, everything's fucking working. Okay, so I'm like, give it half an hour, and it stayed on until 5 p.m. So I turned it on just after 10, and it stayed on till 5 p.m. So that's a good 7 hours. And perfect.
Yeah.
Didn't miss a beat. No relays clicking, no sound dropping out, nothing.
Mad.
Which, of course,
Mad.
you know, filled me with great joy. And the amount of people that came up to me and said, I can't thank you enough for I've never seen one of these. Never seen one. In fact, there was the guy with the vintage military jets. He said, I might come back tomorrow, but if I don't care, because I came today and I saw the DX1. I was like, okay. But like everyone was like, oh, I can't believe how big it is. Oh, the amount of double entendres. I can't believe how big it is. Isn't it? Isn't it large? Wow, that's wide. Yes, that's what the wife says. That's what the wife says.
Boom.
That's what the wife says.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, no, it absolutely perfect. Some must have sent some MIDI data from the DX7 because they've got the DX7 MIDI'd up to the TX816.
Yeah,
and then was just bringing, you know, so if somebody wanted to hear the TX816, I'd just bring up the faders.
yeah.
And somebody sent some dodgy MIDI data because it messed all the voices up on the TX816, and I brought my laptop, but I didn't have the TX816 files, you know, the sysx data. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, is I'm loading that up so I can do that first thing tomorrow. But no, Paula turned up, Paula Maddox. It was lovely to have a chat with her, and she's doing
Haven't
really
seen her
well.
for donkeys.
No, she's looking really well and seemed quite happy and chirpy, and she says, I'm still making synthesizers, but not to sell. It's just a hobby now.
Yeah.
She says it's just too darned expensive to do, you know, that sort of thing. But she brought one of the early modals, and she also brought her third wave, which I'm going to have a big play with her third wave tomorrow. So that was cool. Chris Strellis was there with his. He had a modal in I think it was a Prophet 12.
Okay.
Again, I didn't. This is the thing. I go to these things, then I never get to actually look at people's, you know, what they bring.
Yeah.
The guy behind Cheetah. You remember Cheetah?
Yeah, I remember Cheetah.
Bob from Cheetah. He turns up with a Jupiter 6 that looks like it just came out of the box. Oh, gorgeous! And then a bunch of Cheetah modules and some Toshiba stuff. Some really weird Toshiba stuff because he used to work at Boots, and they brought this stuff in for demo purposes and left it behind, so he had it. That was really cool. Eddie was there. I didn't really get much chance to see what I know. So I saw he brought his Behringer 2600 thing, and he got his bass and a whole bunch of racks, and he brought a DX11 as well. Yeah, it was it was good. And so Godric Wilkie turned up as well, you know, from the group. Mr. Grey Matter, and then loads of people were coming up to me saying, "You don't know me, but I watch your show. I've seen you in the pub," and all this kind of stuff. Like, oh yeah, okay, fine. So, no.
Yeah, so you heard about the Hydra disaster this morning, then?
No.
Oh, you haven't heard about it?
No,
I think half the planet knows about it.
I've literally just got home and had some tea, and I'm just in here.
Oh, this has been open, mate.
Oh God.
What happened was the tray.
Oh.
It broke. All the ball bearings fell out of it, and the thing went crash on the floor. I went, oh yeah, busted. So I got a desk, put it up on the desk, plugged it all back in, turned it on. No lights. Yeah. So what had actually happened to it, believe it or not, was you got the CPU board in it, and on the underside of the CPU, there's these minute, tiny little 100 UF 25 volt caps. There's about 8 of them.
Right.
And one of them was just hanging away. And I think they're conditioners for some of the not the data lines, the power lines on the board. So whatever this one did, it stopped everything. So it might have been power to the top board or something like that.
Yeah.
So I soldered that on, and I thought, well, look, while it's all apart, I'm going to completely take it apart, give it a service, and clean it up.
Well, yeah, if anyone can.
The aftertouch system in it is reminiscent of the CS80.
Quelle surprise.
Yeah, but designed like the T8.
Okay.
But the keyboarding action, the aftertouch action on the pressure pads is rubbery and more akin to like your standard Atari keyboard.
Okay.
But it's key contacts, the rubber key contacts.
Yeah.
These are tiny, minute little square ones. So it's a little bit of everything. And I thought, well, that's nice. But it was filthy dirty. I mean, fluff and, you name it. So I cleaned that all up. But the beautiful thing is, that strip is completely serviceable.
Oh, good.
Well, I can service them, put it
yes.
that way. But, I don't mind telling people how to do the old, those rubber strip tricks. Because it's a nightmare otherwise. And then went to put it all back together, which I had to do twice, because the first time I put it all back together and turned it on, no lights, still. And I'm going, no, come on, I had it open and tested it and made sure that board worked, and all the lights came on. So I opened it all up, and there was a plug I'd forgotten to connect. Because I turned around and went, what's that on top of the CS80? Oh, it's the interconnector to the front panel. Duh. So I opened it all up again, put in the interconnector, and then put it all back together.
And she's clearly working,
and then,
as I can see.
Yeah, and then I stood her up to put her on the table, and there was a sticky-dink down to one end of the synth. I go, oh shit! I opened it up again, and I went, what? So it was ball bearing. I don't know where I picked the ball bearing up from. I must have been when I was arranging the synth, but it got in there. So there was ball bearing knocking around. I thought, well, I'm not leaving that in there. So and I got all back together, fire her up, and thank fuck for that.
So I imagine Glenn Darcy will be on the phone shortly. Would you like to be our UK service centre now that you have intimate knowledge?
It was funny because Ken Flux Pierce contacted me in Messenger, and he goes, "Oh, I've heard about the Hydra. Is it all right? Is it all right?" I said, well, yeah. It turned out to be just this cat. He goes, oh, good, all this business. So I said, yeah, don't worry. I said, it was very scary at the moment when I've gone, oh, wait, don't fire up. Oh, fuck. But I had to take a photograph of the board that was in it, so that I could show people what a Hydrasynth Deluxe mainboard looks like.
Okay.
And I should be able to dial this in, shouldn't I?
Should be able to. Yeah.
Through this. Hang on, let's see what I can do. The trouble is, it tends to overwrite the sound on it, and you can't turn the sound down. But we'll see how it goes. I can always mute it, can't I?
You can. Yeah.
Right, allow that. Mute that. Cool. Enter the studio. Right, I'm in. Oh, you see? I muted it. Back off. Oh, hang on. So what am I trying to do? Hang on.
This is the multicam angle version of the plate.
Hang on a minute. Yes. This is not good. Let me stop that a minute. I don't know what I'm doing now.
Why don't you send the picture to me in Messenger and I'll stick it on?
That might be easier, mightn't it? Because otherwise, yeah. I really should learn how to use that bloody SteamYard by now. But here we go, Robbie, because you know how to do all this shit, don't you? There you go. And I put it on the 80 for scale.
Oh right, I'm sort of.
There you go.
There it is. There it is. Let's go and grab that.
And that is your complete Hydrasynth Deluxe.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. Oh, here we go. Right, let's dump.
Can you get it up all right?
Yeah, of course I can. It's been a day of those double entendres. Right, here we go. Add that. Here we go. Sorry, everyone.
That's it. There you go.
That is the entire thing.
Yeah, that's a dual Hydra. It's astounding, isn't it, really?
That's just mental.
Now, on the underside of that board...
I mean, that's what? 8 inches?
It's about... Now it's about 10,
Yeah.
10,
Okay. Yeah.
10, 12 inches by about 6. I mean, it's small, regardless.
Yeah, but still, yeah.
I mean, the real estate inside the case, you go, good God, I could hide SH101s in here. Sneak them out. And, yeah, so you got those 4 squarish big ICs that you see there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, 2 of them are just what they call DC to DC setup converters.
Right.
So they do a lot of communication with the front panel, and then those 2 big processors. So one's a Hydra 49, the other one's another Hydra 49 kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Wow.
there's not a lot to it, and yet there is.
And where was the capacitor that had?
It's on the underside. There was 6
Oh,
of them. Sorry, 8 of them. You can see where the MIDI sockets are.
Yeah. Yeah.
About an inch in, but underneath.
Oh, okay.
So these caps are quite a size. See those larger silver caps on the board? So
Yeah.
that kind of size.
Right.
But they mounted on the underside because there wasn't room on the top side, clearly. And yeah, one of them just it must have been just sort of like a slightly shit solder joint. I mean, it's lead free, which is a shit kind of solder joint. At best of times when they're good. So, but you know, obviously healthier. I don't know who for, but there you go. But yeah, so all back in and all happy.
Lovely. Jack.
So yeah, so fortunately I'm not scared to open keyboards.
Well, yes, I was going to say, if anybody can.
Yeah, because if I'd had to send that back to, fuck me, wherever, to get it repaired, I mean, I'd get it back in, 6 to 8 months?
Yeah.
It really does take that long to get it done, so...
I'm just trying to answer Wags. Yeah, so, Wagyu, they're 2 A5 ARM CPUs, I believe. They're basically there are 2 chips with A5 on, so I'm assuming that's what.
Yeah, they're A5s. Yeah.
And then those 2 big ones, what are they then?
I think they must be the main CPUs. I think because the other ones, I think those codes they come up as like I say DC setup converters.
Right.
In whatever capacity they use that with, because it's obviously very software-y, which isn't my area of expertise.
Sure.
You've ever seen me using a Mac or anything on a computer, in fact. So yeah,
I'm just looking at these little chips down the bottom. They look important. I don't know what they do, but yeah, I mean, Jesus, it is tiny, isn't it? Absolutely tiny for.
I think some of those little black ones. Well, you see, if you look at the pot board itself, there's a lot of ICs on the pot board, and there'll be lots of, I suppose, the equivalent of what 4051 multiplexers would be for all the knobs, you know, with the controls and stuff, or you know, probably some all new highfalutin single IC does the whole front panel.
Yeah.
You know, because you know the digital encoders and you know everything's software now.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Yeah, I was just glad to have it working. To be honest with you.
Quiet.
And weirdly, there was a second panic, which was I had no left-hand channel when I fired it up, and it turns out the cable was broken. So it got broken when the thing fell down.
Yeah.
Because I thought, hey, I got no audio coming out of the left hand side. What the fuck?
Jeez.
Don't tell me I broke that. So no, it was all right. It was all cool.
Yeah. I've often looked at and I might get one because I think I might be able to fit it like here. So I've got like a slightly curved desk, but I was looking at a proper like studio desk with a shelf that would be big enough to put the KX on and strong enough. And the only ones that fill me with any confidence are the ones where the actual drawer is not even attached to the desk. It's on wheels and legs that sit on the ground.
Yeah.
So it can't fall off anything.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I had a keyboard tray, just regular typing keyboard tray.
Yeah.
On this thing, and after a while, it just like you say, it just falls, and all the ball bearings were falling out everywhere.
Yeah.
Greasy marks and carpet and shit, and yeah, gone. So
Well, the ball bearing cages were on the floor, and one of them was bent like that. Sort of like, why would it crunch? Oh, that didn't sound good. And then suddenly just bang, down on the floor it went. It wasn't even fully open. So I went to the Azor site, who originally made these desks, but I've adapted them myself to be a particular colour scheme. And I thought, yeah, I'll go back to Azor and look at their, I think it's the Mesa range, I think it's called. So, and oh mate, and yeah, it was, you know, they wanted, what was it, like $4,000 for a desk. It was like, and it has to be ordered in, coming from the States, shipped over. And go, now, do you know what? Nah. So I had a look at the Screwfix site, and they had a set of new drawer slider arms for £7. So I thought, well, I'll have them and screw them on tomorrow. So,
and then it'll fall off again.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that drawer is 10 years old.
Oh, right.
But it's had a big Hydra Deluxe on it. It used to only have a Hydra 49. So, right, darling.
Hello, sweeties.
You all perpendicular?
I am all perpendicular.
Good man. Good man. That's what we like to hear.
How was synthesized?
Synthesized.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was called. How was synthesized? We saw loads
It's
of
very
it.
good. Yeah, it was very good. No, I missed all of that because Eddie
You didn't
called
get
me
anything,
over.
did
No, Eddie called me over, and then he said, "Oh no, they're still talking about stuff." And then I get chatting with some other people, and I think by the time you lot were ready, I was off somewhere else.
Did you get to see the Spectrum prototype?
I've seen that before. Yeah.
Oh, you've seen it before, yeah.
Yeah.
You're an
been
old
there loads of
hand
times.
at this.
I've been there loads of times now. It's a brilliant place. It's a lot
I
of fun.
need to go now because I'm convinced that I need to come next year.
Yeah. It's, I mean, stay the week. Stay for the weekend.
I think I'd have to stay for the weekend.
Oh, when you said that, I thought you were doing an Ian. Oh, I've got to go now. Just popped in. What's your name, Ty?
So yeah, it was. It's very good. Lots of people and a little bit sore. Well, not croaky in the throat.
Yeah.
Try to talk above people like this, but no. I think the most impressive thing was the DX1 worked.
It looked lovely, actually.
Yeah,
it really looked lovely when Eddie showed it.
Yeah, I just couldn't, and it just got warm. It didn't get hot or anything. It was just nicely warm, and everything behaved and nothing misbehaved. And I actually said, when I turned it off at 5 o'clock, I was like, I kind of want to leave it on all night because I just don't want to disturb it. But it's
need quite a long extension cable.
Yeah. But yeah, like Kent says, I think a 40-mile round trip or 80-mile round trip, when it doesn't work, we'll fix it.
Yeah.
Well, I say that when I got it there and started it the first time, it failed massively, and then I just reseated a whole bunch of stuff, and it sprung back to life.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I wonder if it should be redone and have it point to point, and don't bother with the interconnector boards at all. Just wires to the points on the boards where they're supposed to go.
Yeah.
And that sounds a bit drastic, but what you could do is where you got that interconnector board, is just take plugs where you've got your yellow wires, which are your -15, and just connect all your yellows together, all your browns together, all your blues, all your reds, and all your blacks, and then go, let's not bother with that board. Just fuck off.
Yeah. I think what I'll do is I'll wait until my mate Howard is free, and then have him come over, and we'll get that board off, and we'll strip it and put it back together. See how we go with that. If that works and stays working, great. If it doesn't, I think we might do it, because it looks like if that is the case, that the power supply is golden. Looks like that's whatever the problem was with that has been fixed.
It may have never been
Yeah.
problem.
Who
Yeah, I
knows?
mean, synths.
Yeah.
may never.
Well, he did find some faulty bits on there that weren't operating as expected. So
Originally, yeah.
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 So yeah.
Yeah.
So no, that's good.
Yeah.
So yeah. So all I've got to do is reload all the fucking patches on the TX816 because some dick messed them up. This
What,
is the
today?
only problem. Yeah.
Well,
They
yeah.
probably didn't do it deliberately because I got the DX7 MIDI'd up to it, and what I shouldn't have done that. In fact, I should have just left it because you can program the TX816 from the DX7, and so somebody was probably just fudging around
Yeah.
and inadvertently sent some dodgy SysX or something. I'll tell you what, though, I used WIDI all day in an environment with loads of computers and loads of people with mobile phones and loads of other equipment, and again, didn't skip a beat. So I know it's not a gig environment, I'll give you that, but it's always a few people come out and said, "Oh, Bluetooth MIDI." I said, "Yes, WIDI, take a drink." So yeah, that's good. That's good. So tomorrow will be a little quieter, I hope.
Well, as you can see, I've ruined everybody's game of battleships.
You have, yes, well done.
Oh,
I did
yeah.
notice.
Yeah, put them all back up.
Ah, it'll fall down again, mate. You're all right.
Oh, I can guarantee it.
Yeah.
That or the wall, it's one or the other.
So the Hydrasynth is not as bad as you thought it was.
No.
Have you had that conversation?
Well,
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, a cap had broken away on it.
Oh.
On
Bust
the
a
other
cap in its ass.
side. Yeah, bust a cap on it. Actually, funnily enough, on the ass of the board. So it was lucky I bothered taking all the board out and went, oh shit, there's a cap going at one
Yeah.
angle. So
Oh, good help.
yeah. So I put it back on again with leaded solder, so it'll stay on. And happy days.
How hard is it to get leaded solder now? Because
No problem at all.
because I thought
Absolutely no problem.
I thought it wasn't this thing about us not being able to get it anymore. I've got a roll and I've had it for bloody. Oh, I don't solder much anymore because my eye, but I must have had it for at least 10 years. You know.
Yeah, no, I buy reams of
Black
it.
market.
No, it's readily available and
Yeah.
nice and cheap now. Thank you, electronics market. Dirt cheap.
Because there's stuff that they came out with as a replacement. I never thought it didn't run the same. It didn't run as well.
Well, when I was building the Tom Carpenter stuff for him, he obviously, because it was a new manufactured product, he said legally it has to be lead free because of the European ruling. And lead free is shit. Your iron has to be at least 420 degrees, so you burn your tips out a lot quicker. You're more likely to get dry joints. Just 101 different reasons why it's crap, but environmentally it's better.
What's the mix of the lead-free solder? What's in that stuff?
I have no idea. I think it's zinc.
It used to be lead tin. It was like 40-60, something like that.
Yes, you get 60-40 mix, which is the best, really. I think it's something like zinc and something or other. I honestly can't remember. I still got a roll of it down there because it's on a green roll rather than a red one, so you can't accidentally use it.
Interesting.
So,
So that's an EU thing. They're all banning lead.
Well, no, it's just on new stuff. Because
Yeah,
if you use lead free on an old synth, it doesn't want to stick to it.
There's still ancient lead paint all over the place, right? So
Yeah, well, to be honest
No,
with
we
you,
licked all that
asbestos. Asbestos
you guys
is more of a
ate
problem.
all of it. Yeah,
Yeah, asbestos is more of a problem.
You want to be worried about asbestos, not fucking
Yeah.
lead.
we had that one
And,
in my old
and
house.
sewage in the tap water. Worry about that. Fucking don't worry about lead. God's sake. So, did you? I was speaking with Tiny today. He phoned me up, and I told him about Handspine made of Vale, and he's gone, "Oh, he'll have to clear that place out." He said that is riddled with asbestos from one corner to the other. I go, well, he might take it all out. It'd be costly, won't it? Just, he got it for a song, didn't he? So.
Well, yeah, that's probably why he got it for a song.
Yeah, that it is. I'm sure.
Yeah, because I mean, the building company that would, you know, was it Bell End? They just wanted to knock it down, and, you know, and do their shit houses, so they wouldn't need to worry. They just hose it down, knock it all down, drag it all away. So, I'm hoping he. What was it? Tiny said he says, "Oh God, I hope they do something about the fucking canteen in there." He says, "Fucking, it's the worst canteen in any studio he's ever been in." Mind you, he's very particular. Especially about sausage rolls. I mean, he can talk for 2 hours about sausage rolls and where to get the best ones. Honest to God.
I'm just glad it's going to stay as a studio, and good on him. I mean, it will cost, because I remember when you start to extract asbestos from buildings, there's all this stuff that, you know, the suits and all that sort of business that goes on these days. Because I remember doing a building at the university, and they had. Nobody was allowed to go near it. There's you know, it was sealed on the outside, and you know, so it's an expensive business to actually fix it. But
which is why most people don't. I mean, Robert, you've been down here, haven't you? You know, every other house here has those white panels on the front.
Yes,
they're asbestos strips, right? And people go, "Oh, they need to come off their asbestos," and I go, "Well, it's just the breeze block behind there. You take that all off, and then the wind just goes straight through the wall. Yeah, and it's asbestos." And I go, "Well, do you know what? Just leave it."
Well, our first house had a detached garage, and I'm pretty sure that because there was a hole in one on the inside wall, and it looked very much to me like it was asbestos. You know. Yeah. It wouldn't
surprise me at all. It was a very prolific material.
Built in the early 40s, late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah, almost certainly then. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny too, because California State Rock is serpentinite, or they could just call it serpentine for short. And you can actually see in the broken pieces on hiking trails around here, one of my favorite grasslands around here, you can see little bits of asbestos in the rock, naturally occurring. Wow. It comes from the fault zones. What they call ultramafic rocks, and it's interesting stuff.
Yeah, best in rocks, I think, rather than on the front of houses.
But you could play around in there and probably, you know, get some in you if you're not careful. So
yeah. So actually, I think it's getting close where we can pick a lettuce and see which lasts longer, the lettuce or Richie Sunak.
Wow.
It's not looking good.
So what happened? What's happened?
Oh, apparently this Thames water collapse is...
is it?
This is not favouring him well. And actually, I'd like to know what's going on, because we're Thames water.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding you, the taste of the water has changed.
Really?
Already. So, Fiona's going, she goes, I'm wondering if we should not trust the cooker tap and boil it again.
Do you guys fluoridate the water?
Yeah, well, we don't have a choice. I mean, different areas of the country. I think we're highly fluorinated up here.
Massively fluorinated. Yeah.
We don't drink. I haven't drunk tap water for years, but I have a filter. You know, so we filter everything.
Yeah. Well, the thing is now,
if I'm boiling a kettle, I'll just take it out of the tap.
Yeah.
But drinking water, and I drink lots of water.
I wouldn't drink from a tap now.
No.
I wouldn't have drunk from a tap for about 20 years. But now,
that's about right,
it's just come out that where they do the water treatment, where they put it in the tanks, and you have the bacteria eating all the effluent and everything out of the water, to get the water back into the system again as quickly as possible, they took a week off the treatment time. Yeah. Exactly, but only Thames Water have been doing it apparently. Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, they're all. I mean, we can go down the route of saying that water companies should never have been privatised. But I mean, to have £30 billion worth, £30 billion worth of debt, and they were still giving out
dividends.
Massive
dividends and bonuses.
Massive dividends and bonuses. And the bloody woman that just walked away. I mean, what salary was she on? the CEO who resigned this week. It's
Yeah.
just-
I bet she was on even more money than Truss.
yeah.
But, wow, what a surprise. But I must admit, to be able to literally bankrupt a privately owned water company is up there with Trump and his casino.
Yeah.
It's the monumental fuck up, It's literally, the
Trump
casino's
himself
a
is a
license to print money, isn't it? It is. It's a license to print money, and he still manages to fuck it up.
Yeah.
But a privatised water company goes bankrupt? Fuck me.
Incredible, really.
I don't know.
This all moved to Scotland.
They won't have us now.
No, they won't.
Us Sassenachs can go fuck
yeah.
ourselves, yeah.
They'll rebuild Hadrian's Wall to stop us getting in.
Yeah.
Maybe I can. Maybe.
Hey,
I
you
can
steer
stay-
your side, lad,
Maybe I can just stay there when I go
Yeah.
next month.
Yeah. There again, can you afford to live in Edinburgh?
No.
Not
Absolutely
not during the festival,
Absolutely
anyway.
not. No.
Fuck me. Yeah, talk about price hiking.
Yeah.
Even Korg would look embarrassed.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the cost of accommodation, it's stupid, really.
Yeah.
That's really, And I think long term, we need to look at whether we can keep going every year and funding it because
Yeah, we can always imagine. We go, well, Agnes,
Mm.
it's festival weekend again.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
Do you want to buy a new Audi R8, perhaps?
Oh, look what I just found. Charlotte, who was at the show today,
Mm.
and I didn't see this. I must go and pay homage to it. Let me just.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna- David Arnold's Atari ST.
Oh wow!
He
What,
donated
from when
it.
he
Did,
was-
do you,
from the early days when he was.
yeah.
Yeah,
He
wow.
did, do you remember?
Was he first-
I don't,
First few films he did.
Stargate
Young
with it.
Americans on that, didn't he?
Yeah. Because I remember Jason, who owns the museum, interviewed him when he was in his studio, and at the end of it, he said, "Hey, you can have this. I don't use it
Oh,
anymore."
that's brilliant.
I'm just trying to get the picture. I just lost it just as. Let's bring that in there.
Yeah, because a few years ago I went to he did a seminar, did a lecture really, it was a composers part of the Northern Media Composers group, which I'm a member of, and he came up to Newcastle and just gave this talk. It was lovely. It was David. It was great.
Yeah.
Stayed for a couple of hours, and oops, hang on, I've just lost my screen. Bloody thing. There we are. It's better. I can see you now. There's a weird thing on StreamYard when any other program, if I'm online, it doesn't cut in, but the screensaver starts to cut in, so I need to change it to an hour. What was I saying? So yeah, he was great actually. He was really, really good. He told us the whole story about how him and his friend did loads of little small films.
Yeah.
And really to take the opportunity when don't. I've heard this from loads of people, but don't turn anything down is what he said.
There it is in its case,
Well, that's fantastic.
and then. Come for the synths, stay for David Arnold's ST.
Does it say what his favorite app was back then for music making?
I'm sure we did when we spoke to
He
him.
told us. I can't remember what because it's a few years ago now. He
Thanks
did
for bringing
he
it
did-
up.
He did tell us. In fact, he had some demonstrations of sort of.
Be like Cubase or something, or what would it be?
Quite likely.
Well, I've just hit him up, told him there's a pub on,
Right.
because I realised he said he was going to become a subscriber. I said, well, become a subscriber, that way you'll get a notification. But he forgot to do it, so I've just messaged him. I said, there's a pub on, come in.
If you hang on, Andy, he'll tell us.
Yeah. I hit up old Andy Longhurst as well.
All right.
Oh no.
Oh,
Him,
yeah.
Not him.
Yeah, well, we've got to keep the bar low, come on.
Yeah.
We can't just keep pushing it through the ceiling like this all the time.
Him and his bloody penguin of doom.
Death.
Yeah. Penguin of Death. Well, I got my
Death,
Mustang of
not
Despair.
death. Actually,
Yeah. Mustang of Despair.
Mustang of Despair.
Or Mustang of Rust, actually.
I'm trying to think of a name for my alien.
Oh, Robbie, remember the incident that happened on the landing last night after the show
Was there an incident?
with Fiona? Did you see it?
See what?
Fiona on the landing
I
through the doorway.
I seem to remember seeing somebody moving around.
Yeah. All right.
But I obviously, assumed it was Fiona, but did.
Well,
what
it
happened?
was Fiona. She was just getting her iPad because it was on the little table on the landing, and she didn't know that the camera detects movement, and turned and looked at her, and she was stark bollock naked. So I said,
And I missed it.
so I said to her this morning, I said, "Do you realise that happened?" She goes, "I didn't know the camera could see me." I said, "Yeah, it detects movement and it saw you." And she goes, "Oh, for God's sake," like that. I said, "Yeah." I said, "But I said, and it was mid-show." Like, she went, "No, it wasn't." I said, "Yeah. It was about 100 people watching." So I let that go for about 2 hours, and I went,
Nice.
"No, it wasn't." I said it was after the show. I said, "I don't think anybody saw anything because nobody mentioned what is she wearing? Because it needs ironing."
I saw a silhouette. I remember seeing like a silhouette.
Yeah.
I did honestly, and trust me, I would look for that. So yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Her what's her? I can't remember what the word is. I'm looking for.
Say nothing, Rob, please.
Yeah.
Stop now.
Yeah.
No, her honour hasn't been.
Oh, she's a hardy lass. She's a hardy lass. So hey, you, Matt.
All right, not bad.
Good man.
Hey there.
Yeah, you had us a bit worried earlier on.
Not today though.
Well, earlier on, as in last
As
week.
in last-
Oh, last
Yeah.
week. Yeah, just
Yeah.
my head went for a bit. So yeah.
Yeah, because what it was, I'll tell you what it was. It's what Dave Spears did.
Yeah.
And we just went, and Rich Hilton he hit me up and he goes, "Have you seen Matt's page?" I went, "No, go look. So we look. I went, "Oh, fuck," like that. He goes, "Should we contact him or not?" I said, "Well, yeah, all right. Well, look, you contact him." "All right, I'll contact him." "Oh, God, I hope everything's okay." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Where are you anyway?" He said, "Fucking halfway around the planet between concerts," as I said. I said, "Look, just focus on what you're doing. Just contact him, but focus on what you're doing."
He's in the UK now, isn't he?
I think he is.
He's
Yeah.
at Southampton, way, isn't he?
Yeah. I bought him a burger. He turned it down.
I've been doing that for years. Whenever my head goes, that goes up. It's just to let everybody know I'm not fucking doing so well.
yeah.
It's
It might be better to just do a post saying I'm not fucking doing so well, because the blacking out thing gave everybody the shits, mate. I
Yeah.
tell you, we were all going,
Yeah,
fucking hell, now what?
Just choose a rainbow. Use a rainbow, and we'll just go.
Rainbow, yeah.
right. Duly considered. Thank you. I didn't realise it would.
I'll put something like the scream up.
Greetings.
Yeah.
We'd get that. We'd get that you're.
Right. Okay.
So, anybody want to rant about the Korg?
No.
Oh no.
I've done all my.
Oh, come on, I've hardly done any swearing today.
But Ken,
Hey, at least it has damn aftertouch.
the floor is yours,
You
mate.
need
It's yours.
No, it was never
And
for
you
me.
dropped fucking Hydrasynth today. You swore at least once.
I didn't drop the Hydrasynth. The drawer dropped the
It
Hydrasynth.
fell.
Let details, mate. It's all in the details. I didn't drop it. The fucking drawer did.
You've probably talked about it already, Camp, but how did you get it going again? What magic did
It
you
was
work on?
its impact had broken away a cap from one of the power lines on the underside of the CPU board.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you just welded it back together.
Oh, I got my welder out and welded it back on, because it's a big cap. Yeah.
Worse,
And-
consistent
but, yeah,
control,
she's-
isn't it?
Oh, and what about the bloody drawer? I guess you had to fix that as well.
Well, yeah, like I was saying just now, I went to the Azor site to see if I could get a replacement drawer, or a replacement desk even would be better, and it's 2,800 quid, and it has to be shipped in from America. So I went to Screwfix, and I can get replacement drawer things that are exactly the same for £7. So Fiona's picking them up in the morning.
I think I'd like to put a keyboard under my desk, but actually I haven't really got the height, so I need to somehow lift the desk up, I guess, really. But I bought the actual. I think I got them from Screwfix quite a while ago, but it just won't fit at the moment.
Well, they do these little metal. I suppose you call them like a little garden furniture, but it's got like a very adjustable single leg on it, so you can adjust the height quite a lot, and then just.
I've got.
And ideally, if you can get one with wheels on it, you're done.
Well.
So it'd be whatever the height of the keyboard is,
Yeah.
the desk and the wheels, and then
So then it
under the
continues
desk, no
to
problem,
support it.
and just pull it out when you need it.
I need to look at that.
So
Well, how was Cambridge, Wobby?
It was lovely. It was very Cambridgey.
Cambridge. So
You
you
got
got
Kate-
that really.
Cambridge. I'm sorry, but Cambridge is a fucking hole. It really is. It's a fucking.
He doesn't mean it. All my friends in Cambridge.
No, I do. I absolutely fucking do. I used to work there and hated every fucking minute of it. Back in the 90s, I used to work in the centre of Cambridge, and it was just a fucking nightmare.
they seem to produce very good university challenge teams.
They do,
Yeah,
don't they?
and
But not this
It's
year.
just like
Not this year, no.
the city itself is just it's fucking shit. Everyone is now on these fucking e-scooters. Every fucking way. I mean, it's bad enough with bikes. Now it's bikes and e-scooters. Kids on them all over the fucking place. The roads are atrocious. I thought they were bad round here. The potholes. And I'm just like, I coming out of the venue and just like getting through some of these roads to get out onto the main road out of the city. And there's drunks. I mean, this is like, 5:30. Drunks and all sorts of rowdiness.
Getting early, mate.
Oh, it really is. It's such a mishmash. It always was a bit of a melting pot, but it's to the point now. It's a horrible place to be. I had to
Not
drive
gonna
down
live
Mill
there,
Road.
then.
Sorry?
I'm not going to go and live there then.
No, don't live outside Cambridge and then
No,
go in when
no,
you need to and come out
Other
again.
side of Wimbledon.
Go live in Bar Hill or something like that. No, it's horrible. I mean, I went down Mill Road, and Mill Road. I used to go up and down Mill Road all the time because Digital Village used to be on Mill Road, where I bought that thing, that Prophecy. And it's horrible. It's literally a microcosm of the world, and not in a good sense. It's just like drunk people, drugged up people. Kids running out in the streets, scooters, fucking.
Well, I have to say, York.
I'd much rather go to London. I really
No,
would.
I'm going to just kind of go to York. York is a lovely city,
Rather go to London than
apart
France.
from weekends when you have all these hen nights and stag do's. I mean, literally, it's just horrendous.
Yeah.
You know,
People copulating in the streets.
Well, we've had that, yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Mind
York,
you,
yeah.
have you ever been to a
It's
rugby
always had
club?
A bit of a reputation.
No, it's I've. Yeah. But other than that, no. The event was very good, well attended. Should be so again tomorrow, and yeah, as say, met lots of regular people. Like Paula was there, and Godric was there, and Chris Strellis was there, and Eddie was there. Who else? Charlotte was there, and then no, nobody here. There's nobody here that was with me in Berlin. Were there? Did I tell you the story about the bloke on the S-Bahn when we were coming back from Super Booth on the Friday and
Talking about
going
the
out for
Bob
dinner
book.
with Michelle? Yeah, he was talking about the Bob book. He was there. He showed up.
Brilliant.
Bob book.
Yeah,
Oh, I
see that bloke
see.
there? Yeah. But no, there's lots of wide ranges. There was some people playing on the DX1. I'm thinking, wow, really playing very well. Because this guy, the guy that I met, who's also into vintage military jets, as in he flies them, he knew an awful lot And then we started talking. He was actually talking to a guy playing it. I was talking to somebody about the DX7. And I could hear him talking. He was like reading all this stuff off. I thought, blimey, there's somebody that knows more about this than I do. This is crazy. And it turns out he's got a DX5, 2 DX7s, and he's got TX816. He was showing me all his photos of his studio. And I was like, wow, this guy clearly has some fundage going on.
An FM fetish to rival yours.
Well, indeed, I know. It was just like peas in a pod. So, yeah. But he flies gnats, as in the aircraft, the plane that the
Red Arrows.
Red Arrows used to have before they moved to the Hawks. It disappointed me terribly because I loved the gnat. I thought it was a gorgeous
So
aircraft.
when I was in the Air Cadets, I'm sure that it was a gnat that we went up in.
Yeah, that's what they used to be until... When did they change to the Hawks? It was in the 80s, I think.
Yeah.
Because I remember building
87,
airfix
wasn't it?
kits. Yeah, I remember building airfix kits of gnats in red, the Red Arrows colours when I was, in the 70s.
What Steve Elbows put up? He
can't
uses
see.
DXs to target practice.
Nice one, Steve.
I just looked up and saw that. And I thought, oh.
And do you know what? I had at least 3 people say, "Where's the tubular bell patch?" And they actively wanted to hear the tubular bell patch. So tomorrow I'm going to load up the TX816 with 8 tubular bell patches.
Everyone loves the
There you
Taco
go.
Bell sound. It's great. So
That's it. Well, over here it's not really a Taco Bell sound; it's just a Top Gun sound.
and that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Top Guns on.
At the beginning of the Top Gun theme.
Before the guitars kick in.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking that. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of that the fretless bass sound on take.
Oh,
Take
yeah,
My
yeah.
Breath Away.
There's a guy that turns up. He's in our group called Simon. He comes from Kings Lynn. And whenever he comes to these things, he goes around every synth and finds all the classic patches and then starts playing all the riffs every single time.
Just to
And-
annoy everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, when he got to the DX7, I was sort of like filing through the patches. Oh, that's that Bronski beat bass sound. Oh, that's this sound. Oh, that was that. And he starts playing the riff.
Scusi,
Away he goes.
where's Broadlands Estate?
Where?
Broadlands Estate, Rumsey.
Yeah, it's near Southampton. It's where
Is
Rich
it?
is. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. It's him told me. But I've never heard of it. Broadlands Estate. Was he playing?
Must be
Playing in a council house or something?
Oh, not
No,
that.
it-
Nice state.
Bit crowded.
Broadlands Estate Romsey. It's like a park. It's a big stately home.
Oh, okay. So it's outside. Oh,
Mid-Georgian English architecture standing serenely in picturesque parkland by the River Test.
Tomorrow, Island Festival. Tuesday, Greenwich.
Well, getting
Greenwich is
closer.
a good gig.
Getting closer.
Is he playing on them steps?
Why don't you
Greenwich.
believe me?
Just going. Want a burger?
No, thank you. I'll pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will
Okay.
pass frequently through the eye of a needle.
Yeah.
It'll
Get
end up
your
with whatever Longhurst had.
arse down here then.
Lord Mountbatten lived there, according to Madcap Modular.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, Rob, shirt for you.
Nice one.
Because that
Bad
was
will be
that.
proud.
Do you remember that horrible joke that was going around? You know it's a horrible joke because I remember it.
Lord Mountbatten.
Yeah, about what was the fastest thing of water? Lord Mountbatten's plimsoll.
Oh, yeah.
It's awful, awful.
Pretty nasty. Isn't it?
But because it was awful is why I remember it. Sorry to say. Rich says hi everyone.
Hi, Rich.
Say hi,
Hi,
back.
Rich.
Hi, Rich.
So I'm hoping you all saw the email that came through from Synthfest today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Slightly disappointed with the.
Yeah, so was I. Gutted about what you posted.
The seminars.
Why? What's disappointing
two-
about that?
No, it's the MIDI one really. Yours.
Yeah,
Yours and the the theremin one looked really interesting, but I thought, oh, for God's sake, I'm not
MIDI
gonna go
Innovation
to,
Award winners.
I'm not going to go to 2 seminars on bloody MIDI.
And there's only 3 this year because normally there's like 5.
Well, he said it was a double. He said it was a 2-part MIDI seminar.
Oh, in part 2, yes.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
I thought, I'm not.
In this 2-part presentation. Okay,
Keith, I've got to get that thing to you, mate.
Oh, did
I,
one.
I keep like
No, that's
keep
fine.
forgetting. Sorry.
I did one because I'd had a week's holiday, come back and there was 4 parcels on my desk.
And none of them are it.
Well, none of them were the right shape to start with.
Yeah.
So, no, honestly, Ken, it's down to you,
Yeah.
whenever.
I gave it to Fiona. I said, "Can you just box that up and get it out to Keith?" And she goes, "Yeah, I will."
And didn't.
So,
Put some clothes on first.
Yeah, but get dressed and stop dancing in front of the camera.
Oh dear.
Do you know what? She wasn't that bothered when I told her, really.
Nah, it
Oh.
doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
She's a goer.
Oh,
Oh dear me.
I'm tired. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah. We'll all be at your seminar there, Rob. Because what's it about?
It's about Manny. Manny's. Yeah, it's all about
About
Manny.
money's what do we do?
Yeah.
I saw
We'll be there.
what you posted, Robbie, in the group about that they can't have live music in the bar area of the Octagon.
Apparently, that's what I'm being told.
Oh wow.
I can't believe that for a minute. That seems daft.
About 2 minutes.
That
I
sounds
did
a
think
fudge
Something
to
with the
me.
license.
It'll be licensing.
Yeah, of course it'll be licensing, but it's a licensed venue for live music.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, I'm just the
No, I don't-
messenger.
Yeah, I know
don't
you are. I know
worry,
you
don't
are.
worry.
You know.
But I was thinking.
There won't be a special license just for Synthfest. The venue, the building
Venue will be
will
licensed,
have
yeah.
a license for the whole year, which will be renewed on a yearly basis. So that sounds like a bit of a fudge, but anyway,
Yeah.
not to worry.
The student union building, however, which is connected,
Mm.
there's got to be somewhere in there that something could be put on. And I know that Brawny, who organises the Sheffield EMOM, will have been looking at doing an EMOM on the Friday night rather than
Yeah.
Thursday. Do it on the Friday, and that's been mentioned, so that is a possibility.
What's the thing that Rob's that Jim's doing? Because that's on the Sunday. Is that not an EMOM?
No, it's a different event.
Oh right.
Can't remember what it is though. Sorry, memory not working. But yeah, it just seems to me such a missed opportunity.
Here.
You know, to have a whole event dedicated to musical instruments and there be no music. That just seems daft. You know, one of the things that made Synth East such fun was the fact that you'd got performances through the day, and in such a, and that was in a small venue. I don't know. It just seems disappointing to me.
Let it go. Let it go.
To be honest, it's quite late in the day to organise anything like that. Now, even though it is 3 months away, 3 months, you know, it's all planned, it's done, it's booked, it's signed off. Even if it's, but by all means, try and push them for next year. Try and get something for next year. If they think about it at the outset, they'll make allowances for it. They'll try and get a venue or sort of license out or whatever it is. But that's what I got back. So.
Yeah, well, thank you for trying, Robbie. I wasn't grumbling at you.
Yeah, you were. Fuck off.
I wasn't grumbling at you. No.
And on that note, I'm going to do an Ian. In fact, I'm going to do a semi-Ian.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. Whoa.
Whoa.
What's the semi, Ian?
Well, I'm going to go, but I probably won't come back.
Probably won't come back.
Probably won't.
That's a
come back.
total Ian, isn't it?
That's an Ian.
No, Ian, you go for it now, then come back.
Sometimes,
Well, okay.
but
Well, I'm going to do that one where I go and probably won't come back because I'm.
okay.
Gonna
So-
So
sit
you're
down
going
with
to
a
do
glass
an
of wine.
Indiana 5, whereas Ian does Indiana 3.
Okay, yeah. I'm just going to put my feet up with a glass of wine, watch some
Sleep well,
shit
Robbie.
TV.
Yeah.
and sleep and rest my voice because it's.
And have a good day tomorrow.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
Knock
Cool.
'em dead, kid.
You know the DX won't work
don't
at all
do
now.
that. You'll get
Oh,
arrested.
don't. Right.
They go. Moving me once was enough. Twice, you can go fuck yourself, mate.
Yeah.
You get one LED in the corner. That's it. One,
Right.
Not even winking.
Oh, let me go. Let me go.
Go away.
All right.
Go.
I'm going. See
Fuck
ya.
off.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you
Bye,
later.
Robbie.
Bye.
What a wank.
What a wanker.
That's better.
It never gets old.
No, it doesn't.
It never goes wrong. I mean,
No.
if you know Ben's,
It's a whole
Ben's
folklore
greatest
build-up.
contribution to
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
to YouTube synth history. What a wanker.
What do
It's that slightly off Scouse accent, isn't it, that makes it
What a wanker.
what
Yeah.
a wanker.
So, it works.
Yay.
The guys have got a better up.
But it's still bleeding daylight.
I don't fuck all day.
Well, that's why.
It's been lovely.
I get like that. If I have a quiet day, I'm absolutely exhausted.
Just hit something fucked up.
Do some
What?
barber. How's it going?
What, your barber? Got to get your hair cut.
I'm trying to remember how Daggio goes.
Don't ask me, mate.
Oh shit! All right,
Not barber.
we got that bit.
It started out
Yeah,
great.
that was just a short back and sides.
Yep.
Bum chish.
Ba-dum chish.
Yeah, sorry, I missed the first drum, didn't I? Then?
Yeah. Do you know what? I've already lost the power supply to my cool drum machine I bought off you.
Have you really?
Yeah, I don't know where I put it. It's here somewhere with a load of other black plasticky
probably-
boxes.
Doing
It's
a
probably a
dog.
weird voltage as well, isn't it?
Probably.
It'll
Yeah.
say Korg on it.
Not
It will.
necessarily.
You'd be surprised.
My Korg power supplies too. Oh,
Some of,
All right,
some of them don't. I've got some where
Yeah.
I've had to put a Korg sticker on. In fact, I've got one down here.
KA15.
That's a Korg power. Oh, actually, I'm lying to you. It does say Korg underneath.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So
I'll
it'll
have to- I'll
it'll
have to
say
have a
Korg
root
there.
around.
It says Korg
Q,
there.
QED.
I'll have
Which
a
one's
route
that?
around.
So,
Yeah, lend it here.
all right. Here you go, mate.
What's the thing there?
Cheers.
Wouldn't it be great if we could do that?
Oh, one day. According to Tomorrow's World.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Was it robot maids? More like horse shit.
Where's my flying car? That's
Yeah,
what I wanna
flying
know.
car,
I
yeah.
want my flying car.
Mind you, like somebody said in the chat earlier, we'll have quantum computers before we get MIDI 2. Although, I've heard some people say, well, isn't MPE actually MIDI 2? Well, then they'd call it MIDI 2, wouldn't they? MPE's a sticking plaster between
Yeah, it's-
1 and 2.
It's a bodge, really, isn't it? I mean, it works, but it's a bodge.
Yeah, I mean, works very specifically.
Yeah.
They can do flying cars now with drone technology, but do you really want assholes flying around loose in cars? It's just
Yeah, I've seen them on the roads, mate.
Yeah.
exactly.
Heading up in the sky. God help us.
Imagine Richard Hammond with a flying car.
He'd probably turn it over in a cloud.
Azio was asking what string library that was you were playing.
Oh God, like I'd know. I think it's 2 versions of Spitfire articulated strings and a bit of Hydra for thickness, and BBC for that's about as much MPEs you can get on the Rolly with any software sample library.
Really?
Yeah, well, it's very difficult to get samples to
Yeah.
stretch in real time. So I think it picks up on some of the articulations sometimes.
Have you tried the Swarm sample libraries? Have you got them?
I don't know.
Because the Swarm library, I mean, I've only got them on the iPad, but the Swarm libraries, they are designed for MPE, and if you look at a violinist, you can't get all of the articulation, but you can get quite a lot of the sort of, shall we say, more than you get from a keyboard and a
Yeah.
phone room.
It's like you can get like a cello sound, for instance, on Equator 2, but it's a
Yes,
horrible
I've got-
cello,
Yeah.
Especially in the
I've
top
got
end.
Equator 1, I think it's on there as well. It's not great.
Have you got your knickers on this time? You haven't? You don't learn, do you? Free? God, affect me. There's being free and flapping it about all over the place, girl. Come on. Huh?
Keith, what's all that stuff behind you?
No, that's true.
What? Like you don't know?
Yeah, well, I can't see what it is. It's just you've got loads of, looks like you've got loads of little cases and stuff, and what's in them?
Here,
Yeah, all that, yeah.
the 3 Moog semi-modular. A row and a half of the Beringer 2500.
Okay.
The other half of the row, the one above it, is the Beringer System 100. And the Dreadbox Chromatic series on the top.
Cool. How's your Go case going?
It hasn't gone anywhere, to be honest. I've got it all powered up, found a power supply for it, so it powers up. But it's something I have to put on the floor and play with. I'm not really inclined to do that at the moment. So I really ought to.
A guy at work, one of the technology people at work who deals with wood and all that sort of stuff, is going to take my lid from my modular case, and he's going and looking at the dimensions of that and actually build it so that it's actually a good sort of couple of inches deeper and fit rails in it, so that I can actually close that with a further 6U and turn it into a 6U case. So I've got them both, because just for convenience's sake. So that'll be fun. I think that'll be a real good addition, because I mean the Go cases are great, but they're slightly less handy for live. So having a thing you can open and close with a further 6U, I think would be brilliant. Let you know how that project goes.
Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, the Go case is just, to me, it's huge.
It is.
For what you can get in it.
Yeah.
And then I sort of struggled. I had to double back and use some of the power sockets on one of the other rails to power them all, if that makes sense.
So has it got 30 headers in it? Have you got more than 30 modules in it? Is that what you meant?
I think on one row I've got more modules than I have headers, so I've had to sort of get a longer cable down to the other row where there was a few spare. Yeah. I'm just saying. It would always fascinate me if you ever went and got a 2 HP and built a whole system. I mean, that would be insane, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Loads of 2 HP modules.
Yeah.
Keith, if your power supply supports it, do what I did with my IntelliGel. I had to replace the power board because the old one on the used one I had was kind of iffy, and it didn't have shrouded headers. But they will not sell the max version with the shrouded headers without a case. So I just wanted the board. So I used extenders. I used basically like 4-in-1 power cables, and the power supplies to handle it just fine. So just get those basically flying bus cables essentially added to your base power unit, and you can add as many damn modules as you can fit.
No, I mean it is it's really very well equipped. The power supply is already built in with the power valves in it, so it's
if you add a bunch of like 2 HP, 4 HP stuff, you're going to run out of connectors, right? So then you have to
absolutely, yeah. It'd just be insane. Just go to that 2 HP company and buy all their little individual modules and stick them together. It'd be an insane power supply, I should think. You don't need a lot of power, but just an awful amount of sockets to do them. Because I've got these to power the rows up there, because the top 4 rows are not powered at the moment. All part of my project. I've got to dismantle it, screw and glue it together, put the power supply in, paint it, put it all back together. Summer project.
I mean, in this case here, I've got the tip top Muzeus or Microzeus, whatever you call the Muzeus.
Yeah.
And that came with 2 flying bus cables, but there's only 10 headers on those 2 cables.
Yeah.
So I bought a 4MS, just a board that you plug it in and then you just connect it with a ribbon cable to the other spare terminal on the one of those on the Muzeus.
Yeah. I mean, with these, you can just take one off and plug it into the last one and extend it.
Extend it, yeah.
That's that's why I'm going to have to do for the top row. It's got one of those in it, so I'm going to use one row and. Is that
a Microzeus that you've got in your hand?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. If you get it with the 2000 milliamp power brick, because you get it tends to come with 1,000. It will power more modules.
This is 2,000.
Yeah, so that will power more.
It's also, I've also got one powering the 3 semi-modular Moogs.
Yeah.
But even though it's 2,000, I can't get any power beyond the subharmonicon for some unknown reason. But that's not an issue, because when I put the power valves in the row of 2,500, I'm going to drop some. I'll drill some holes in the shelf and drop the power in underneath there. But I've only got
subharmonicon draws so much.
Yeah. Well, no, I've measured it I've gone on modular grid and measured all the power, and there should still be some left. But the only thing I'm going to put in the space at the moment is I've ordered the Beringer Bode 1603, is it, or 1630?
Have you ordered it? How much are they asking for it?
It's pre-order. The only place I can find it on pre-order is Toman.
Yeah.
130 pounds
right.
plus £10 postage, and they're saying late summer, so I'm not holding my breath.
No, not expecting it. Yeah. I really do fancy one of those. And I think it's odd, isn't it, about Beringer that they produce things that make you go, not touching that with the barge pole. I'm not happy about that. Like their quad LFO thing, which is just a Batumi rip-off. You think, why have you done that? And yet this
you can throw when that comes out.
Can't get hold. You can't get hold of that Bode wave frequency shifter, and it sounds fantastic, doesn't it? The little demos that they've had, it was really interesting. Sort of all those sort of sounds that you associate with sort of early electronic music. I think it sounds fab. Definitely want one. Or even a couple stereo pairs.
Ian, who makes this swarm?
I'm just looking at it now. It's but they did do some for desktop, but it's audio modelling, and it's SWAM, and they only seem to be doing things for iOS.
Oh.
Because I know that when they first started, it was
It's
desktop,
me, daft.
and it's not it's synthesized, it's modelled, but it's actually pretty accurate stuff. It's you know, it's not sampled as such.
Okay.
Available for what was that? Available for Windows, Mac, and I can't find where the.
There we go.
Lots of stuff about doing it on your phone.
How to. Sounds ominous, doesn't it?
Yeah. Lots of solo instruments generally. I mean, I've got the violin, I've got the clarinet, the cello, trumpet, saxophone, and they sound really, really good.
Okay.
And I use it with the.
Hey Ken, if you use that Roll Play app for iOS, you can get the Swam instruments for that. They're pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah.
On Geos.
Or get the GeoShred ones. They're either way. But you already have Rolly stuff, so you use the Rolly Play app, and you can do Swam.
I forgot there was no R in it. It's Swam, yeah. Not,
Yeah, that's where I was going wrong.
yeah.
It was pointing me towards a Quasmity hardware thing.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah. What the hell? I thought Quasmity had gone.
Well, they have that quadratic Swarm, their little desk box. But yeah, the Swam stuff is really good. Pick up GeoShred. You can get a bundle of Swam instruments for it, really cheap. They even have a bunch of international stuff with Swam.
I mean, I was gifted a lot of the instruments because I did a review from.
Yeah.
When it first came out. But they've added loads more to it since then. You know.
Yeah, they have sitars and all kinds of Indian
Yeah,
instruments in
I
it.
mean, like,
See, of course, another thing I could
quid
throw.
for an individual instrument, which is dirt cheap, really.
Another thing I could throw at the Rolly, possibly, is pigments.
Well, yeah.
Possibly. I don't. You know what? I don't think I've even. I can't. Did I buy pigments or not?
I haven't got pigments. I know it's good, but I haven't got it.
Did you get Rolly to control the Hydrasynth?
Did I get
Pigments is MPE. Steve Elbow says that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I did hear that. Yeah. See if it's listed anywhere, or it'd be under the Arturia stuff, wouldn't it? Pigments. Oh, I did. Here we go. Pigments. Fuck's sake. Here we go. Oh, register.
There you go.
Piglets.
Oh, I see. Oh, maybe I haven't bought it then. Thank you for using pigments. I then just fired the fuck up. What's the matter with you guys? You go, your 1 second demo time is up.
Because it doesn't come as part of
No, it don't, doesn't it?
the pack, the virtual.
Alright, this should be interesting. Let's sign in, see what it says. To register, fill out the form with your serial and unlock code. Well, there's a problem. Maybe I didn't buy it then.
No.
Oops.
No, I didn't.
Then why is it in my list?
Oh, it'll probably be in everybody's list. Because they want you to buy this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, right, hang on a sec. Oh, I do have a demo mode now. Okay. Let's point it at that. Oh, God, come on. You old tart. There we go. No, you can't have them running at the same time, twat. Yeah.
If you went into your account and it said into my account bit, my products, if it's there, then you paid for it.
Oh, okay.
So if you click on your name up at the top corner and then click on My Products, everything you've bought is there.
Oh, I have to go there now. Right, Artoria.
Kent is using the world's most expensive fucking mouse pad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no. Now I'm using the world's most expensive mouse pad. Where's the media centre for this? It'd help if I could remember what it's bleeding called. Oh, come on, where is it? Hello, Lab Arts. So much fucking stuff on here. How are you supposed to remember all this bloody stuff, really? Fucking hell, come on. No. Oh, God, look, it goes on for fucking ever.
That's interesting.
Oh, what's that? Oh, no, it's Ashan. That's Ashan. We don't want Ashan at all. I'll just go to the website normal, for fuck's sake. La 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 la. Yay.
It's riveting telly, this, Kent.
Aye. Yes. Talk amongst yourselves while I fuck about over here. Alright, let's have a look. My account, I say. Oh, my product's even better. Come on.
That'll be the one.
Well, fucking do something then. Hello.
We're not laughing at you, Kent. We're laughing at you, mate.
We are. Yes, we are, Ian.
Me and computers, mate.
I was being polite.
Right. Oh, maybe it was fragments I'm thinking of.
You think computers bad? You want to fuck
Oh,
about with CCTV? I've been working on one of them all day.
Oh, God.
Well, you than me, Matt.
No, I didn't buy it.
Yeah.
What have you got then? Does it tell you?
I got EFX fragments, FX Collection 4, Spark 2, and V Collection 9. You think that'd be enough, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
V Collection 9.
Yeah.
You bought the V Collection, Ian, didn't you?
I did. It was Kent Spong who made me buy it.
Oh, okay. It's brilliant, though, isn't it?
It is stupid.
Oh, in that case, fine. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
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 I didn't bother buying the FX,
You're welcome.
The FX bundle because.
No, I think I bought that afterwards because I think there was sort of like, ooh, special offer. I went, oh God, you know me,
I had a
special offers.
offer, yeah. But when I looked, there wasn't really that much I wanted because I'd already bought. The Rev LX24, and the only other reverb I really wanted, and I already had, was the Rev Plate 140, which I absolutely love. I use it all the time. And I've got lots of other effects that, you know.
Yeah.
Big fan of, is it Audio Thing? The Audio, not Audio Thing, something like that anyway. They've got some really funky effects. And they're cheap.
Cresshead's asking you to turn your mic up, Ian.
I'll turn my mic up. I've probably got this. I'll turn it up, yeah.
Well, the thing is, I think I'm at this saturation point now.
How's that?
Where that's fine.
It's very Barry White.
Where there's so much stuff on there, I can't keep tabs on what I've got and what I haven't anymore.
Isn't that a bit of the problem, though, with that?
Yeah,
It's
it's a stupid problem to have.
It
It's
is.
a
I mean,
different kind of rabbit hole, that one.
I've stopped installing synthesizers because I don't use software synths that often, you know. But actually, what is really nice is to have the Arturia V collection. There's practically everything I'll ever want it there.
Yeah.
You know, there's not much outside of that.
Well, I mean, this is always a problem. I mean, I'm finding things where I go, oh, all right, let's fire this up and see if it inspires me or anything like that. And you fire this VSTI up, and you go, I don't recognise this.
Yeah.
And you go to their website and you check if there's updates for it and stuff like that, and you go, yes, and you bought this 2 years ago, and this is the first time
And
I'm
you switched
firing
it
it
on,
up. That's just
Yeah.
ridiculous,
Yeah.
you know?
Gentlemen, I'm going to do an Ian. I've got to duck out, but I will be back.
Aha.
so
Nice
that's-
to see you, darling.
Not doing a full Ian,
Not a
doing a
full
proper
Ian,
Ian.
A
No, a
mini
semi.
Ian.
I'm having a semi.
Oh, yeah, that's going to stick, you know that.
It is, yeah.
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 Semi-Ian, yeah. Thanks for that, Matt.
You're welcome, mate. Right, see you in a bit.
All right, see you later, buddy.
Me and my mate Dave, we were having a plan about going out with his Crave and Subharmonicon,
Yeah.
and me with the Pro One, the Behringer Pro One, and doing a gig and calling ourselves two middle-aged blokes with semis.
Oh,
Oh,
Just to
Oh,
see what the
dear.
reaction would be.
yeah.
yeah.
Have you ever used the Crave?
I have, yeah. Well, Grace has got a Crave. And
Have you ever
my
had the
mate Dave.
Crave?
I have Crave, yeah. I have. And actually, I think it's great. It sounds really good. It's flexible. It's really well built. Yeah.
'Cause I never-
But it doesn't sound. It doesn't sound like a Moog. It doesn't sound like a Mother
that's all,
32.
that's all right. I don't mind. I don't mind
So
that.
people say, you know, it's clearly inspired by,
Yeah.
in terms of its synthesis
Yeah.
and its patching possibilities. It's identical, but it does not sound like a Moog. It just doesn't. It's got a 3340 oscillator that, you know, Behringer put in their stuff, and it's just a nice sounding little synth in its own right.
Yeah.
Because I have this. I mean,
Which is always
I'm
better.
never going to be able to buy the three Moogs, you know.
No, indeed.
But the
That's
Crave
problem,
Edge, and when the Spice comes out,
yeah,
it does sort of, you know, I'd want to play with them, you know.
yeah,
Um,
and they will sound good.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard demos of the Edge, and it sounds good in the same way that the DFAM does. If that's the sort of thing that you want.
it's wonky.
I mean,
Actually, the DFAM's great because it's wonky, and I like
Yeah.
wonky, you know.
You know, I mean, I've never got my head around the Subharmonicon and how the Subharmonicon works and functions. Grace is talking about getting one. Well, now she's talking about getting the Spice, so it'll sit alongside. You could get a little rack to put them together.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I've got one of these sort of stands from Synths and Wood, which is the 3-tier Volca one. I'm sure they're bound to put in a Behringer sized
Yeah.
version. So.
It reminds me, I must contact Michelle and complain about not winning that mini Moog.
Anybody that we know who did?
Oh, it got an email saying some guy.
Some guy. Yeah.
Some
It's Robbie.
Some,
then. It's
some lucky
Robbie is
bastard.
keeping quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
I mean, all right, it may be the, you know, the later one, you know, the new ones, but it's still 0001.
One,
So
yeah.
it has precedent, doesn't it? So,
Oh, that does.
which is something. But yeah, no, I'm not going to buy pigments. I've got to be very careful because I have my Osmos balloon payment on Monday.
Oh. What's the balloon payment? Is that like a part payment or is that all of it?
No, that will be the sort of like 1,500 quid payment.
Right.
The
So I think,
balance of it.
because I think it was initially, it maybe a little less, because I think it was 285 or something was the secure it onto a
Yeah.
list of, you know, eager twats waiting for it. And
The
then
Osmos isn't that expensive, is it?
17.
Oh no, sorry.
What were you thinking?
What are you thinking of?
Yeah, I thought you said 2000. 2000. I got the figure of
Oh.
2,850. No, it's me. I'm in an arse. Me and numbers. Crap.
Not a maths teacher then.
Yeah, I've taught maths.
Oh my God, really?
I've taught
Math.
everything.
That explains
Math.
today's youth.
Math.
No. Key stage three maths. You know, so
I did Wagyu, but I cancelled one.
Yeah, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, I did a half term doing that when I was doing supply. The school rang me up and said we'd rather have somebody we know than somebody we don't know. So, you fancy doing maths? I said, fancy doing that. I'll do anything. And actually, it was actually a really good thing to do. I mean, I've said this to a lot of the trainee teachers. I said a really good thing to do is to teach something that's not your specialism. So I've taught history, I've taught English, you know, I've taught RE, I've even taught IT. Believe it or not. Yeah, I know how to use a spreadsheet. Fuck me, what? Yeah. But yeah, that was years ago, so I could get away with it then. But yeah, so
I taught a bit of maths to nurses, which was fun. You know.
Do nurses need maths more than anybody else?
Well, drugs.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's,
you know,
yeah. I do it for money. Personally.
What we found out was that first year. This is years and years ago. It won't be the same now. But some first year nursing students really did need some basic maths.
Really.
And me and a colleague, we helped develop a maths program which was online, and I did sort of teach it right at the beginning, just to make sure everyone was happy with the program the program they were using. But we had to go through an exam, did me and Celia, which felt. I mean, here I am, a university lecturer, and I'm doing a maths exam, and luckily I passed. Wow. You know, but it was quite nerve-wracking to sit in a room in exam conditions with this bloke who'd, written this software and us go through it.
Yeah, sponge bath practical examination. Yeah.
Behave yourself, Wagyu. We know your proclivities.
So you taught nurses maths for drugs?
Well, I really taught them computers, but yeah, I did for a very short time. Yeah.
So the implication of Kent's remark.
I know.
It's how it's worded, isn't it?
You've chosen to ignore it, which is.
I have it. Yes, it's fine.
Yeah, we're being monitored. Don't worry.
I didn't choose to ignore it, though.
No. I'd expect nothing less from you, Andy.
Oh, thank you.
Bless you.
Drugged nurses.
Drugged nurses. Yeah.
Drugged nurses.
Yeah.
Sorry, Paul.
Yeah.
As if my typing's always correct, because it never is. Oh, dear.
Yes, so I'm watching my spending.
I behaved during Ramsey shows. We didn't.
What's that?
Well, it's like I managed to get a fart on PSN last night. I mean,
yeah.
You managed to get a fart on PSN?
Yeah, you
yeah. Actually, two. I got the squeaky one as well.
I see.
So it didn't seem appropriate while Flo was on.
You should have muted your mic though. If you're going to break wind.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's these chairs. They don't half rattle.
Are you sure it was the chair?
Well. Oh dear me. I don't know.
Oh yeah, they're the prototypes I'd expect. Courtesy of Eddie. That was interesting once he got it going.
Yeah, I think Eddie did really well in adverse conditions because it was so noisy, but he did really, really well.
Yeah, but Andy had the same problem with his mic sometimes, doesn't he? When and you get all that, it's somehow distorted and squeaky, all that background.
And it's actually really good. So I listened to the entire thing like that.
Yeah,
it was actually
I could hear
loud, wasn't it?
But it just constantly.
Speaking of which, how is our Andy doing? See there, you're not muted.
He is
muted.
Got
his microphone.
Oh, he's muted. Oh, Danny. Oh, right. Okay, no, he's muted.
We can talk about it now.
I was getting ready to
That's not how muting works, Andy.
I was getting ready to do a little audio mayhem since I haven't busted out my ROAT in a while. If you guys want to see some stuff, I forgot how to use it, but it might be full of shit.
Did I hear correctly? Because I didn't actually quite hear correctly, but you had some issue today. Was it with work or something?
Yeah.
Oh, work? Yeah. No, I have no job now.
Oh, you are shitting me.
Yeah.
Happened yesterday. This riff, a bunch of people. It's going in waves. That's how it works on high tech. And you get bought, and they start getting rid of redundant people in quotes, right? Which means my coworker is going to be the busiest motherfucker in the company for who knows how long.
Yeah.
Because we don't have redundancies at all.
Wow.
They do this thing called, you've got sort of Kaizen, Kaizen.
Yeah.
It's this business principle in manufacturing of doing more with less. But they give it a fancy name like, this is all good for the company and good for profits, and it's Kaizen. I was like, no, you're fucking laying off people, you pieces of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fewer people to do this, one person do the job of two, but you
and no compensation, just more work and more headaches, and
and
more reason for them to leave to go to another place. So.
Yeah.
Cunson, yeah.
Yeah, Cunson, exactly. That's
Cunson, yeah.
Well,
so you're going to...
They had a Chinese guy who was our director for all named Kai Jun. And then this Kaizen thing came up. I go, well, that's about right. It's close to his name, and he was a cheap bastard as well. So,
yeah.
What happens when the companies cease to function properly and they don't?
Well, here's the problem: the company was bought because it was flailing. They hit it pretty well, but it was flailing. And the people in charge obviously had to leave because they screwed up. And I mean, the company existed as long as the laser's been around. It's been about 60 years. And they, were doing better than any other laser company I've ever heard about. Most of them in the industry, I used to work there before, they're gone. They didn't last. They're all dinosaurs, right? They're just toast. This one hung on for the longest time. And then they bought another massive company called Rofen in Europe. Rofen Sinar. And they basically, that's why I came back, because they had all this work to do. And, I started doing stuff at different sites around the U.S. and it was bustling for a while. And then they realized, Rofen cooked their books. Butzfield in Germany went to jail. And it was like an Enron for lasers.
Oh, dear.
And so they had to close a bunch of sites. Obviously offload tons of people. And then this other bigger company bought us recently, and the writing was on the wall. They're going to just start hacking and slashing. So I got a few more months. I thought it was going to happen in April, but it happened now. So
you did actually mention it a while ago, but I'm really hoping that you get something sorted. And I think things happen for a reason. So
I mean, to be honest, I hated the new management. They were pieces of garbage. So it's good to be out of there.
Yeah,
but I didn't prepare, so I was just kind of hustling.
Well, focus on the positives. I mean, there's all the negatives that obviously come with this. You can get down the Zoom more often now. You can do some more microscope videos.
You are totally flat broke. I'm still happy. I don't get depressed. So don't worry about me. I won't have any black banners on my page, and I won't be putting out weird messages. And I'm good.
Good. That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, and the animals also help too. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's a shame that goddamn sloth footage is so choppy. I'm pissed at Verizon, so I'm going to go back with a small camera and get some better footage soon. So,
Steve Elbows, Rolly are hiring bailiffs. Have you heard that Gear for Music have posted £400,000 loss this year?
Really? Jesus.
Yep. And
they can't sustain that.
Well, they reckon that they had a 5 million profit last year. But that company has never made any profit. And I know that by what I've been told over the years. So, interesting. Watch this space.
Yeah, well.
I mean, Gear for Music isn't my favourite dealer by any means.
I've got an account with them, but I very rarely spend any money on them.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since I discovered elevator sounds, all my modular purchases have gone through there.
Well, a rep said to me... Sorry, go on. Go on, Lee.
I was going to say I'd rather support a small little independent shop.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
A rep said to me years ago, when we obviously started the shop, that I mean, I don't know how true this is, but it is. So it's tittle tattle. But he said that if Gear for Music went bust, they'd take Roland with them, or Roland UK.
Mm.
Roland have got their shop in London, haven't they, as well?
They have now,
So-
and this was obviously before then. So maybe things are, maybe. But they were
Roland
so,
jumping the gun,
Yeah, but there was
jumping
so
ship while they could.
there was so much of their stock in. I mean, the hint was that there was so much of their stock in Gear for Music, but not necessarily paid for. At that point,
Yeah.
and Gear for Music have always liked the sort of deals where they don't pay for it until they've sold it. So they would look for those deals,
Yeah.
rather than 30 days like the rest of us. They would, But like I say, don't quote me on it because it's tittle. It could be tittle tattle, and it's obviously quite a long time ago.
Yeah. I would have think Roland was a big enough company. Even Roland UK would be a big enough company to be able to survive Gear for Music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they might be cutting back, like Yamaha were doing, where they were just cutting back until
Yeah.
I think Yamaha UK literally doesn't exist now, does it?
No.
I think it's a woman with a phone. I think that's about Yamaha UK now. Even spares and stuff like that will come from Germany.
Yeah, actually, spares. Yeah, because we did a Yamaha. We have a Yamaha account, and spares did come from Germany.
Yeah, they closed the warehouse.
Mm.
About 4-5
Yeah,
years ago
sounds
now.
all right. Yeah.
Do you remember in Sound on Sound from about the early 2000s, perhaps even late 90s, early 2000s?
Yeah.
You used to get, or maybe it was a little later, you used to get inside it a pull-out thing from Toolman
Mm.
with all of their stuff. It was almost like a little magazine within the magazine. And I remember thinking back then that was going to be dangerous for dealers in the UK.
Yeah.
Because the prices from Toolman were
I mean,
substantially cheaper.
We struggled against competing against Tillman. We didn't struggle against competing against Gear for Music because apart from odd things like Zoom, Zoom recorders and things like that, we couldn't compete because they were doing special deals with them. But most things we could match them on price. Tongman, we had no chance because they could import it and ship it to the customer cheaper than we could supply it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I've bought stuff from Tillman. I bought my Hydrasynth from Tillman. I don't like buying from Tillman, but sometimes needs must really. And actually, if you buy from, is it DV24?
Which is very similar, but
they're all shipped from abroad. They're shipped from Europe. They're not shipped from the UK.
Yeah.
no,
So
no.
it's a storefront.
Shipped very quickly, mind.
It does ship very quickly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
DV20.
I think I bought my Microfreak from them.
Yeah, they give the impression that it came from here.
Yes, they do. Yeah, and you get a UK VAT receipt, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
But the pretense is that it's coming from down south somewhere.
Yeah.
But actually, it isn't.
No, I mean the music shop as it once was, which we've all loved.
Mm.
I mean, going into Music Round in Doncaster, going into Carlsborough here in Sheffield, or
Yes. So
Academy of Sound as it became.
Yeah.
Sound Control that was on Salter Lane here. There was a later incarnation. I mean, what is there in Sheffield? There's a little shop just off the moor that obviously is mostly guitars and basses and that sort of thing, and they've got a few Akai bits and bobs dotted around. That's your lot. There's a shop called God, I've forgotten what it's called. It's quite a big shop. Again, they've got loads of stuff in there. A lot of digital pianos, a lot of guitars and drums and amps and that sort of thing. What on earth are they called, that shop? I went in and the synth stuff had all been moved upstairs, so I went up the stairs into the little synth bit, and I was in that little bit for over half an hour. Not a single person came to speak to me. Not a single person.
Yeah.
I've had that in
And I just
Music
thought,
Ground. Actually, not Music Ground. It was in Bristol. What was the one in Bristol?
Emmis.
No, they're a chain. They've got, because the one in Banks in York became part of it. It's not. Anyway, my brain's mush. I can't remember what they're
We've
called.
all forgotten what they're called because we never go in them anymore.
Yeah,
do we?
exactly. And I went in there because I was in Bristol, like you do, and
Yeah.
the two shop assistants were playing football. Big shop,
Yeah.
but they're literally playing football in the middle of the, and they like you say, Andy, they completely ignored me and Shane. We walk in, just looking round,
Yeah.
because when we've done that before. I mean, we did that in Sam Ash in New York, and I went, I said I'm from the UK. I said I run a music shop in the UK. I'm just looking. She said, oh, and then he went, oh, it's okay, it's fine. And we had a natty. He says, hey, do you want to play this piano? And you got to be playing the piano in the bloody window, But they were lovely. I said, look, obviously I'm not going to buy anything because I'm from the UK, and I'm just, He said, no, that don't matter. I said, you play guitar, have a Fender.
Yeah. Did you buy the football?
Yeah, I
Said Paul.
Because it used to be like the ritual on a Saturday. We'd load up into my mate's car and we'd go up to ABC in Addleston and go in there and
the
spend.
faces drop when you walk through the door.
Oh, mate, you go, oh, they're going to play every freaking keyboard in there. They're not going to buy anything. But the thing was, we did because. Although, I mean, I was on like £17 a week or something stupid back then, because it was an apprenticeship. They pay you shit, And I was looking at a Jupiter 4, and it was up for $999. And I'm playing this thing, and I'm going, oh look, polyphonic, fucking hell, because I was still monosynths back there, thinking that was not a good thing. Of course, it's all on its tits today. And the bloke who ran the shop, well, one of the guys that ran the shop, said, well, look, he said, look, I'll be your guarantor on the Lombard Trustee finance for it.
Oh, I remember doing that.
I went, okay, cool. And I said to him, so how many guarantor ones? He said, oh, we've done 20 today. It's like, fuck it up. So he's my guarantor on loads of It was ridiculous. And I'm paying this stuff off every week, Jesus.
I had a Lombard Trustee for a synth. Kind of why it wasn't that.
It was a godsend.
Yeah, it was
Wasn't it?
because you could buy it.
It was HFC through.
How long have you been a resident in the UK? Oh, about 4 minutes. Yeah, that's okay. So, you know what I mean?
I just remembered it was music room in Bristol.
Room.
Yeah.
They were down the bottom of
Andy's gone.
the Clifton Hill in Bristol.
Clifton.
Down from Clifton.
Elevator Sounds are in Bristol.
I don't know where they are in Bristol though, because not that I'm into modular, but next time I go to Bristol, which I will, I'd go in.
But they stock more than modular
I know
stuff.
they do.
But, apparently, it's a great shop. So I'd love to go to Bristol just to go. And
Bristol's a nice town.
I think we were known in every music shop in the south of England. We were known as the Broke Boys. There was 3 of us. Yeah, we used to do.
Is that because you broke stuff?
Yeah, no, because we were just
no
money, mate.
Yeah.
And they go, "Why are you looking at that £3,500 Polymoog? You got no money. Fuck off." Yeah. So there would be Rod Argent's in Regent Street,
of course.
ABC Music in Addleston, Bootleg Music in Epsom. Who were really good. They used to do some fantastic deals, only because we were really local. But it was the guy who owned it. He goes, we have to sell so much stuff every week just to cover the rates and the ground rent for the shop.
Yeah.
Because it's south of England, it's Surrey, it's Epsom. For Christ's sake, he said it's just we could move, into London more and save, thousands,
We used to do the same in Leeds. We used to go from York. Me and my mates used to go from York on the train to Leeds, and we'd go to Music Ground and all the little shops.
Yeah.
Because there was loads of little shops in those days. A lot of guitar shops, but you just, and you were always looking for a bargain.
Yeah.
You know.
But if a new place opened up, we were, Saturday morning, boom, and we're in there, see what they got,
Yeah.
We'd even go into organ places sometimes.
Yeah, we went to.
Yeah.
Can't remember what it's called. It was down the arcade.
Fox's Music. Was there a Fox's in York?
No.
Fox's in
We had
Fox's in Sheffield.
We went to the organ centre, Chiswick. It was mate. It was a massive place. It used to be a car showroom. It was just packed with all these organs and stuff like that. And we thought, organs. Well, they're polyphonic. Come on. So we go in, and of course there was that drive, wasn't there, from people like Roland and Korg, to have organ top synths. So SH2000s and stuff like that, and you could buy them as well. But they were organ shop prices. It's sort of like, fucking hell, I wanted to buy it, not the whole company.
Yeah, because we had Goff and Davy. It surprised me. When I went to last time I was in Hull, which was a couple of years ago, there was still a Goff and Davy there, and they had one. The main one that we used to go to when I was with my mates would be in Leeds, and then they eventually opened one up in York. Mm-hmm. So this was early '80s, and that's where I bought that from off my mate George, who just happened to be working there. But I was surprised to see that Goff and Davy was still going, and predominantly an organ shop, or I'm sure it's pianos now, and they were never really a synth shop, and for them to have a 700 in was probably pretty rare, They must have taken on a Part X or something.
I must admit, the one thing that was good about ABC Music was there was this perfect storm situation where you had the music shop on one side of the road, and on the other side of the road was a second-hand shop.
Yeah, I used to.
And if you go into the second-hand shop, you can find little bits and pieces that ABC wouldn't buy. But people go, "Oh, you buy this as so I can get a down payment for whatever Pro One or something like that." And you go in, there'd be little spring reverb boxes and stuff like that going for next to nothing. So it's like, we'll pick up a couple of bits and pieces in there.
There was a second-hand shop on. I can't remember the name. Oh, my brain's gone. What's the name of the chain that used the second-hand shop chain? They were everywhere.
What, music shops?
No, just
just general.
Just tech.
Is it Trading Post?
No, it wasn't. It was called. I've forgotten. I was on Pinston Street here in Sheffield. Oh God! But I used to pop in there because you get loads of interesting sex. Yeah, thanks. See you. No, the Central Exchange.
I bought stuff from them and all.
God, cash converters.
Oh yeah.
Cash converters.
I didn't get what I wanted.
That's what I was after. Cash converters.
Oh, cash converters.
There was a cash converters on.
Yeah.
And it was basically full of guitars and basses and amps and keyboards and all sorts of stuff. You could get some really interesting bits and bobs in there, but by the time the analog thing really hit, they cottoned on really quick. So I remember what was I saw in there, and I thought I really fancied it. It was something like a Prophet 600 or something like that, and it was like 250 quid. And by the time I'd saved up 250 quid and went in to get it, it had gone to 800 quid. And it was
like one year I was in Edinburgh at the Fringe, and there's it's a cash converters type shop. It might actually be a cash converters on Queen Street, and they had a Micro X in. And it's before I bought the Micro X, because you can tell instantly because it comes with that bloody plastic hard case.
Hi, Mark, again.
Oh, sorry.
And it wasn't a lot of money, but I just couldn't. I couldn't have got it home. I couldn't. I had so much stuff to keep going back. I always regretted not buying it. But it was cheap. It might not have worked as well. There was always that about it.
Oh, of course, there was the Chase in Houston, off the Houston Road.
Well,
Chase Music. Chase is still going, aren't they?
There was Chase in Manchester.
Chase went bankrupt because it was all in the. Was it the BCCI bank?
It must have been
Mi-
bought out
Mr.
because Chase
Mr.
still, don't
Singh.
Chase still exist?
Mr. Singh of Chase Music in Manchester on Dean Street. Yeah,
Chase Direct music shop in Manchester. Yeah,
is it still there?
still. Well, it's yeah, got a website.
Because I was going in there in, what was it, 1978, 1979. It was Mini Moogs and White-Faced Odysseys,
Yeah,
up 2600s, and
They stocked
you name
a load
it.
of stuff. They stocked a load of the bit ones, the bit 1, bit 01, bit 99 and stuff like that. Oh,
Oh, hardware jam
that
going on.
looks interesting.
oh, you got to stack your oscillators. I've not been bothered. The thing is, I can do it.
I'm
but
going
I
in
can't
5
video
minutes.
it.
Can you see it before that, Andy?
Can we what? Sorry.
I'm going in 5 minutes. Can I see what Andy's doing now?
He's going to do an Ian.
He is.
Full Ian or semi?
Depends on what happens later. It could be
Oh,
a
I
semi.
see. Okay.
Could be a semi, but
It's
maybe,
gone right.
if I don't see you, it'll be a full Ian.
All right, okay.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
We
Go for it,
can.
Andy.
I had to switch microphones
Sure,
and do
huh?
all this crazy shit, so hold on.
Is that
Are you doing your
Microcosm
hardware
there?
jam live now?
Yeah.
No.
for it.
Just I haven't used the ROAT in a while, and I just used a Microcosm last week for my Imam, so I just wanted to play with it again.
Still want a microcosm.
Come on, do it.
Love
do a
the
gig.
Microcosm.
Go on
We're all
then.
in-
Fire
we're
'em
all
up.
ears.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
for it.
Come on then. All up for some of that.
Tell me when it's too loud, or I can't tell
I
from
know
this
anything
end.
at the minute.
The ROAT's an interesting little thing, isn't it? That
Yeah, it
chip
is, yeah.
tune
Quite
thing.
fancy with that.
Yeah. And not too expensive.
You guys can't hear that?
No.
Nope.
Nope.
Really? It's right into the same goddamn Behringer interface. What the fuck?
Yeah, now you see, the clue was in the word Behringer.
It's this red beauty right here. $25, man. Come on.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Can you hear that?
No.
Nope.
Really?
I can't.
Because
shout,
my
I've
mic
just,
is going through the same mixer as this device.
Welcome to my world.
I can't shout about Behringer. I've just asked Ty to set aside one of the Model Ds from Dom's for me.
Good man.
I've asked for the
Go for it, Matt. It's a great little box.
Marvin, Blue Marvin.
I did
Ah.
think about it.
Right, Andy. You,
Well, according to this, it should be.
can I ask you, Andy? Can you hear it?
Oh yeah, because I'm going through the same mixer with this microphone and the headphones. They're all going through this Behringer interface off this mixer off
Why
screen
can't
here.
we-
I don't know.
Have you got it bust to a funny output?
Nothing.
No.
Nope.
We heard you
No.
tapping.
Damn it. That's bizarre. It's on the USB audio codec.
We can hear the rain.
Is it rain?
Probably the fan on the laptop is going crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let me do this. I'm going to turn the mic down with the mixer and tell me if you can hear me talking right now. Talk.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
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 You can hear me. Okay,
No.
so
Yeah.
I fucked up. Hold on.
Succinct.
I love the.
Is the USB connected?
No. Yeah.
Are you
User
using
error.
the right computer?
Now, this won't be a 2-hour session to troubleshoot. This will be I screwed up. So hold on.
Oh, we've already done that.
We love your frankness, Andy.
Yeah. We do.
Wow.
Right. I'm going to
Sometimes
go.
you got to
chaps.
cut to the chase.
I will watch it later on playback, Andy.
Sorry, Ian.
Yeah. No. Don't worry, mate. I will see. I will watch it. I'll see.
Well, at least this way we won't know if he does any bum notes.
That's true. Later,
I
guys.
don't think you can tell on the ROAT. See you and take care.
See you later, babe.
See you later if we're still on.
And
Press the any key. Love it.
that's bizarre because I don't have the mic on the Mac selected at all. Yet you can hear me through that. Oh, it's so fucking weird. Hold on. Hold on. This is the biggest foreplay ever here. Hold on. Don't go soft, guys. I'm getting there.
Oh dear.
It's too late. It's already very floppy.
Oh. Didn't someone say you got your thing on one of the streams? No.
What?
All right. Someone accused you of that. All right, so that's set correctly.
What did somebody accuse me of?
There's a couple streams ago. Someone was saying Brooksy took his wingding out or whatever. So.
Oh yeah, that was me being crap, wasn't it?
Was that?
And he took his wingding out.
Yeah, only for the doctor.
Oh. Yeah, it was like Fiona. She saw the comment I put up, which was so it was just an ugly. Was it you just got an ugly willy, not cancer? That's cool.
Yeah, it's still the same ugly shape that it was before.
Yeah, but it is worrying though, isn't it? You know, when you're waiting and waiting for these reports to come back.
I can laugh about anything.
Yeah.
Willie is well worth a laugh.
Yeah, as long as it isn't that.
They've shortened it now, haven't they, mate?
Say again, Matt. I missed that. Was a bit.
They've made it a bit shorter now, haven't they?
No.
Well,
they didn't chop anything off the end.
They chopped it at the front. Chopped it at the beginning rather than the end.
I never thought in a million years I'd be sitting on the internet discussing another man's dick.
Well, you ain't lived, mate.
What a sheltered life you have.
God, I've often done that. Jesus, where you been?
Can you guys hear me tapping the mic here?
Yep.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that is working. What the fuck?
We love a mystery, Andy.
I'm about to skip Randy. I think.
Heard that, right?
Oh, hello.
Sorry.
Yeah, really, really heard that.
Okay, it's working though.
Yeah, it's all right.
We can hear it. You've mended it, apparently.
Probably when it's too loud.
It sounds broken, but you've mended it.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Let me turn this one up a bit. Gotta get the balance just right with this mix, otherwise it disappears.
Death by sine wave.
That classic Behringer sound.
Let's try to put these on. You get drones.
Yeah, 50 soundtracks, says Crescent. That's what I thought when I was here.
Yeah, I was funny enough. I was just thinking Forbidden Planet.
Yeah,
This is Wanker's Radiophonic Workshop.
Wank away. I wish I'd not said that. Can I retract that comment?
Oh, I'm glad you did. Mr. Brooks has spoken.
No, he hasn't.
Do as he commands.
No, please don't.
Will 60 gallons be sufficient?
So Hamill's being tortured there. Is it coming through clearly or is it kind of shit?
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
That's the right
It
answer.
does sound like Forbidden Planet.
You
Nothing
hear all the
personal, but
reverb
from
wash
what
and all that too? Is it working?
I mean, actually, really like Forbidden Planet. It's really good. In fact. Cleo's dead. Yay!
Hey, David.
Never ceases to amaze me now the big sounds that you get from little boxes. Don't start, boy.
It was her. It was her.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
She started it.
Bad influence.
Fucking right. she was.
I've often
Hey,
got
gorgeous.
big sounds from little boxes. Hey.
Grief.
Gosh, there's so many elements to it.
Oh, fucking good.
I think so.
Has anybody ever used one of these?
Oh, a calculator.
Yeah.
I will say it was a great.
Yeah.
I haven't. No, I'm not. I'm not.
Teenage engineering pocket operator. Grace has lent it to me. It belongs to Michael Eden, but she's lent it to me.
Yeah.
You've got to take the batteries out to switch it off, and then you've got to put the batteries in. But I can't figure it out at all. I can make some noise, but I've no idea what I'm supposed to do with it. So I just wondered if weird little boxes. This is the factory one.
Yeah, it looks
Uh-huh.
fun. They look fun, but it's figuring them out that I'm worried about.
Exactly. And this,
They should put the instructions on the back, do they? You know, you just turn it
No,
on.
absolutely nothing on the back except an
Oh.
Aston standard. I mean,
It's hard to. You know what? It's hard to say. But is that sound coming line in, or is that coming microphone pickup or something?
Mine is all in it.
I'm saying, I think it might.
turn your mic down, Andy, then we'll know.
I just killed the mic. You couldn't hear me. So.
Right, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's all through the same little
Sorry.
mixer. It's just, it's a dirty little boy. You know? Got this little micro setting that's trying to.
It definitely sounds like a mad sci-fi film, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm getting close to
Okay.
Gaz's night.
Lots of different things going on at once.
That's what Rowan sounds like. It does. It's like Leonidas's jams, isn't it, Inky? Got my t-shirt on, Lisa.
Let's do granular stuff here.
What are you supping, Matt?
Alcohol-free Guinness.
Oh. Is it worth it?
Yeah, because I don't drink, but I wanted to taste it.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Real Guinness, I'd be asleep right now.
I've got to do some feng shui in the workshop tomorrow.
What, you mean clean it?
Yeah, the Japanese art of tidying up.
Did you get that code?
Hi,
8
Lisa, darling.
running? Get the code 8 running.
Yeah, but not well. It needs to go to a specialist.
Oh shit.
But we know a man, so he'll get sorted.
It's a great thing about Microcosm, makes everything sound cool.
I mean, it's worth it because I mean they're about 5k, aren't they? Those bloody things. And see, it's an 8-voice one with extra filters. Probably what a DX7 would sound like if you took a piss in it while it was still turned on. Straight up.
Oh shit.
Or a D50. It doesn't have to be a DX7.
Oh, don't. I've forgotten he had a D50.
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, I did it yesterday. No, day before yesterday. All the keyboard's been redone and everything. It's lovely. Got DX21 as well.
No.
No.
No, I've got the 11. That's my limit with DXs. I'm not a Robbie.
There's a JX80, is it? Super JX or something?
JX10.
Oh, the JX10.
A big thing.
JX10.
Yeah.
Is it JX10?
Have you had your mucky paws on that yet, Kent, then?
Yeah, I had to fix the end cheek on it.
Sounded like a common problem with Dom.
Yeah.
They have this cool chaos button here to mix it up a bit.
You know what? I'm really liking this little box.
Yeah, I'm still a marked amateur on it.
It's only about 130 quid, Ken.
Sorry?
It's about 130 quid.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not a huge sum.
Sebastian Smith is really good on it.
Yeah, he is. So's Leonidas.
This is literally probably the 5th time I've ever turned it on. That's why I brought this guy out, because it just puts a sweetening on everything.
I just like all all those multi layers of sound that it's doing. Even though I don't have any use for that in any of my music at all, but I like it. Do you know what I mean? Get my string quartet going, and then that comes in as the lead.
No, you got to put it like real subtly in the background, and then like kind of bring it in and out.
Well, funnily enough, I did a track. Yeah, I did a track like that, and I used. Do you know a plugin called Thrill? I think it's part of the Native Instruments system, and you can. It's like a 3-dimensional thing between several samples, and you can move it about and stuff. And it's very bit like this, but not as 50 sounding as this one.
My life with the Thrill Kill Cult.
The
I saw
Who?
them live in San Francisco about 12 years ago.
So, Andy?
My life with the Thrill Kill Cult. I saw them live.
You saw them, did you? Yeah. They're a band.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Oh, Cult.
Daisy Chain
My
for
life
Satan.
with the Thrill.
They have a great song, Daisy Chain for Satan. It's really good.
Yeah.
I wonder what you said.
American industrial rock bands. Yeah. My life with the Thrill Kill Cult.
Yeah, it just
Basically,
sounded
Rob
like
Zombie took their look.
a completely different word.
An industrial sound.
Yes. Yeah.
God, that isn't like Andy.
Redco
Say
had
that
already
word.
done that, no, it wasn't. I didn't say it at all. No.
Yeah, I think it was with the music going on. It just got lost in translation.
Yeah, possibly.
I went,
I watched a
you
great
went to see
documentary.
the Who? The Thrill Kill what?
Thrill, yeah.
Yeah.
I watched a great documentary actually. I've still got it in my save things. I'll dig it out on how industrial became pop. So it goes right the way through from even sort of music concrete things, right the way up through Throbbing Gristle, Cabaret Voltaire, but even bands that have been before that.
Oh,
In the 1960s, there was some really weird, freaky things in the 1960s.
Oh God, yeah.
Through Throbbing Gristle, Cabaret Voltaire, and all that stuff, right up to sort of Nine Inch Nails, taking industrial into the charts. Really,
Yeah.
it's really good. There's all sorts of things mentioned on the way, and I'd forgotten, if I'm honest, about my life with the Thrill Kill Cult, and I've got a couple of tapes of theirs in a box. But they're on cassette, so I've not listened to them for decades. Even though I've got the facility, but I haven't listened to it for ages. Also, Nurse with Wound, all sorts of groups with these really that I'd forgotten that I used to listen to loads. Oh,
Wow.
so yeah. But I've always had a liking for that. Anything that came sort of under the umbrella of industrial, because it covers so much different stuff. I mean, because let's be honest, Coil sound nothing like Front 242, for example. They just don't sound the same. But it's all under that experimental noise merchant. Oh,
Yeah, it was a great. It was a great genre.
Say again, David.
I was saying that was a really great genre for a while.
Yes.
That were coming out of that.
Well, I mean, even really early Roxy, when they let Eno let the lead off him with his VCS3, you go, don't need a keyboard, mate, just a joystick will do. Give me all this,
all over the place. Beyond Judgment, 242, Godflesh.
The other night they had a Jello offer with the guests as well, and he brought out a kind of a mannequin of George W. Bush and was trying to screw it. So. It's quite amusing.
Half God, Half Beast. I also saw and met Sheep on Drugs in 1993 when they were doing that tour for Sheep on Drugs. 15 Seconds of Fame. No, 15 Minutes of Fame. 15 Minutes of Fame by Sheep on Drugs. Oh, what a track. Killing Joke. Yeah, Killing Joke getting mentioned in the industrial stuff. Absolutely they do.
I think it's making
War Dance.
It's making my camera go mad. Look at it.
Killing Joke is amazing.
Camera's thick.
Yeah, Killing Joke were a fantastic band.
They can play to that. They get that going. That'd be like at the start of the.
Oh, Canada.
Welcome to Forbidden Planet.
Yeah, it's Canada.
Give it a rest, under my ears are bleeding.
Moose.
The moose.
The moose.
It's can of moose.
The moose is loose.
About this hoose.
Looking forward to
this hoose. Hey.
God, I haven't heard that song for ages.
What Andy's playing? Yeah.
No, the Moose Loose About This Hoose.
I've never heard it.
Oh, it was a single here.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. It was in the chart. It was in the charts.
Oh, yeah.
There's a moose loose about this hoose. Believe it or not.
All right. Making fun of Canadians, I hope.
No, actually.
No, it's Scottish. It's Scottish.
Speaking about Canada, there were two that we forgot. There were two that we forgot to mention in all of that. We forgot to mention Skinny Puppy and Frontline Assembly.
Oh, yeah.
Mention them as well.
And Frontline Assembly became Delirium.
Delirium. Yeah. Well, actually, they're the same guys.
Yeah.
It's Fulber and Labe, isn't it? They're same two guys.
Yeah. I prefer Delirium, to be honest.
It's more tuneful.
It's still
Yes. So, what's that? Andy, you're recreating Bulbor?
Recreating
Or-
shit here.
Recreating shit, yes.
There you go. We'll do the
We got
slow
it.
one.
Here we go. Ready? We got it tuned up.
It's really Little Planet.
It's very farty right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris and Cozy, I've got our beast. Yeah, well, that's
Alien farts.
that's Throbbing Gristle. Well, the Throbbing Gristle spin-offs were interesting, weren't they? So, Chris and Cozy, Coil, Psychic TV, 3 great bands spinning off from Throbbing Gristle. Brilliant. Zoonosis. Sheffield Massive.
That's the number for this patch here.
That's it. I'm sure there was a band called the Sweet Dragons. This is turning into a White House album.
What, Mary Whitehouse?
No.
Yeah, clangers on crack. Yeah. Well, there's a name for a band. Crack clangers. That's brilliant.
Clangers on crack.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
where the crack clangers. Yeah. White Noise. What was his name? What was the guy from White House called? Yeah, David.
It's got a Planet of the Apes atmosphere as well.
Yeah, I like those weird sounds of Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, yeah.
Like vocal sounds and stuff.
Oh, Stormtrooper of Death. Yeah.
Typical stormtrooper, even missed the camera.
I think Matt went to commit suicide.
Suicide, they were in the list as well.
So this is like the company Death by Audio.
Oh, yeah.
So these are good patches here. These little
Fire it up again, Matt. It'll be alright.
glitch patches that have these rotating
Please, Skidoo. The Residents. So I'll show them now. Chucking up all these lists of bands that were name checked in this documentary. Oh, you've woken up.
There he is.
Kind of a trip, huh? Be better if I knew what I was doing.
Here he is.
He's back.
This one going through like a lot of glitches and stuff like this patch.
So, Kent, are you saying there's room for expansion in the Hydrasynth?
Yeah, I could rent rooms out. Honest to God, it's not a big board by any stretch.
I mean, I guess we could just put ball bearings in there.
Yeah, I still don't know how that ball bearing got in it.
Or we could put that little box Andy's playing. Just let it go. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
You had a ball bearing in your Hydrasynth?
Well, what it was when I had it on the floor and I was putting it all back together, I must have picked up one of the ball bearings that was on the floor from when the drawer broke. So, hence the trip to the floor very quickly. The little thing.
I'm not sure if this is selling either box right now. People are going to say, I'm not buying that shit.
I'm not sure either.
Say sorry to the companies ahead of time.
It's a bit of counterpoint, isn't it?
There you go.
That's what I go. What the fuck?
Okay, this is the B section, Ken. Got it? Yeah. I like the
Beat off section.
Kent, have you tried that supermassive reverb from Kalahana?
Oh, yes.
Or is your black hole back on?
The black, well, because it reverted it back, so I can have black hole on here. And I'll just use this for the processing, really, more than anything else. Seems to be quieter that way as well, weirdly. Not so much noise going on.
Is it noisy? Is that the noise we're hearing now?
Strangely enough, no.
Oh, okay.
That's a quiet patch.
I think you broke it.
No, it's just when you have this glitch mode, it kind of just does whatever the hell it wants. It's a button called Chaos.
I didn't notice that. You seem to be in full control.
Hard to tell, right? It's so clean.
Yeah.
I got a wife that's in permanent glitch mode.
I have an ex-wife.
I think you just need a little bit more effects.
Think so? It's
Come on, give us a chord.
Yeah. Give us a C major.
Yeah.
It's Microcosm, man. That thing's nuts. So here's just an idea. Raw sound, if you want to hear the raw sound of this thing.
Okay.
Turn this down a little bit.
That's cousin it. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Very 8-bit video gaming kind of stuff, right?
Can you track that at all?
I mean, this pitch in this mode, there's pitch settings here on the 4 steps, but
Yeah, it almost sounds.
but this is like it's a little sourish. But then you just go, all right, fuck that, I'm gonna turn this on. It sounds all nice.
And we're back in space.
Cleo looks lost.
Look at this switch. Oh no!
Oh my god!
Kirby?
It's
Kirby's
Ray
mad.
Dave's evil twin.
Humpty Dumpty had a big knife. Humpty Dumpty feared for his life.
Humpty Dumpty just shanked his wife.
This is where you use the line in the Charles Bronson movie 10 to Midnight. His knife has got to be his penis, and he goes, no.
God.
There's some flatulence there.
Yeah.
Feels like Andrew is here.
Poor old Cleo sitting there going, where'd Dad go?
Yeah. I think
he
she's
coming?
listening to.
You go, is he coming back?
I think she's listening to this and she's thinking, I think I OD'd on catnip. The fuck?
Oh, he comes back with a great big catnip joint. So he goes, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to do an Ian as well now, so I will. It may be a semi-Ian, it may not. I'm going to jump and say, have a lovely evening.
Bye, darling.
All right.
Catch you all soon.
Have a good rest.
Soon. Take care, folks. Draw.
Hello, baby.
Just Nintendo jumping sounds.
Yeah. Yeah, Super Mario.
Like those little bleepy things in Blade Runner, and then there's the nice
Yeah.
vocals and strings behind it.
Yeah, when he's zooming in the picture.
But it's not. Ah, right, okay.
I think the keyboard is in case.
Makes more sense.
The actual ball inside. Yeah, there we go.
Goes with that.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's really fiddly to tune this thing.
I'm so glad this Hydrasynth's still working.
That's cool. The shelf just
Yeah, just on
collapsed.
point. Yeah, anyway, like that. Oh! Like that. And of course, I plugged it in, turned it on again, and it was like no lights. It's like, oh my god! Yeah.
Didn't drop on your toe again, did it?
Hmm?
It didn't drop on your toe, I hope.
Oh no.
Okay.
No, thank God for that. Yeah. Having to hop, swear, and repair it. Copyright strike. Need strings behind it.
Like a Maniac's version of this thing.
Yeah. Thing is, Matt, you can get them to sound the same. Because no 80 sounds the same as another 80 as well. And so you do a bit of messing around and you can get it. The sound's easy to get, it's that performance part of it.
Yeah.
Once you've got that copied, yeah, it's cool. So there's no need to rush out and buy a £54,000 CS80.
Yeah, because I'll do that tomorrow,
Yeah.
yeah. Somebody's asking, is that an internal reverb on the Hydra or a plug-in?
Yes, it is an actual CS80 here. They sound like shit with no effects. As opposed to...
I think the output is a bit hot.
Is it a bit high?
Yeah, it's always just distorts a little bit.
Okay, bring it in.
Oh yeah.
Sounds
Yeah, but
Yes.
the 80 also has like the bass is like it rips your balls off.
Yeah, I mean,
How
the
does
80 will
compare?
have that edge. The 80 will always have that edge because at the end of the day, it's an analog synth.
Yeah.
But if you spend enough time just pissing around with the graphic, you can
Yeah.
kind of get it there.
Yeah.
You just put it more down the bottom end, and you can get it. Whereas this, you just turn this on and you can do it. You have to mess around to get it.
Right.
That's a bit. And once the patch is saved, then it's as good as.
Yeah.
So, honestly, to be honest with you, I think the same goes for all analog stuff. It can be, if you put enough time into it, it can be recreated.
Yeah.
In the digital domain. It just depends on how focused on a particular synth you are and how much money, how much time you're willing to spend on getting the sound.
Yeah.
Because you do get a lot of software come out and go, oh yes, this is the the Juno 16. You play it and you go,
no, it's not.
Yeah, but is it? Not
Yeah.
quite.
Yeah.
Or it may be one or two patches that have nailed, and then the rest of it's sort of like you'd have to actually go in there and copy it, because they don't copy everything. Because if you just copy the architecture, you will not get. Technically, you don't get the sound of the synth. That's
right.
It's not enough. It's not enough. You have to actually go in there and tweak. So, but there you go.
The only CS80 VST recreation I've heard that it sounds convincing. Well, I could actually make the exact same sound as one song from Saga.
Yeah.
It's the IK Multimedia, the Syntronic.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's samples from the actual beast, but the control is so minimal. You don't have control. I mean, basically, you have like 4, 5, 6 parameters you can play with, and that's it. So it's not like the full,
Yeah, exactly.
Arturia is okay, but I mean, you have all the controls, but it doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go spend 56 grand.
Yeah,
just so I don't have to learn to program the synth and do it exactly like it should.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, the one that's for sale on GAC for 54 grand, the guy who actually owns it is only asking 30. The rest of it is just commission, GAC's commission.
Okay.
Yeah, which is a bit, sort of like. Yeah. They don't come in that often. They go, fuck it, we'll make the best we can out of it. Which is just horrible, ridiculous, but there you go.
I almost bought a non-functioning CS80 12 years ago.
Yeah.
It was like $2 grand.
Yeah.
But then, then you mortgage your house to fix it, so send it to you.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, like, it was ridiculous that I never did that myself, because I could have bought one in for, say, I don't know, like you say, $2 grand. And I literally have to spend nothing getting it up to scratch because they've got all the parts here.
Right, exactly.
And then kick it out. But when I think about 20 years ago, I would restore a CS80 completely electronically. And then I'd take all the Tolex off, re-Tolex it. New ribbon controller, new felt for the ribbon controller. So literally the thing was brand new. And then Richard would put them up on his website, selling them as restored CS80s for $3.5 grand.
Wow.
Yeah. 2002, 3,500 for a fully restored, guaranteed CS80.
Yeah.
With lifetime support. I still get people, contacting me now that, they've bought a KSR 80 off me nearly 20 years ago. Go, oh, it's got this noise here or that. And go, all right, we'll do this, do that, and the other. Oh, cool. Thanks a lot. Cheers. So for 3.5K. And then there were 4. Yeah, well, exactly. And then there were 5. And then there were 8. And then there were 12. And then there were 14.
Yeah.
And then for ages they were about 16, and people were going, well, it's really expensive. Fuck it all. You can get them a lot cheaper than that elsewhere. Well, yeah, but it's like brand new, you twat. Fuck off. And now it's stupid money.
Yeah.
And as much as I love them, and you'll be hard pushed to find anybody who loves CS80s more, it's too fucking expensive for a CS80. End of.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that money. It just shouldn't.
So, in your opinion, what should they be?
I would say, in the current climate, no more than 20. And that's for a one.
Yeah.
I mean, even Jupiter 8s are getting that up that end, didn't they?
Well, Jupiter 8 started it all off when they started going mental.
Yeah.
And what always surprised me about it, they made somewhere in the region of about, I think it was about 40,000 JP8s. But they only made like 750 of these buggers.
Mm-hmm.
So these were going up for grabs for 16k, and Jupiter 8s were going up, getting 24, 25k for them. You can, but it's desirability for you. As long as people were buying them for that, that's the price.
Yeah.
So, but it's madness. It's madness. But when you think you can get
how many are left?
what JPs?
No, imagine CSs.
Well, I've restored certain CS80s that technically should have gone into skips. So, I think there's probably about 700 odd still. Well, I've done like 590, 600 80s now, and the rest of them are I haven't looked at. I know. But you have to do that to be a aficionado of CS80s, you know. It's because it's funny, because I can turn one on and go, la da 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 da, and I can tell you exactly what's wrong with it. Every circuit, every chip.
Get the Dalek voice coming again.
Oh, again? Yeah, it didn't take... Well, it took 2 hours this time. It's always about 2 hours.
What does that?
No idea.
It's a Mac, right?
Yeah. Happens from a Mac.
There we go. It should be back again. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I changed it to 41k, then changed it back to 48, and it's gone. And then it doesn't come back for another 2 hours.
Weird.
Yeah, but like I say, Matt, honest to God, if you want that sound, get the Arturia CS80V version 4. That's what, yeah. Nailed.
That was
Is it?
Yeah, that's Arturia.
Oh no shit!
Hell, I thought it was Hydra.
No, the Hydra's providing the poly aftertouch, and that's the other half of the sound, if you like. But if you have any poly AT keyboard, you've got it.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
and that's how you get that without having to, rob a bank.
Oh well. I have that. I'll have to twiddle a little bit more with it. You remember? Sorry? No, I was saying that nothing was responding to poly aftertouch.
Yeah.
And you said, "Do you have a poly on?" I checked. Yes, it's on. I turned it off on the Hydra, and it works. I don't know what's happening.
Do you set it to any MIDI channel in the door?
Yep.
Really? Because this is look.
Yeah. And when I turn the poly,
that's what it should do.
Yeah, and it does. It does when I turn on the Hydra. When I turn the settings to poly off, and then now the VST responds to polyphonic aftertouch. I don't know.
That's bizarre.
It is fucked
Because
up.
technically you need the MPE on.
Yeah.
How bizarre.
Well, yeah, and its MPE is off, and it works. And same with the GX80 from Cherry Audio. Same thing. I have to have it off.
So basically, if it's turned off, you're using channel pressure rather than MPE.
But it works as MPE. It responds like each note independently.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the version 9 collection, but you can buy it separately if it's just the 80 you want.
Oh, the version 9, I have 8. I didn't. Yeah, see, that's my.
But if you get the version 4, they've got it even closer.
Okay.
They cured a few little discrepancies that it had, like particularly in the ring modulator section, for instance. It didn't quite react. The Cherry one, the modulation, it's not quite right yet.
Yeah.
But there'll be updates and it'll get there.
Yeah. Oh, it's still a good sounding synth. I mean,
absolutely.
It sounds like an amazing.
Yeah. But it's that, if you get a synth and it's not pointing at anything, it's just its own thing, then fine. But when it deliberately points at a particular instrument, then it should be sounding like it.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the best CS80 brass sounds I ever got was from a piece of software called Strobe, which is MPE'd, and I think it was pretty much pushed towards the Roley.
Okay.
To use the Roley. Yeah, but so it used to be a thing in its own right, but now it's become a whole Roley thing. And I made a CS80 brass sound in it, and it didn't take long either. And it was like, wow, that's really good. But then Arturia come along and gone, piss off. So I just pushed the buttons, brass 1 and 2 on the front panel, turned down the global brightness a bit, and Bob's your auntie, you got it.
Wow.
On the GX80, you have to do a lot more. The presets don't sound like CS80 presets. There's a lot more to do to them.
Yeah.
So unless they modelled it on a broken 80, which they might have done, because it might explain why the 4-string presets don't sound right. Because there's a calibration that you do on an 80 where you actually have to use the front panel to calibrate it. And because it always boots up strings 1 and 2, if you do the calibration with those presets on, you get a different sounding 80. And that's what the GX80 sounds like. It sounds like, it's an uncalibrated 80, or wrongly calibrated 80 that they've modelled the software on. So, but I told them about it, so at some point they'll probably get that sorted out. So.
And then we'll thank you for it.
Yeah, no doubt. So, but it's all good in the long run. So, it's what it's all about. But I mean, it's weird having a CS80 in here and going. It's so much easier to just fire up the software and go for it. Do you know what I mean? It's just mad. Although sitting down in front of this and playing it is an experience in itself.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but sometimes just for ease of use, I mean, boom, it's done.
Yeah, because twiddling with the knobs and sliders, that's why I like the DeepMind 12.
Yeah, where you can just go done and get on with it. Yeah. Because sometimes I'll have an idea for a track, and I really don't want to be fucking around in the meantime. Go, what was I going to play?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And besides, this thing's always too quiet anyway. But it'll be good. I need to put an actual hardware reverb on this, and it'll be very different.
Yeah.
So.
Man, I mean, that's a setup, though. You can just turn one side.
Yeah, you go.
I mean, you've earned it.
And now, going back 40 years,
millimeter mouse. Yeah. I mean, you could do the most epic video, right? You're just like, you go over to the Arturia. Let me just do it. You flip back.
What's weird? I can't remember who I was talking to about it. It might have been Dave Spears actually, and he said why don't you do a video, and video yourself playing the 80, but it actually being the Arturia on the Hydra, and then at the end of the video go, well, actually it was this.
Yeah.
So, because it's weird, if you got the physical instrument in front of you, people just go, wow, that's what an 80 sounds like.
And people will be sitting there the whole time. Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Like,
that's
the sound. Yes, it is, but it's not.
Yeah, you get drawn in. Yeah.
Yeah, you start by saying, this is what a real CS80 sounds like.
Yeah.
Well, I got the I just picked up that Mellotron from GeForce, the Pro, but along with it, I went ahead and grabbed the single Oberheim SEM, and holy shit, man, that thing is just like blowing out the speakers. It sounds so good. And I'm sure you could fool some people with that, with that Oberheim. It's like, it's got so much texture.
It's funny, they're talking about the OBE. I did a couple of patches for the OBE, and one of them was to have this string synth on 4 of the SEMs, and then 2 of the other 4 SEMs were this doubled up CS80 brass sound. So it was on the split keyboard.
I mean, on some level, I think it's hard for us to really wrap our head around how much work like GeForce and them did, and I mean, like what they're giving you, especially when the sales are on. You're just like, damn, and this is a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, I was beta testing OBE. Christ, what, 18 months, 2 years before it actually hit?
Oh wow!
That
but it was quite bizarre because it was one of the patches that didn't make the list. Some of the other ones got through, but not the CS80 one. And he said, no, not the CS80. I said, yeah, but you can really get brilliant CS80 sounds on this. He goes, let's not go down that road. He goes, he said it would probably create a lot of shit for us later. I went, all right, cool, it's your company, mate. Yeah, but I said, you sure? And he went, yeah, just. If people go looking, they'll find it,
Yeah. No.
But you know what's brilliant about that software is that if you tear it apart and look at the code, OBE is FM.
Oh, bollocks.
Oh, really?
No, it's FM. It is technically an FM engine.
Wow.
Yeah.
We need a cloth. We need a cloth, and quick.
Don't tell Rob.
I can't move.
Coming these pants again.
Just all over the
Did a tea towel. This is what sweatbands are for, mate.
Quick, get the smash pan.
Yeah, Matt made a boo-boo.
See, the CS80V even does this thing where it actually makes certain voices randomly not quite in tune, which I think is a lovely touch. Because even when an 80's in tune, sometimes round, there'll be a pair of voices that suddenly aren't just starting to beat, and the next time round they're back in tune again, where it just moves about, literally breathes. So, and they seem to have got that nailed on this.
I think the OBE had kind of the same idea behind it as well. If I remember correctly, I might not.
Well, I mean, when Dave contacted him one day and he said, "Look, we've nailed it. It's going to be MPE compatible." I'm going, yes, fucking yes. So yeah, so when it came out and I did that little video of me doing a sort of like a Blade Runner-y thing using OBE, and yeah, I got people in private message me and stuff like that. Go, fuck, you go, is that really the OBE doing that? I went, yeah, I know, it's fucking mad, isn't it? So, and that's when I started to realise that software was eventually going to nail these things properly.
Yeah.
You know, because for a while you'd get, oh, this VST's come out, it's the Selena string or something like that, and you try it out and you go, no, it ain't. When you've heard 300 or 400 bloody Selenas, if it's it'd have to fall somewhere in that category of several hundred Selenas, and you go, oh no, that's far too in tune, it's too accurate, and the chorus is wrong, and the tone is wrong, and all that sort of thing, and you just know immediately. But lately, people go, oh yeah, there's our new Selena, version 2 or whatever, and you go, oh shit, that's good. So it's very encouraging, because it means I don't have to keep repairing this shit. Just have software instead. Yeah. Mate.
Yeah, but we love our hardware synths as well.
Oh God, yeah. But there again, when you think about it, I mean, like people go, like the hardware. You say, oh, the Hydrasynth Deluxe, it's hardware. Yeah, but it's a VST in a box with a keyboard. All keyboards for the last 20 years have technically been VSTs in boxes.
Yeah.
So, what is a hardware synth anymore?
Yeah, it's getting hard to really.
Yeah.
It really just doesn't fucking matter. It just doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. That's the whole point. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it's good that the software is getting that hardware edge,
Yeah. Oh, some of it's so good now. It is.
Yeah. But I can remember like 20 years ago, I spent £1,800 on a string library that my computer could barely work, and took another hour, this patch will load up kind of thing, and you play it and you go, oh, that sounds like a violin, and then 2 years later another string library comes out and you go, no, wait, this sounds like a violin, that doesn't sound like a violin at all, this does. 2 years later another one comes out, no, this sounds like a violin, not that one, and so forth and so forth. But in the last 4 or 5 years, yeah, it sounds like a violin as well. Yeah, that sounds like a violin as well. Yeah, they all sound like violins. It's done. They've nailed it.
Yeah.
And that's
why you see.
Real.
Yeah, but then you see. This is why sometimes you see things like with Spitfire Labs. You go, oh, what we've done is we've taken some strings, and we've recorded them with a U-47 in a bin filled with water, while somebody hits it with a cricket bat. Doing anything else other than doing just straight strings, because it's done. It's done.
Right, it's like the augmented strings, right? It's the same.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute,
Yeah. So here's our new piano that somebody's playing inside a volcano. Oh, yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, that's a different sound, because the piano's nailed. It's done. It's not getting any better. They've done it. So it's now, just different environments and stuff like that, and working different things.
It is cool though how they're getting down to specific pianos, right? And specific rooms,
Yeah, but that's because there's nowhere else to go with the actual instrument. Yeah.
I mean, that's in its
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing what they can do with some of them. I mean,
but sometimes it's sort of like, sometimes it's not enough, because like somebody goes, oh, here's for instance, Jupiter 8, and you go, and here's our physically modelled Jupiter 8, but then they do a whole library of the Jupiter 8 and say Abbey Road. And you go, yeah, that could have just been a patch in this, mate. It didn't have to be a whole library itself.
Well, I think it's weird too, how I was trying to think. Oh, the MPC one where they just did the Juno stuff and some of the Roland stuff, and they got the aesthetics, and everyone just, I think, psychologically, oh, this is what I want.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are we getting excited about here exactly? I mean, But something about the aesthetic of it too. Even when I saw it, I was like, "Ooh, that looks really nice." I'm like,
but this is one of the good things about Spitfire Audio, is they're doing this, but they're making them free, because even they know all they're doing is taking their sample library that they already have and just mangling it in a different way. And that's not enough to be classed as a library. And go, so it's free here. It's something we've done along the way, kind of thing, just to keep people's hands in, keep coming back to the website, as it were. So, and there's some lovely, interesting instruments in there. I must admit, a lot of them are just where they're mangled, and sometimes it's just not what I'm looking for. I like unusual, but not too mangled. Where it's just a weird noise, or it doesn't even sound like the instrument you're actually using anymore. But so it's just one of those things, I suppose. But if you want a proper orchestral library, you've got to go and got to buy Vienna, and I think that's about a full Vienna library is about £15,000.
Jesus.
So I mean, Ty's got Vienna, but he knows how to use it. So when he does a track, he'll play me a track, and I'm going, no, mate, that's a fucking orchestra. That's not you at a computer.
Yeah.
Surely. I mean, you listen to Orchestrated. Somebody put Orchestrated, videos Orchestrated up on YouTube. And I was listening to this, and I said to Ty, I said, your album's up on YouTube. He went, is it? Oh, it's nothing to do with me. He says, I've been paid. And I said, yeah, but it's the comments. Oh, wow, it's so great to hear Midge with a real orchestra. Oh, yeah, the real orchestra sound really does it for the Ultravox tracks and stuff like that. And I go, mate, if you just knew that it was him most of the time on a coffee table with a MacBook Pro, you'd fucking shit yourselves. So, and it does. You listen to the CD and you go, yeah, that bastard really, really knows how to do an orchestra. Fucker. What a fucker.
Hey, you guys want to hear this? I made something a little more melodic instead of some nasty,
go for it.
dirty, noisy shit. So, can you hear that okay?
Yeah.
I got 4 notes to play with, so what the hell. Good old Microcosm. That's pretty much all Microcosm, because this is just a boring... Turn it all down.
Oh, I see.
So it's doing some filtering, it's doing some repeats.
Yeah.
It's getting the pattern there.
Oh, that's
some
clever.
filter here.
Yeah.
There's the repeats. This is kind of almost a reverse mode there. They start adding the space to it. And then it just trails off for a long time. great box. I love the Microcosm.
Does the Microcosm have a mix knob?
That's what this was right here. So boring, and then mix in.
I hate it when they don't have the mix knobs.
Well, and like a lot of effects, the mix really kills your main signal, so you have to adjust this volume while you're doing it sometimes.
Oh yeah,
so like
yeah.
Because here it's too loud, right? I turn this down a little bit, and the original's totally gone. I have to crank it up again.
Yeah.
At some point, it kills it altogether. So.
I have like a.
It's going bonkers.
Your face. Oh my god. Oh, David was like, ah.
Going bonkers. Yeah,
well, I got 7 animals, so it's just like, oh my god, it's happening again.
Yeah, it's fun. I was playing around with it when you guys were talking. I figured there's these modes here. This matrix is a little bit weird, but this is the waveform mode, so you can go into the waveform mode and change the waveform for each one. So let me kill the effects here. There's different waveforms you can choose here, and you can mix and match if you want. Make it an organy.
It's musical. I like some of those kind of.
Yeah.
I like this old. It's not really. Microcosm's so dominant, though. It's just terrible.
Yeah, but it also takes shit like this and makes it sound pretty cool.
Oh,
so.
no, I get it. It's got the, it's that...
It's mojo.
It's that reverb with those lower frequencies that start to get really, it's super muddy, which is a sound.
Yeah.
It's like my brain starts to try to find the clarity. It's almost like, oh my god, look. Fell in the water. Fell deep in the ocean. Cleo.
I got a different mode here. Get a different.
Did I just hear a dog barking?
Yeah. So
that's kind of cool. It should have like a dog bark. You know, but like pitched, right?
Just run the SK1 or SK5 dog bark through it. Casio SK5.
You could have like 10 different dogs.
Some of these have nice
Chihuahua.
here.
that's kind of soothing, actually. Like, yeah. And all the overtones.
Yes, yeah. That's nice.
This one does a little glitchy bits. Let's try this one again.
Yeah, I like that tone. It's kind of like a weird hybrid glitchy organ.
Yeah, you can play with the repeats and all that. glitching it, see? And it has granular stuff over here. There's a tempo knob here too. So I'm getting different timbres and I haven't even touched this thing.
Yeah.
Just working some magic on it. There's no bit nothing here. You really just have to fiddle because every preset's different for every sound, so you never know what you're going to get to start fiddling. Let's change those waveforms again. Back here so I can hear what I'm doing. There's some buzzy ones in here. So smooth.
Fiona just asked me, she said, if you could have anything in the world, what would you have? And I said, I want raccoons as an indigenous species in the UK. I want raccoons living here.
They're cute, but they are very clever and destructive. And once you get them,
that's cool.
They use your sewer system, your storm drains. They have a whole freeway system in cities. It's amazing.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
And some people are scared of them, right? I can walk right up to a wild one. I go, "Hey, buddy," and he's like checking me out, like, "Hey, why aren't you running away?" Because you guys are cool. Get over it.
Yeah.
Because most people go, raccoon, because they will kill dogs. They're pretty tough.
Yeah.
But if you give them, it's a typical bluff strategy.
Yeah.
You don't change your ground. You even charge them a little bit. They'll kind of back off a little bit. Go, whoa, this guy's not fucking around. And then you can just sit there and watch them. They don't run away. You don't run away, and it's a lot of fun.
Hang on, I'm going to have to change my lights.
Let's do a little more low frequency stuff here. Oh, that is the lowest. Stuff here. Granular's not being very weird.
Yeah, badges every time I say.
I'd say good night. Leave you.
You off, darling.
We'll do.
Good night,
You
man.
take care. See you later.
All right,
Take
mate.
it easy.
Love still.
Ta-da. And you.
Take care, bud.
Just So some kind of ambient kind of sound to it. That scrapey sound used in the Prophecy theme.
Yeah.
It's also a nice arm mode. You can make it more plucky. Some more weird stuff here. Now it's adding like windy noises and stuff to it. This is a micro loop, but it's somehow exploiting the sound a little bit more. It's getting some of the more noise out of it and looping it. And there's a loop setting here. Some of the functions I don't even know how to do. There's a bunch of buttons here and stuff I've never touched, so it's a pretty deep little thing. Yeah, that's fun. Now it's back to being weird again. There's a tap tempo here. There's a hold function. Let's see if I can tap tempo this and mess it up a bit. Stupid cables in the way here. Come on. There we go. One thing about this, they didn't put any feet on it. And I don't remember seeing any in the box.
Oh.
So it's just metal and it slides around.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a bit
Sucks.
weird.
Either they forgot or I just spaced on it, but I put some feet on it.
It strangely fits well with the ambience.
Yeah, in a very weird way.
Well, it's Pink Floyd Animal all over again.
Oh, there we go. There's a what is this function? Action, motion, not to motion. Sounds like a depth.
Blade Runner again. When what do they call it?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, sounds like that. Also sounds like an old Goblin soundtrack.
Yeah.
That bit, isn't it? Yeah, there. never get that bloody last chord.
Yeah, he was very, I mean, the melodies were simple.
Oh god,
but
yeah.
Everything in the back was just like, fuck, try to do it. No.
Yeah. Yeah, it was always about all the other stuff.
Yeah.
And there was that juxtaposition thing where you did that just every whoa, where'd that come from? I actually remember
Middle Eastern
that.
vocals and all kinds of cool stuff, yeah.
Man, it's a weird chord that was. Really sort of like
yeah. Yeah, I could never figure that part out.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I listened to the bit on the record over and over and over again till I got it right, or it sounded right.
Yeah.
It's funny enough, it was because that was one of the ones I put up on my SoundCloud. God, the amount of people that played that. It was just mad. They went mad for it. But it was only after I recorded it and put it out that I went, oh, I forgot to turn off the chorus on the string synth. Made it sound wrong.
Yeah.
I can't, there shouldn't be chorus on it. Think, twat.
So you took it down, redid it?
No. It took a while to do, and I go, oh, I'm not doing that again. I'll leave it for a couple of years and I'll have another crack at it.
But you got some good stuff on your SoundCloud.
Yeah, it's funny how all the tracks that have CS80 on it do really, really well, even if they're shit tracks.
Well, the way you play it, it's the emotion you put in it. That's what people.
None of these things are mixed.
No.
I don't mix. Well, you know, between you, me, and the gatepost, right? I don't know how to mix. I don't even know what a compressor's for. What is a compressor for? Is that for using a paint gun? For fuck no, you know?
Yeah.
Graphic equalizer, never seen one. Do you know what I mean? It's all like, yeah, generally it all sounds okay. Up it goes. You know?
Yeah.
But I've had people say to me, oh, you should get that properly produced and oh, you should get that mixed and stuff like that. Go, well, no, it's Vangelis's track, it's been done. And I'm never going to get anywhere near as good as it, so no. Oh, what about your own stuff? Well, I don't even know what my own stuff's supposed to sound like, so how the fucking hell is somebody else going to?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and it's funny how, I mean, I have a few songs on SoundCloud as well. And the one song that people that have more views or listens is the one song that I did as a joke in one afternoon using major 7 chords only. It was just to make a joke, really. And,
right.
and my girlfriend said, oh, that sounds good. I said, no, it doesn't. I'm laughing at music. I'm laughing at what people like.
Yeah.
I'm laughing at people, basically. And then, you know, then that's the song people like.
Well, that's right. Yeah, but I mean, that's good because it's a breath of fresh air because everybody else is doing stuff that's kind of like serious and, you know, blah, 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 all the rest of it. Yeah. It's good to put out something that's just a bit of a giggle, you know?
Yeah, but it's a giggle for me, but people like go, wow, that's good. That's good. And you go, no, but the stuff that I did right after, the song after, took me 3 months because for a week I was wondering if I should, you know, do a 7th or not.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said before, I mean, there's a track on my SoundCloud where I record myself playing a CS80 and just making shit up as I go along. Then do a second track, but can't remember roughly what I did and where it was going to go, so I had to be very careful how I followed it and tried to follow it and make it sound like I knew where I was going. And the speed was different because once you play something through, when you go to play to it, you're kind of faster and you have to keep trying to slow down to how you did it the first time around. And I got thousands of plays. And I go, because it's full of bum notes and the rest of it, but it was a CS80. People go, oh, it's a CS80, I'll listen to that.
but it's I know which song you're talking about, but it is good, just because I guess because it's got some bum notes, but we don't notice them.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But it's that thing where it has that Vangelis path. So when it goes from one, even if it goes to a weird, to a different chord, it's somewhere in Vangelis's collection somewhere. This chord to this chord happened,
Right.
And it's it's just weird because it just goes, oh, I'm going to go here, yeah, that's Vangelis, and I go, oh, here, there's Vangelis. So weird.
But you got some good shit.
It was alright. It was a bit of a giggle. There was that film score one that I started, never finished.
Yeah, you do that I do that sometimes. I just take a movie, I just mute everything, and I rewrite the music.
Yeah,
fun.
I find playing the picture really, really easy. Weirdly,
yeah.
I find that really. There's people say that I spoke to composers who've gone, no, that's hard. Really? I find it really, really easy.
Yeah.
Right to a blank page, not so much.
Yeah,
Weird.
absolutely. Yeah. And that's often when I write something, I create an image in my head, and that's the one, actually, the song that most people like. I had an image in my head, like driving on a street in France, and a picture in black and white, and people go, oh yeah, and when they tell me what it reminds them of, that's exactly what they say. Like, oh yeah, driving on a road, and like, okay, well, at least I was able to convey an image in music. That's the good part. But writing to image to a movie, much easier.
Yeah.
Much easier. Because you're just complementing the emotion there. You're just bringing something out of the movie that's not there.
Yeah, because like Ty hardly ever gets picture.
Oh yeah.
It's just they just say, oh, we want this in this style, and then he
like you said the other day.
Yeah, and then
Miles
runs
Davis.
off 12 people. Yeah, and just see whether they like it or not. So like, Christ, at least film something to send him to work with. Give him an idea,
But that story he said about the Miles Davis song. Oh, but he likes the title of the song. He doesn't like Miles Davis.
That's great. I love that part.
Fuck.
Yeah.
How do you deal with people like that? Oh, fuck. He deserves every penny he gets.
Well, we always make reference to the American football Netflix series that he was doing last year. That was hilarious. Well, not for Ty, but for everybody else. It was just so funny that this company just really didn't know what the fuck they wanted. But from one day to the next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it was a 4-hour documentary.
Yeah.
And they wanted music all the way through it. So he had to write 4 hours of original music.
Wow.
And they kept changing it. And then they changed the style. Yeah. And they said, oh, Netflix are waiting for this. And what Netflix do, I don't know whether this is standard with everything, but they said it was common policy that when something is finished, it goes to Netflix and then it just sits on the shelf for 3 months while they wait to schedule it in or give it a release date. So it looked like he had bags of time to get this thing done, but he actually didn't. But because they kept changing what they wanted and fucking him about all the time, it's... Okay, well, I hope they paid you a lot, mate, because that was a lot of shit you had to put up with, mate, I tell you.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. Because it was literally, because it was like phoning me every day nearly. He goes, oh, you never guess what these wankers have decided today. I go, oh, go on, now what? He goes, oh no, they've gone this route or they've gone that route now. How much of what you did can you save? Oh, fucking none of it. None of it's any good. I've got to start again. It's all this sort of thing. And he had to do that like 5 or 6 times.
Holy fuck.
And
So, but
well, they
just
had.
for some parts, or just like no, the whole thing.
Well, the thing was, they ended up they had about 4 directors
Oh, okay.
in the end, and then he'd get this sort of like irate message from a director saying, "Oh, we were expecting a blah 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 by now," and he goes, "Well, it's the first I fucking heard of it." Oh, didn't my secretary get hold of you and tell you? No, that's why you haven't got anything. You know, it's like, have you tried talking to each other at any point? You know.
Jesus.
So, I didn't see it. I don't think it was released. Well, it was American football, so it would be primarily the US market, I would have thought. So,
And to be fair, most American football fans aren't very discerning with their entertainment. So,
yeah.
Certainly the music.
You know, some Chicago Bulls guy going, "Did he just play that violin wrong?"
Yeah. He's got the bowing all wrong. It's all downs.
The bowing it's all downs. There's no ups. What's going on?
Oh, but speaking of violins, I went to see Thursday night. It's a jazz festival here, so I went to see Hirami. I don't know if it's a jazz pianist from Japan, and it was a quintet. But so the piano, her on piano, and 4 strings. So cello, 2 violins, and 1 viola. And she wrote a suite for during the COVID.
Yeah.
And it is a 4-part, and it was so fucking moving. I mean, I love jazz, but jazz doesn't bring emotions like that. And I mean, I was crying at one point. Like, fuck, it's
wow.
I mean, seriously, if you ever, I think there's one part on the internet, and if you have time, eventually, Hirami, the Hirami quintet. It's just that. And it was so fucking amazing.
Wow.
The best show I've seen ever so far, and I've seen a lot of shows. Wonderful. Yeah.
Man.
So, anyway.
You see something cool I picked up at my favorite local used store? This thing's a trip. I haven't even plugged it in yet, but I've never seen this before. It looks like a multi-tester.
Oh.
Right?
That is a weird looking thing.
It's a Zoom multi-effects with a speaker. Check this out.
Looks like a card reader.
Yeah.
Let me figure out how to open this thing up here. There's a button here.
You have to put your Amex in it.
Yeah, before it'll work.
There's a button here to open.
You have been charged for 1 hour of play.
Oh, here it is. I think it's this button here.
Is it battery operated with that?
So there's a speaker on the top.
Okay.
And then effects panel here and a screen and buttons. And it runs on batteries. So you can go busking with this thing.
Wow.
So it's made for guitar, but you can use it for anything. But it has built-in tuner, has built-in effects. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's called the Zoom Fire. Zoom Fire 7010.
If you put the wrong batteries in it.
So it has patch banks, it has compressor wah distortion, EQ, modulation, and reverse reverb delay.
I've never seen anything like that before.
It's got controls on the sides and knobs and all kinds of shit in here. But it's real sturdy. It looks like a Fluke multimeter kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just do this, pop it in, and away you go.
Wow.
Yeah. Crazy shit, huh? I've never even seen this before.
I would have thought that would have been a little bit more popular.
I bet Wagyu has one. It's got to have one.
Yeah, it's probably.
Or 2 of them, maybe.
Yeah. He probably owns the patent.
Yeah. But this kind of shit I find
says
all the time. That's why I love that store, because not only do they have good deals on stuff I know, but then stuff like this comes up and I go, dude, what is that? One guy knows me in there. He goes, what is that? He's like, oh, check this out. And I got some other weird stuff there too.
It's for measuring your shoe size.
Yeah. But it's just weird. It has a little built-in speaker and stuff. I think it's kind of clever.
Wow, that is clever.
And then
I've never seen anything like that before.
What I got in here? Oh, you guys have seen a Bitbox before. You know what a black box is? I haven't played with this for a long time. One of the coolest little portable samplers you can get.
Ah, yes.
1010 black box. It's built-in DAW. It has you can play on the screen. You can fire up a little on-screen keyboard that comes up, or you do MIDI. It's a pretty cool little thing. You can basically plug it off USB. It's got a USB power there, as well as USB MIDI. So it's fully portable with the power bank and stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Clever shit. The module's really good too if you're into the modular. The Bitbox and I had the Bitbox Micro because the Bitbox Micro had a new firmware that was better. Also, it was smaller. I had just enough HP for the Micro, not for the full thing. So I don't have 16 parts. I only have, I think it's 12. But I use it all the time for percussion and for other stuff like that. Works quite well. I should try and plug this in real quick if you guys haven't seen it before, just for kicks. Get this Roat out of the way. You don't need that anymore. Where's the... Just take a regular headphone out. I forgot. The little headphone out. You can also run this through the effects, maybe. Let's turn the effects down. I have to go plug it in here. Let me mute this while I just jostle some mics and shit. Play some more Barber. That was good, man. I love Adagio for strings.
I'm trying to remember how it...
They play it too slow in Platoon. And I have it. I really like Eugene Ormandy a lot. He's one of my favorite conductors. And he does a version that's perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love it.
Bigger orchestra.
That's good.
That's fucking great, man.
It's not, do you know what?
Closer than I'll ever get for sure. That's really good.
Well, yeah, but you know when you're playing it, you go, no, that's not right. No, that's not right. That doesn't quite sound right. You go, I think that's the right note, but somehow that's not right.
99% of people listening have no clue that was. There's anything wrong with that.
I'll tell you what. If I do this to it, let's try it now. Why have you stopped working, you little tart? Knock it up 4 cents. It sounds better somehow. I don't know why. Always got to play a bit of hands, haven't you? I could literally play that for fucking hours, over and over and over again. I love it. And
well, please
I can't remember what film it comes from. I know it's one of his, but I'm going, is it 12 Years a Slave? No. Is it?
It sounds familiar, but I can't.
Yeah, I can never place that one.
But you have to behave because he is watching.
Yeah,
you,
I
so
know.
he's right
Sorry,
behind
mate. I can't remember which film it was. What can I say? Dude, you know?
Yeah.
And he always gives me funny looks when I do Batman. Is it? I can't do the rhythm with it. Keep getting it wrong.
Yeah, but as far
I
as
like the
soundtracks
crowdfunding
goes,
part they did of that. Where they actually had people sending samples of their voices chanting. And
Yeah,
it takes
yeah,
like 1,000 of them or whatever to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. Got to participate.
Bane, metal, low metal, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
You fear the dark. My favourite. That's about all I can play of it. That's all I can play. Then I get scared. I'd have to stop. Where's the fucking shark? There was a Tometery thing. I used to love playing this Tometer thing. I don't know what bit of classical music it's nicked from.
So Snowflakes Are Dancing? Is it from that?
No, I think it was on the B-side of Bermuda Triangle.
Ooh, that one I don't know.
And it was this
Bermuda
one
Triangle.
bit of it where it goes. Fuck you. And it just did that over and
It's
over.
a very
and
pipe
faded
organ
out.
piece. Was it on a pipe organ or something like that?
I think there was pipe organ in it somewhere.
Sounds like a pipe organ piece.
But that particular part was being done with the string-like sound.
But it sounds like Bach.
Yeah, it has that kind of vibe to it.
Yeah.
So here's
And it
the
was-
percussion here. You can actually do dynamic.
Oh, okay.
Since it's a screen, you can't do velocity, but they have a dynamic velocity slider here. So while you're playing, you can actually do velocity on the fly.
Oh, that's
which is
clever.
really clever.
Yeah.
But and some of these can be loops, or they can be one shots, or as long as you hold it down, kind of thing.
And all that from a tiny little. I can't get over these tiny little boxes, man.
Yeah. So this has the full 16 parts, like the Bitbox has on the modular. The Bitbox Micro is a scaled down screen because they had to shrink the module. But you have all this knobbage. You have these keys if you want. If you map the keys for it, this is not mapped right now. But if you want to do chromatic stuff, they got a keyboard here with the octave jumps and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your sequencer section, so you can go into a sequencer, and you can actually edit in DAW style.
So how much are these little puppies?
Not bad, considering what they do, but I forgot, maybe $400 or $500, like that.
Okay.
Here's your sequencer section here. Oh, this is the mix. So you have the 16-channel mixer, 16 effects, 16 sounds loaded per thing. These are your presets. So I can go to, let's do Beatbox Kit. Load that one. I forgot. Oh, there it is. Loads on the screen there. Oh, for the name got messed up there. Hold on. Preset. Let's do Dreamlab. What's that one? That's one I already had. That was Dreamlab. So let's do preset. Dub Delights. I don't know why the names aren't coming up right now. It's weird. Oh, there we go. And of course, you can load your own samples in here. I think you can sample directly into it. I haven't checked for a while, but I'm pretty sure you can as well.
Yeah.
But just, I wish Forbidden Zone. Let's see, Industrial Kit. I think I put a slow SD card in. That's why it's taking a while to load the things. And they didn't load those up there. But yeah, very useful. And then it also has all these tools. There's a built-in compressor, built-in recorder. There's all those kind of MIDI settings in here. Metronome. Recording function. So one of the cool things about the modular version, and you can kind of do that with here as well. It does have multiple. I don't know if you can see the back very well, but it has multiple jacks.
Yeah.
So you can do individual outs. And the outs can be different. You can have CV recorded on some channels and go into your modular on some channels and use audio on the rest.
That is clever.
So yeah, you don't need a crazy CV recorder like some people buy for their modular.
Yeah.
And so they took a lot of the functionality the Bitbox has and put it in the black box. Even though it's more designed for standalone audio use and whatever, it still has, ability to mix with modular as well as, the MIDI functionality. And
that's pretty clever.
So yeah, it's really clever. And some of these have multiple pages too. Some of these you press multiple times, I think. But yeah, there's I'm trying to bring up the DAW. Oh, where's the DAW? I think I have to do this. There we go. There's your DAW. So for sequence 1, let's go back to sequence. Sequence 1 out of 16 for this page. And you have undos, which is cool too. Sequence 1, here's your piano roll. And you can sit here and edit your stuff to, scroll around the screen. I think you can just grab it. Yeah, it's a touch screen, so you can just grab it up and down, left and right. So it's a 16-channel DAW as well.
Oh.
It's fucking crazy, right?
I wasn't expecting that in there as well.
No, it's not. Man, it is fiddly because it's small and all that stuff. But hey, so is the Bebo. The Bebo is super fiddly.
Yeah.
And this is more geared toward just standard production. It's not super weird. But yeah, and it's there's a effects page somewhere. FX1 and FX2. So it'd be like chorus, flanger, blah 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 blah. So you have two different effects layers you can use as well, which is cool. And yeah, again, I like most things, I kind of scratched the surface on it and woefully underused this thing and understood it completely. But those are most of the settings you can see on. And there's nice transport buttons here: record, stop, play. So you don't have to touch the screen for everything. Mm-hmm. There's also this. What is this? Oh, there's a back button too. So if you're going linearly, you can also do a back button on some pages. Yeah. DAW, back, DAW, back, DAW, back, DAW, back.
I just thought of another score that's...
Yeah, if you're doing a live jam or something like that, and you go, oh, I want to switch to this sequence. So you pick the sequence, check it, make sure it's good, play it, and then you go back and choose another sequence and go in and... So it's quick, right? They thought of this kind of tactile thing. Also, this is a real computer, so you actually can load Doom on it and play it. So they've done it. Just kind of a trip. And they have the same basic functionality on the Bitbox. So there's an on-screen keyboard on your modular. If you don't have a keyboard handy, bring up this keyboard and go do-do-do-do-do and play your thing. But yeah, it's some great presets loaded in here too. Sci-fi effects, here we go. So if the effects aren't good enough, then you can dial in the microcosm.
Yeah.
And now I go to the keyboard mode.
Mad.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now that particular sound, there was a delay when I pressed the key because I think it's not properly edited. You can actually do that in here too. Although you can do a grid mode too. If you're more of a grid person, you can go keys and toggle to a grid mode, like a circuit. Change your scale, all that kind of stuff. Where's my pad thing again? I think if you double click it, you can edit it here. Here's your editor. So start and end points, loop points, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So don't need a computer. If you've got a bunch of crap loaded, you don't have time to edit all of them, just dump them on the card and edit them on a flight or a dentist office or whatever, without your computer. Mm-hmm. And go in, go back, go in, go back. And yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that one done.
Pretty soon, what else we got here?
This one.
Ambient drones.
Where's this one? It's over there. Oh, I see. Okay, now it makes sense.
Is it a little plane? I don't hear anything now. Thumbs up with that one.
Mm.
Analog kit. It's probably analog drums. It's just physical drums. There you go. Cinematic tension.
No, can't remember where it goes.
Oh, what happened to my audio? What the hell happened?
No. No.
Tools. Headphones.
Try again. Oh, you.
Damn it.
That's frustrating.
Yeah, it's all right. No.
No,
No.
no.
No. Oh.
Oh.
Hang on. No. Moving swiftly along. Do you know what? I can sit down and I'll crack out a hand theme, right? Then you come to Morricone.
Yeah.
Not going to be handed to you on a plate.
Right.
Yeah, some of the stuff, it sounds simple, but it's deceptive, right?
Yeah. I mean, even the simple stuff is... I mean, the really simple stuff is... Well, it kind of does things that when you actually end up playing it and work out where it is, you go, "Ooh, I would never have thought of going there."
Yeah, that's
of all
clever.
places. Yeah. Like the bit with the watch bit, that one.
Yeah. It's like a music box theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bravo.
That's beautiful, though.
Oops.
Yeah, but it is, isn't it? It sort of like just does stuff. And yet, the thing about Morricone is, he'll put in things with like slapping bits of wood against tin drums and
well,
banging
like
this
Vangelis
and
would do
twanging
too. He
it.
put some fun sounds
yeah,
in it.
and it just works, you know?
It's called
Well-
Sci-Fi Designer Kit.
See, that's the thing, right? I mean, we listen to things and we go, how the fuck does that work? Then we do stuff that is out of the ordinary.
But-
for me, anyway.
Yeah.
And then I go, no, that's shit. But someone else listens to it and goes, oh, yeah, no, that works.
Yeah.
So I think we're very bad judges.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
So there you go. You go, right, I want this lovely white triad done with the violas, and then over here, I want you to throw this dustbin down the stairs. And they're going, you're out your fucking mind, mate. And then they go crash and all that business. And it's played back and it goes onto the film and everything, and people go, oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I get it now. Oh, it fell off. I had the tray that comes out. Dank. You pull the tray out and the hinge thingies broke and snapped, and the thing went to the ground. Really hard. Very, really, really hard. And awkwardly, it was one end first sort of thing, you know. It's like,
It's a good thing it's built like a tank.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Apart from where that cap come off the board, but yeah, other than that. Yeah, because that's why when I plugged it back in after it fell on the floor, nothing, no lights or anything, I'm going, oh my god, I fucked my Hydra. So,
But I mean, just one thing that broke inside?
yeah, there was on the bottom of the CPU board, they got like a row of about 8 caps, and they get rid of the ripple on the power lines, and one of them had, from the impact, broke away from the board, so I was just able to solder the thing back on again. But you know, the cap was the size of a gnat's dick, basically. It was a tiny little thing.
Wow.
So, but not too tiny, you know. So I was able to get it back on and solder it up without soldering 80,000 other components around it because they're all tiny and close. So yeah, so she's all right now, thank God. She's a good little girl.
Yeah, DX7.
Hey. I tell you what though, this new Spitfire piano, it is quiet. I thought it might be my setup. There's something wrong with the setup, but no, it is. Audibly very, very much quieter than other libraries.
Yeah,
by a country mile. By a country mile.
I mean, it's clean recording. You have to crank it to hear it properly.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look. Let's get rid of
Hey, Steve.
Hey, everyone.
All right, mate.
Good to see you all.
Yeah.
I've been listening carefully for the last hour or so. Been very good.
Right, let's call up this piano, right, and see what happens. See what may happen. Because I swear blind, it's quite a quiet piano. Give us a piano, boys.
Oh, Andy, look at the screen.
Oh no, he has one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He probably knows a lot more how to use it than I do. I barely loaded this damn thing up very much. So.
Does that sound quite quiet to you?
It is, Kent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's down.
It is, isn't
muffled.
it?
Yeah.
I can smack it one, but. And so forth.
I saw him live.
But
Brubeck.
Brubeck's great.
But it sounds quiet.
But I mean, if that's what you need in a song, then
then fine. But I'd rather it be loud and dial it back.
Yeah.
Rather than have to push it and then risk noise and shit.
Hey, look, Instant Vangelis.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Turn full on.
Not quite. Oh, twang, snap. little too much there.
Too much?
Yeah, that sort of like crashed. Basically, it just went, where's my mixer? Come here, you little thing, you. Come over here. Let me have a look. Right.
The music appear to be dead.
Okay, let's go let's do Vangelis grand piano type sound. Okay.
yeah.
So here we go. It's gone. There you go.
There's one part in the background that goes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, at least one bum note a minute.
Well, so that's why you don't get a copyright strike.
Yeah.
You know, you can be quite a bit off and still get a damn strike. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Or at least a claim.
That's a very classic Vangelis thing.
There you go, some
Yay.
Twitter.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Very nice, Kent. Very
It only
nice.
took me 40 years to learn that.
But you learned it.
At weekends.
It's the only way.
It's the only way. Yeah. And you'd think I'd be able to play it by now, but there you go.
Yeah, I thought it said Paganini. It's actually page 9.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something. I wish I could read music. I really do.
Yeah.
It's an acquired skill, I think. You know.
I don't. My brain isn't wired for it. It never was. They tried banging it into my head, and I'm just going.
I did as a kid. It
Nah.
was easy, but I stopped, and then it's a struggle ever since.
Yeah, I think it's probably you got to get them while they're young, as they say.
Yep.
I had to learn in a hurry. I joined a big band that had 1,100 charts in the book, and they did request format, so you could be asked to do any of those 1,100 at any point in time, and you had to hit your mark with 12 other players. And I learned to sight read pretty quickly. My underwear also changed colour, I noticed, but it was a good experience. You know, I was young and stupid and had a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose in a way, I mean, you know, like Wagyu says, you know, don't want to be a biological sequencer. But it'd be nice if you could at least look at the sheet music as a reference to get you started to learn how to play it, even if you're going to do it from muscle memory. Because, you know, sometimes, you know, you're trying to get, there'll be a chord and there'll be a bass note in it that has nothing to do with that chord. But if it isn't right, it never sounds right.
Right.
And it's those sort of finding those sort of things. I mean, with the Long March one, where you have that the bass note on one of the chords does not match the chord. It's not in that chord. But if you play it in what you think it should be, it sounds okay, but it's not right. And anybody listening to it will go, you know, they do the sort of like dog hears his master kind of look. It's like, it wasn't. No, that wasn't quite it, was it?
Well, a good example of the sheet music being a problem sometimes is she can't do it now. She's getting close to getting almost dementia at this point. One of my aunts is pretty old, but she came by one time when I was living at home, and I had some, you know, I just had bought an Emax sampler and a basic synth and stuff, and I just started playing around in college, and she goes, "Oh, sheet music." She sits down and just starts playing it. Like, whoa, right? Now,
Yeah.
super robotic and no feeling whatsoever, right? But she could do it. But then you have to learn the piece and get into it and learn how it's really properly played and stuff. But a lot of people can just do that, just read it, robotically do it, but absolutely no feeling in the music at all.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, it's like when we did music at school, and because I was into music anyway, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to do music, you know, in high school. And it was all about the composers and their lives and what they, you know, and they sort of like, oh, this happened to them, so that's what they put into this particular piece of music and stuff like that. And they go, but it's all very well and good, but when can we actually start playing something?
It's cool to learn the history, though. I love the supposedly the,
Oh, yeah, no,
the
don't get me wrong.
Firebird Suite. They tried to burn down the theater, the structure he was in, or whatever. It's like people freaked out with the Firebird Suite.
Yeah, but that's good things to, you know, there's plenty of time to find that stuff out. But while you're a kid and you've got access to these instruments, it would be really good to actually play the instruments. Because they had all the instruments there, but we never went near them in 2 years.
Was this an elective class, though, or is this as kids who really want to do music?
Well,
like,
what it
were
was...
forced to do it, or...
No, it was the last 2 years of school, and you had your options, and you can choose what subjects you want to do. And it was kind of a way of like setting you up for whatever kind of job it was you wanted to do when you left school.
Okay.
And mine was all woodwork, metalwork, and music sort of thing, and art, and all that sort of stuff. And okay, you're not going to catch me in a fucking office kind of approach. And I was really disappointed with the music where you just they had this beautiful Steinway. Never got a chance to play it. You know, it was only until I was kicked out of a rather high class bloody piano shop one day that I actually got a chance to try out a Steinway for real. I keep telling Ty to bring his over, but he's lazy bastard. He won't put it. He won't put it in the R8.
Because the problem with, like, in general, like in elementary schools and stuff, it's all about learning, folk music, classical music, stuff like that. They go, I want to play guitar, man. What's going on here? But they don't offer that at the younger ages. You do traditional music of some kind, and that bores a lot of kids and not motivated to do it. So
I was very lucky. I had an experience where I went to school from grade 4. It was a private school, an all-boys school at that stage. It's now co-ed. But the music master was very, very progressive, and he said, okay, you're all 11-year-old boys, sit down and listen to this for half an hour. And he'd play a little bit of the Planet Suite, just so we recognised the hymn tunes that we were singing. And then he'd turn around then he'd play Wendy Carlos, or he'd play Switched on Something, or he'd turn around and play Six Wives, or he'd play Journey to the Centre of the Earth. And because it was 40 minutes for the album and the classes only lasted 35, he would extend into recess, and we could stick around if we wanted to. And everyone did. You know, everyone was just captivated by the program. And this guy was a church organist. He wrote hymns, and he wrote descants, and he played a different hymn for the young Methodist lads to sing every morning, you know, in the true tradition. So you get all the Charles Wesley hymns, and you get Isaac Watts, and then you get some of the more contemporary hymns. But it was a good grounding, but we just had all of this interesting music thrust at us from an early age. And of course, when I turned 16 and I went into a shop, I had a choice of a RMI 368X electro piano type device.
Yeah.
Or I had a choice of a Korg polyphonic ensemble, which is a bit cheaper, the PE1000. I got the PE1000. So I was a 16-year-old who'd been brought up in this music program, and then having this polysynth, and then being able to play it with a big band.
Yeah.
And the school was so progressive that they had to consult with the Methodist Synod to ask permission to play a Stan Kenton number. I think it was a Dancing Puppet at speech night, because a big band was seen as being sacrilegious in 1972 when it was introduced into the syllabus. But the school was the music staff were really trying to push a music program to its absolute contemporary extremes. So you were still a kid who was learning Bach and Beethoven and Czerny and Kabalevsky and all of the regular stuff by day and practicing it as a private piano student. But your school music program was injecting all of this synthesized stuff and contemporary stuff into the program. And we were very lucky. We were very lucky to have that. And that's what drove me down that path.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when I was 16, I just bought my first keyboard synthesizer. And at school, I took the piano because you had an elective piano if you wanted. But all you did was hand on scales and fucking that's I have keyboards. I want to play. I just discovered prog music as well. So, that didn't work for me. So, yeah, I learned my scales. That's good. That's about it. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, schools they don't give what people want. They give you what they want, and that's it.
Yeah, I ended up at learning more about it, you know, because I was in my bedroom every day after work and at weekends, just playing with the little bits of gear that I'd managed to assemble and just trying to learn.
Yeah.
You know, so I think because it was weird because I started playing piano when I was 2. And when I say playing piano, I mean blink, 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 and flicking strings underneath at my nan's house. And I loved twanging the string and just listening to it fade away. Sort of thing. I was besotted with it. But when I was 12, when my dad died, remember, I always remember her saying, she goes, we went out and we bought you a reed, one of those electric reed organs.
Oh yeah.
To save your sanity, to give you something to focus on. And I've been in my room with this thing. And of course, you didn't really learn chords because you had the buttons. But I would learn the tunes, and I was not reading music. I was doing it, the number system. But I could see. I must admit, I could look at the numbers and just go. Blah, 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 blah. I knew where the numbers were. Where the notes were from it. And that got. But when you want to start playing the cool music, you know what I mean? Like all these folk songs and everything like that. Not going to cut it. Do you know what I mean? And then you started hearing synthesizers more prevalently in singles that were coming out, and it was like a reed organ was 1 billion miles away from a mini Moog, wasn't it? So it was like, oh no, this is what we want, this is what I need. But yeah, so I technically never had a music lesson in my life. I don't think I could, because it just goes dink and bounces off again. It would never go in.
Yeah.
And it was the same, it's the same at the school with the music classes there. It was very much sort of like, it was all theory, not music theory, but, history of the composers and stuff like that. And I wasn't really into classical music at all. I was into the cool music, man. Until Tomato happened. And that was it. I was like, classical music is the best thing since, a wank with butter. Basically, it was like, wow, this is music. This I want to try out, and then found out how bloody difficult it was. I went, yeah, this is challenging. I love it. Let's do it. It still is. It still is a massive challenge. I really can't do it properly, but I still love the music. I really do. So, but it pushed me. Can play better than just doing Yellowbird. So, you know what I mean?
I think too, the whole advent of YouTube has made it a different learning path.
Yeah.
For people today, because they can access. We couldn't get hold of recordings, let alone see in action the greats, the Art Tatums and the Oscar Petersons. We could listen to it, but you could never fathom it or work it out readily.
Yeah.
And so, I suppose in the jazz stream, there were limited options, but I think people tend to imprint when they're 16 or 17. The music that's prevalent at that time tends to excite them, and that tends to be the focal point for their taste thereafter. And I think around 76, I think we had Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds. I think 72 was Gershon Kingsley, Hot Butter Popcorn. Yeah. There was 74 or so was Journey to the Center of the Earth. And then 71 was Rick Wakeman's Six Wires, and then King Arthur was 72 or so.
Yeah.
So all of that whole early 70s period, you start getting taste of synthesizers and synthesized music, and then obviously Hooked on Bark was available. Not Hooked on Bark, Switched on Bark was available earlier. And then
that was a massive influence.
Yeah, and I think that changed everybody's perception. And then you had Emerson, Lake and Palmer, dinking around in the background with a bad clavinet and a bad organ and a bad Moog, trying to do classics like Nutcracker or Nut Rocker, as it was on one particular bad cassette my dad had. So we had all these sort of influences that were sprinkled through that. And then I think the Crunch, the Ra band in 77, was using it sounds to me like a P1000. I'll stand corrected on that, but it was and it was popular. It was in the dance charts and the clubs, and it was purely synthesized. And I think we started to see that this was going to be a real thread. And
we see another massive influence for me was when Oxygen hit.
Yeah.
And I really don't I don't give Jean enough credit for it, but it was a massive impact on me. And I go, oh, now this is what I want to sound like, without really knowing what I needed to get to sound like that. Just thought it was going to be very, very, very expensive. Apparently it was any cheap string synth, just as long as you had a stone phaser. You were laughing.
Yeah.
Didn't know that at the time.
But it was a bit more than that. I think that his use of effects and preamps. I mean, I've been studying it in detail the last 12 months or so because I plan on releasing an album in the same vein. So I've been sourcing all the original instruments, and hence my 1010's loaded up with mini pop sounds at the moment.
After experiencing all of this gear firsthand, what is really, really genius about Oxygen, above anything else, is how they got that record so quiet. Because all that gear he uses is fucking noisy. I mean, it's all all of that. The way, how clean and clear they made that record. There's serious work gone into that.
But he was saying that some people took the records back because the tracks opened with white noise, and the reason they opened with white noise or white noise and wave sounds linked the tracks was because the noise floor was probably at 46 dB and it was going to be audible unless he masked it somehow. So no, it is clever. We're lucky that we've got better replications of those synths. I've still got the P1000 and 2000 that I'm using on this project. I've taken the mini pops into the 1010 music black box, so that becomes the sample source. I previously had it on a Roland SP404SX, but the bandwidth of that isn't as good as the original, so you tend to move to the better resolution of the black box.
I always found
this is the strings too. Yeah, this is the string thing I've done recently. Trying to get a Selena up was basically using the eminent Selena to get across the line.
It's weird because when it came to like recreating that sound, I don't know why it was, because we had a Selena here. It was a nice old Mark I as well. But I found that I got the sound closer if I used a Logan String Melody 2.
Yep.
Weirdly. You think
the other thing
should be the Selena.
The other aspect is a lot of the stuff that we thought was eminent was actually PE2000 through chorusing. So I don't know what chorusing he was using, or he might have been using tape to do that and get a 50 millisecond delay and modulate it. But there was definitely there are about 3 or 4 string textures. The plain eminent viola or the Selena viola through a tape echo gives you that lead sound that's echoed and ping pongs left to right. There are 2 different settings on the. He used a Neutron biphase as one phaser and the small stone as another. And I've seen pictures of both being used with the organ. So the different shimmery effects he gets are because he's using different gear through different effects. So that gives him the vocabulary.
Yeah. I remember that impact of having an album that had rhythms on it, but it wasn't drums. For a change, because normally if you had rhythms on any synth record, it was going to be real drums, not a drum machine. So, and it was such a wonderful sound, even though it didn't, and it wasn't trying to sound well. I suppose back then they were trying to sound like drums, but it wasn't, and that's what made it sound better.
Yeah,
but it took time for that to be realised. Not straight away. So.
With other sounds that he used, like he'd used the hi-hat 8th notes, but he put them through a phaser, so you got that modulation across the hi-hats. Or the other thing is too that people don't think about it, but really, if you look at Oxygen and 4, which is the popular one, and you score it, it's a bebop tune. Bup ba-doo-da bup.
Yeah.
Bup ba-doo-da bup. It's exactly written for 4 saxes, basically. So. And then trumpets with mutes in them you could do for the bridge, where you got the heavily modulated, heavily scrambled sound, which I think might have been a Shinai RT18 Resley tone. So he's used some early 60s effects to modulate the sounds extremely. I've just had a recreation of that. I gave mine to Brett Kingman, who runs a YouTube channel for guitar effects, but his tech, Sean Klingers, just sent me a a Shinai clone that he's built for the modulation purposes. So my exploration has been to try and get back into the early 70s and the late 60s effects boxes that were available, and then bring that into the kicking and screaming into 2023.
Yeah, I know. It's you can't. The trouble is, you can't have this thing again, can you? It's that thing where that impact will never happen again.
Oh, you never get the impact, and that's not the intention here. My intention is to explore.
Oh no, I mean, I mean historically,
I
mean, you had those, this new thing came along, and it was like pow, like that. Yeah.
Well, it's the advent of something new, and those sounds we'd never heard before.
And then there was sampling, but it's really, sort of, nothing's really happened since, or at least it feels like, we haven't had that kind of impact. It was almost like a golden age.
Well, so you think ever since we've had 2 VCO, 1 VCF, 2 ADSR, 1 LFO polysynths, and that's sort of been a standard that's prevailed.
Yeah.
And there'll be something new in the digital realm, but we don't know quite what that is yet. And then there are so many. So I think that we've never really explored effects to the degree that the guitarists have explored effects. And so I think that a lot of keyboard stuff that's recognizable would be unrecognizable once you throw a few common guitar effects over it.
Yeah.
And there are so many of those now. There are just massive digital libraries of effects and digital copies and replicas of effects that are being brought out, and the Axe effects and so forth. And we haven't really gone down that path. I haven't seen a lot of YouTube channels where someone says, here's a XYZ synth, and here's it through an ABC effect pedal, and this is the noise. We're now just starting to see reverb being plastered over every Hydrasynth patch and every patch on other synths that have reverb included. And in some ways, you almost want to strip that off just so you can hear what the raw machine is like. But that's not the effect. For sales purposes, you want someone who plays one note at a time every 15 seconds, and the sound evolves as a consequence, because they haven't got the Mozart or Beethoven skill set, and they want that instant gratification.
Yeah, that's why I use reverb all the time. I hide behind it.
That's why I sent you one, kid.
but I mean, it's like I can't remember who told me. It might have been Mel Weston. He said that Andrew Lloyd Webber wrote a beta on a CS80. I mean, really? All right. And I tried playing some Evita on a CS80 and I go, how the hell did he get anything out of this? How did he get a beta out of this? I'm not hearing this. You play the notes, but I'm not hearing a beta. Do you know what I mean?
Rod Argent, I think, used to see Lloyd Webber's minions walk into the store, pick up the latest whatever, take it back.
Yeah.
And then so Cats was opened with the Prophet 5 descending chord sounds, and if you listen to Starlight Express, it's all emulator and sampled Mirage and stuff like that. A bit of DX7 in behind it. DX7 for Phantom of the Opera with the big organ sound. That was basically the church.
Well, they must have been really good friends, because I heard that he never paid for bleeding anything. I'll just borrow it, and some of it got back and some of it didn't. Like the 80 never went back. So I'm trying to remember who ended up with the 80. I know, because it came through here one day. Mel will know. He'll know what happened to her. But it was just, mate. Because I mean, that War of the Worlds 80, which Dave Spears has now, it's really weird. When I'd finished restoring that, it still sounded like the War of the Worlds 80, and sounded different from other 80s. Really strange. But you do the opening on it and everything. They go, yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, that's the War of the Worlds 80 for sure. Yeah, it's weird, very weird. Even though it's set up like any other 80 on the planet, but that one, it's just bizarre. So we could have had a different 80, and War of the Worlds could have sounded slightly different. Mad, absolutely.
Yeah,
mad.
it's. I think too that we also had, and there was nothing in Australia really happening in terms of synthesis. I think the only guy really pushing it to its limits was Adrian Scott, who used to work for Roland and took 2 JP8s out on the road with a couple of micro composers and basically did covers using that rig. And he worked with a guitar vocalist, Marty, who is still working here. And so is Adrian, still going too.
Mate, I love the music scene in Australia. What was that the company in Australia? Is it called A-Wave?
Yeah, A-Wave's still out here. Yeah.
Yeah.
In Melbourne. Yeah.
They bought 20 of my controllers. 20 of them. Yeah.
They're obviously trying to distribute stuff that's interesting or new.
Yeah.
I've still got the website going. I've never walked into that store, funnily enough. I think it's probably to preserve my sanity and bank balance just a tiny bit longer. But
we couldn't believe we got this email from them. Go, oh yeah, we want 20 of your controllers. Really? Wow. And we were going, I wonder if we'll ever sell any. Couldn't believe it. Imagine it cost a fucking fortune to ship them out there. They weren't light. Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, no, well, the thing was, in Australia, we had limited access to all of the synthesizers, and many of them just didn't make it here. Like, I never saw an Oscar. I never saw a lot of smaller synths that were...
You lucky man. You got away lucky, trust me. Because once those things break down, oi.
But for someone who was interested in it and then wanted to get into it and then didn't have the money or the means or the access to all the big ones, and that's all I tended to bring out. You'd have 2 CS80s in the country. There was one GX1 organ that someone bought out of Frankston for $5,000.
Yeah.
The big one that Keith Emerson used on Fanfare for the Common Cold. And that was, but there are a few out here that were great, but we didn't have a lot of access to a lot of the stuff early on. Like Mini Moogs you'd rarely see. There was one at the ABC, and there was one System 10 at the ABC. That's the TV, the government-run TV, like the BBC.
Yeah.
But those things were rare as rare, and you'd never see them. And there are a few in private collections, but the expense and the exchange rate and the freight costs and all of that just made the whole exercise prohibitive. And so being interested in it was a real temptation because you were trying to find any way you could or have access to hands on these.
Yeah.
And you'd also remember
geographically, it wasn't the thing to be into, really, was it?
No. Look, we were isolated, probably with good reason.
Yeah, the British thought this one out. Yes.
And look, but we still had some great practitioners, and somehow we got some interesting techs in Australia. That's been another bugbear, that once you buy this stuff, you either fix it yourself, which for me takes a lot of time because I'm not fast, and then or else you find someone. And I've had techs who've said, "Oh, sorry, I've just incinerated the garage. Your 2 keyboards are no longer in existence."
God,
great. Oh, they're not insured either. That's the other thing I meant to tell you. So that's part of the game out here.
Oh yeah, no, I've had many Australian customers saying to me, "Goes, is there any chance like you could come and live out here? That would be fucking ripper, mate. You know? Okay, no, it's oh man." We need techs out here, you know?
Yeah, so it's an interesting environment to be doing this in, and it still is. But you just got to chalk up the bit of fun. But I think, too, you see people who are... Well, I suppose, no, the other way to put it is that when you actually get your hands on something like a CS80, which I did once, or you get your chance to use the Moog on top of a American organ. I think it was one of the organ brands had a little Moog satellite on the top of it.
Oh yes.
Was it Thomas? It might have been Thomas, the organ company. But so you get your hands on these things once, or an Ace Tone rhythm box or something, and it would be so vivid, and you'd absorb it very, very quickly because you knew there was a limited opportunity to actually enjoy the gear. So it was a great way to motivate you to get to the bottom of something very, very quickly and understand it, and understand its scope limitations and its character.
You can't just think you could move to Australia. Forget raccoons. You can get a sugar glider or a quokka.
A crocker.
Yeah, well, the thing is like Fiona said to me, she went out there to see family a few years ago, and they did a little bit of walking out in the bush, as it were, and she got thumped by a kangaroo for no apparent reason. Just started on her, whopped her one. Thanks, cheers.
She gave it that look, right? Just pissed it off.
Yeah, but her uncle just punched it in the face. It didn't seem
they
like
could
that
be.
and bug it off.
You've seen the kangaroo boxing they used to do, right? That's kind of wacky.
But that's just males being territorial.
Yeah.
You'll see dogs do that, or you'll see cats.
But I mean,
do
boxing.
That,
they're bringing in a boxing ring and actually box with them with humans.
That was. Very rare back in the early 1900s. But no,
it's terrible. It's terrible. Animal abuse.
Well, kangaroos are in plague proportions now, so they're actually not an endangered species in any way, shape, or form. And they are visible within 30 miles of some of the capital cities. In their native habitat, they'll wander, find food and stuff.
This is the grey kangaroo, not the red one, right?
Red ones.
Red ones, okay.
Yeah, both of them. I mean, they're interchangeable here. They're just in such high numbers. But you've got to know where to go to see them. And they're not really in domesticated or traffic areas because they tend to make messes of the fronts of cars. And if you hit a big red, you'll destroy the front of your car quite readily.
They're fascinating animals. I mean, they have the whole concept of delayed implantation. So when times are tough, they can have an embryo sitting in stasis, waiting for times to get good, and then it can basically start developing, which is crazy,
Yeah.
Well, the monotremes are an interesting bunch.
The whole group is weird, but delayed implantation is pretty damn unusual, right? That's bizarre.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, when Fiona was out there, she was a bit pissed because she thought that she had an opportunity to go into the interior and go to Ayers Rock. Because she said, even when she lived out there, she never had the opportunity to go and climb up Ayers Rock. And while she was out there, and the guy goes, "Oh no, you can't go near Ayers Rock anymore. You're not allowed on it."
Only if you call it Uluru, right? Then you can go.
No, not even then. Apparently, you can't go up it anymore.
My wife scaled it in 1986 with a school group, but I've never had the privilege, and I never will because it's now a protected environmental area. So
it was the same with the same thing happened to Stonehenge as well. You can't go anywhere near it anymore. You used to be able to go up and touch the rocks.
Chichen Itza also. You can't go on anything in Chichen Itza anymore. The first time I went, you could do whatever the hell you want, even fall to your death. But now they roped everything off because of souvenir taking, graffiti, dummies, all kinds of stuff.
Well, I told her to go to Panorama Mountain instead.
And drive down it. Yeah, you can do that.
and go around the greatest racetrack in the world. It's it's such a beautiful racetrack. It's fantastic. And watching those Super V8s go around it, oh man, what a brilliant track that is. But she didn't go to that either.
You can still do that in the off season. You can go around the track in a regular vehicle.
Well, I'd rather go round in a Commodore, V8 Commodore, please.
Yeah, Commodore, or else a GT351 Ford. An old one, a 70s Ford. We'll get one of those for you, Kent. When you're out here, we'll get you a V8 Ford to go around in it.
I'll bring me Muzzy with me.
Good one.
It won't rust out there, will it? It doesn't rain very often around there.
Seldom.
Yeah.
My favorite racetrack is Devil's Racetrack in Death Valley. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Oh, yeah. No, the beautiful thing about Panorama Mountain is it's a very, very fast track. And then it goes uphill. And it goes right up into the hill. And then they got this multiple S's coming down the hill. You just get it slightly wrong and you're in the wall. Yeah, wheels everywhere like that. You go, well, you're fucked, mate. And it's a fantastic track. I've got it on Gran Turismo. I go around it like the clappers. I know every inch of the track. I could literally go out there and drive around it now, no problem. What a brilliant track. And she didn't go. So you could take photographs and so on, see it for real instead of virtually all the time. Oh, well.
Or if you can't do that course, you could go down Lombard in San Francisco.
Mm.
You can see all the people scrapes. People can't drive that simple twisty road, banging into the side all the time.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Yeah, you're supposed to only go up Lombard. We went down in a minibus in about 1983, and it was a bit of fun.
It's only down now.
Oh, it's only down. All right. We went up in it.
Down
I think
now.
we went both ways, but the tourist company decided they were going to do that just for all the Japanese tourists on board, just to hear them scream. So that was an interesting experience.
Mind you, I don't know how old I was. I was much older when I was told about. She goes, my mum was saying. She goes, there was something on TV or something we were watching, and she turned to me and she goes, you do know that you were at Brands Hatch and you watched Graham Hill battle Fangio at Brands Hatch for the World Championship. I went, oh, Mum, you're dementia again, darling. Come on. And she goes, no, you were 2. I went,
wow.
Yeah, okay.
And she goes, and you were at the start-finish line. And we watched the guy come out and wave the checkered flag. And then literally 3 months later, I met the guy whose dad was the guy who waved the flag at that race.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Who lived over in Epsom here. And he was saying about how his dad, used to start the races at Brands Hatch. And I go, when? And he goes, from about 59 until about 67, 68, something like that. I went, so he would have started the race with Fangio and Graham Hill. He says, oh, yeah. He goes, I was there in the grandstand, but I was really young. I went, so was I. Should have waved. Apparently, we were both about 2 or 3 years old.
They made a joke about Graham Hill in one of the sketches. So.
Yes. Yeah. No, he was that classic, very British racing driver he looked like an army colonel sort of thing, or an army captain sort of thing. He was very, I say what, and everything. Yeah. So yeah. So I was there. No photographs, and no memory of it.
Just take their word for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Mind you, it was only about another 12 months later that Mum then completely lost it. That's when she poured that big pint of hot coffee into her Clavinova.
Oh my goodness.
With no idea why.
Oh, yeah.
She had no idea why she did it. But there again, you see, all the photographs we had of me mum, me dad, me as a baby, my sister and stuff like that, my mum set fire to them all on the kitchen floor about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning one night.
Oh, shit.
And it was the smoke and everything. And I woke up and I hit Fiona. I said, "Can you smell smoke?" She went, "Oh, yeah, I can." I come running downstairs, and there was a huge paper fire going on the front room floor, on the kitchen floor, which fortunately was stone. And every bloody photograph we ever had, her wedding photographs, everything.
Oh, fuck. And
I tried to ask her why she'd done it. And it took a couple of hours, but eventually I got out of her that she goes, "Well, I don't know anybody in the photos. I don't know who they are." I went, "Some of them were you." No, they weren't.
Wow.
Oh.
That's a brutal condition.
Mate, it was a brutal time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It got to the point, actually, where when she did finally die, I'm honest to God, your mum dies, you're going to be upset. I wasn't. I was relieved.
Yeah, you do get that relief.
It got to that point, and then felt incredibly guilty about it afterwards. But eventually, then I was able to actually mourn properly, you know. And it was like, got the call from the hospital and say, "Oh, your mother has passed," and I've gone, "Oh, thank fuck, it's over." Yeah. Which is a weird situation to be in. Really
no, I mean, I thought that way about my mom when my mom was having horrible leukemia. It's like, I'm glad it was over because she was suffering. So you want it to be over.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, same thing with here. My mom died in my arms.
Yeah, my dad died in my arms.
Yeah. It's because she had cancer and it spread to her brain and all.
Yeah.
And, it's just like I said, just go.
Yeah.
Just go. It's fine.
Still
and
remember,
then she just looked at me and okay.
just went, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but so my dad got out of the chair, the doorbell had gone, my dad got out of the chair to go and pay the milkman Saturday morning and hit the floor.
Oh.
And I was holding him like that and he just went.
Just
gone.
heart attack?
Massive.
Yeah.
Left ventricle exploded.
Yeah.
Apparently, I found out later. So there
My
was no
dad,
getting up.
same thing.
Yeah. And it was like, you know, and they go, and people were going, oh, that's a terrible thing to happen to a 12-year-old. That'll affect him. And everybody kept saying, you know, I'm sure he's affected by it. To the point where I'm going, am I affected by it?
Yeah.
Or if I'm not, should I be? Or anything like that. They still reckon, oh, that's where his agoraphobia comes from. And I go, well, that didn't start until 8 years afterwards. I think I'd got over it by then. Surely, you know, kids are resilient.
Stuff that sudden is it's kind of weird.
Kids are resilient, exactly.
But the cancer stuff with the, it's a protracted illness and whatever. You already kind of mourn them early on because you know they're dying.
Yeah.
So by the time they die, it's actually relief. It sounds weird, but it's really a relief because they're no longer suffering. You're no longer just crying all the time and stuff.
Yeah.
You already cried so much before they died. It's kind of hard to cry right when they die.
Yeah.
You know.
It's funny because, as I pointed out to Fiona one night, I said, you know what? I cried more over my dog dying.
Oh, dogs are tough, man.
Yeah.
I mean, and he was my dog, if you know what I mean. I mean, he was like so my dog, like serious now. So, but God, this took a dark turn all of a sudden, didn't it?
The hardest thing was when I actually had to take the dog to the vet to be put down because I'm holding it. It's looking at me like, what the hell are you doing? But it's for its own good because it was suffering.
Yeah.
And because I was pre-vet at the time, I was like, I want to see how this happens. Actually, I'm kind of the science part of me was curious, like, what happens when you do this? And it was really fucking weird because the diaphragm started spasming, even though the dog was essentially dead.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is going on here? So I was more into that, instead of crying at the moment, like, what is happening here? Oh, this happens sometimes with the overdose. And then it just settled down and it was fine. And then I was bawling my eyes out. So
yeah.
So.
No, it's interesting to see how we handle death, and we're often kinder to our animals than we are to our family members as humans. It's an interesting comparison.
Yeah, I think it might have something to do with, if I was to throw a theory out there, you know, humans have an ability to take care of themselves. But when your animal dies, you feel responsible for them more, and because they are helpless without you, kind of thing. So there's more of a what's the word? An empathy there, because and it's harder on you because that's your dog or your cat, and you should.
Well, also they're very consistent, and they're not like jerks, right? So it's like,
I don't
you can
know.
really hate.
One of my dogs was such a dick.
Really?
Oh God, Patch. Oh my God, the dog was he deliberately do things. You look at it, you go, right, I'm going to fuck this. Watch.
Cats are like that, yeah.
Like that. And you go, see, I just fucked that. And you go, you little bastard, what'd you do that for? Felt like it, that kind of thing. Dog was a dick. He really was a dick.
But there's a difference from a human, because humans, we're supposedly supposed to know better because we're the highly evolved species, yet we relish in hurting people, we relish in doing horrible things, and they're just instinctive, right? They're just doing their thing. So you can forgive that, whereas a human, it's harder to forgive when they're just consistently such an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also dogs, if you have them when they're puppies, you see their whole life.
Yeah.
Right? And so I think that's one part of it as well, right? Because you see their whole life.
The whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
But also, we're talking about, getting over how people die. My dad, when he died, he was a captain. He had his own ship, was doing cargo.
Nice.
And so I grew up on a ship the first 5 years of my life. And he died on his ship. He was crossing, and the first officer told me they were just crossing another ship. He signal, set the salute, and right after, paf, he just collapsed. I said, well, okay, he died doing one of the two things he liked the most in life.
Yeah.
So it was either that or fuck a woman. So
Yeah.
well, he's a captain, you know.
The simple things.
No, the simple things, you know.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
simple things in life. Yeah.
He loves
like
boats. He loves women. Well, there you go.
It's like that Monty Python sketch. It's a man's life, a dog's life in the British Navy.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, people handle death differently, don't they? Depending on, I think, how often they're exposed to it. I suppose.
Well, I hate to say it does get easier. Having lots of relatives die very quickly together.
Yeah, well, it's either that or you're still processing one as you go into the next one.
I mean, it's similar to the medical phenomenon where medical professionals just get jaded, right? You just see so much of it. You survive. You have to.
I can speak with some experience there. Look, if you're 18 years of age and you take apart your first human cadaver, and you're taking it apart with bare hands, and what they call blunt dissection, that is a formative step because it then conditions you to suppress all those emotions thereafter. Sure. So you wind up being very clinical because you've had the training at 18 years of age to understand that this is death and you're going to be handling this for 6 months and gradually taking a human body apart. And you understand the mechanics of how it works, but you also develop the conditioning that you can see someone with bits and pieces removed and then treat it as a structure, not as an individual, and then treat it and then have a process thereby you can fix it or at least treat the patient. So that's one aspect of the conditioning. The other interesting thing is that in 1968, an American doctor, Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, released a book called On Death and Dying, in which she described the 5 stages of grief or loss. So it was your anger, denial, depression, bargaining and acceptance. And you can cycle back and forth between any of those stages repeatedly in your response to the loss of a loved one or a partner or of a
unless you're a sociopath or a psychopath.
Of a CS80. You can mourn a CS80 in much the same way, you know. Anger, denial, depression, bargaining, acceptance. Yeah. It's exactly the same thing. Any loss is formative.
Well, like the Hydra today, except it was 6 stages, because at the end of it is like, get off your ass and fix it.
Yeah, exactly. So the whole notion of loss and dying has all been clinically observed in the same way that Piaget described stages of development. And whilst you may not agree with the model, it was some sort of pattern to go by. And I think our ability to reflect on life itself distinguishes humans from the animal world where their instincts take over, as you say.
Well, elephants mourn their death, and they have graveyards. And they carry
a lot of animals
dead
actually
children.
do. They're just not as elaborate as the elephant, but a lot of animals have that process. It's pretty amazing.
Oh, there was a lot of mourning going on when my dog Max died from the remaining dogs in the pack. There was a very distinct, because he was like head of the pack, and there was a distinct change in behaviour from them. But what they actually never actually changed, and there was, there's things they wouldn't do anymore and stuff like that. So I mean, I think all sentient creatures will experience it in some form or another.
Yeah. I deal with death like every day in my job. Well, not every day, but I work in insurance, and I'm the asshole who decides to pay or not to pay on a claim. So, and some of my clients, I've been talking with them for sometimes a couple of years. They're on disability, they're getting treatment. You form a relationship, and then one day they call and they go, someone calls and go, John died. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a friend, but it's someone you get to know. And when someone has cancer, they want to share their lives. So sometimes I spend an hour on the phone with people, not talking about work, talking about their lives. Yeah. And then one day, the one thing about cancer that I fucking hate is it doesn't happen to everyone who has cancer, but at one point, they're going down, down, down. And then one morning they wake up and they go, Oh, I feel fucking great. Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get. And then they call me. I think I'm going to beat it. And I want to go. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck no, you won't. Because 3 days or a week later, they're dead. Because it's like the fucking disease decides to. Okay, I'm gonna give you some rest. I'm gonna gather all my strength, and then I'm gonna go after you. It feels like that all the time.
Weirdly enough, there's another section of society where this happens as well, and that's hairdressers. My mum worked in a hairdresser where it was old ladies all the time,
Right.
and they're very friendly and they talk and everything. And then one day, Mrs. Whatnot hasn't come in, and they phone and they found that she's passed. And then Mrs. Whatnot doesn't come in, and it's like, oh, have you heard Mrs. Whatnot's not with us anymore, or Mrs. Not Whatnot's in hospital and stuff like that. And it's exactly the same kind of thing.
Right.
And I remember Mum coming home sometimes, and she was like, be very, very low. What's the matter? And she goes, oh, do you remember little Miss Roberts? I said, no. She goes, oh, the little lady. We used to give her the pink. She always wanted the pink perm. I mean, oh yeah. She goes, oh no, she died. She died yesterday. She went, oh, I said, oh. She goes, she was such a lovely little old lady. She was, and it was that kind of thing as well, where they just watched their customer base disappearing, and getting new old ladies coming in, but and then blum, 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 and then they go through the hierarchy as well, you know, and then out the door again. Yeah, that went on for about 25 years, and it was very, very similar to what what you're saying as well. Different ways that they may or may not have gone. So yeah.
Yeah. No, we're such a happy group, aren't we?
Yeah, it took a dark turn. We need a major chord. There you go.
Yeah,
that's better.
No, it's all because of Andy's like weird noises 2 hours ago.
Sounds of the graveyard.
Yeah. You see, what's fucked up is I've been playing keyboards for 41 years, and I can't play piano like that. Can't play that.
What do you mean?
I can have two keyboards do two different things.
Yeah.
And then they'll jump from one keyboard to another, but put me on a piano, and I'm like, no, I can't. I mean, I can play a little bit, but like the Evangelis song part that you were doing earlier, I can't play that for some fucking strange reason. Doing the,
I reckon it's because you think you can't. Honest to God, I think it's because you think you can't. Because I remember a time when I thought I couldn't. I'd never be able to play that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to do that. So didn't. Until one day I tried it. I think it was to try and impress a woman into bed. Actually, I'm almost certain it was. And it makes you try. Oh, yeah, it worked. Oh, okay. Yeah. Women are a sucker for keyboard playing, trust me.
Yeah, oh, I trust you.
Isn't
I
that
know.
right, darling?
I've been doing it wrong. I've been doing it wrong.
Yeah, you've been doing it wrong, tell you.
Yeah. You have to get out of the pub, Steve.
This
I mean, so no, I can't do that.
Doesn't get me in bed. No, that doesn't get me in bed. It's got to be romantic or grandiose in some way.
See, and that's a part because it's a left hand that doesn't want to follow.
Oh, I know what you mean. Just do it very, very slowly. You'll pick it, and it will suddenly happen. It will.
And maybe that's why I'm not because.
Literally.
Yeah, it's muscle memory, right? Yeah.
And just keep doing it until you're
slowly,
sick to death, but very
Yeah,
slowly.
and you know,
your mind.
You're right.
Your muscle memory starts to accept it.
You're absolutely right because I just realized that no, I'm talking bullshit because I learned from beginning to end Clair de Lune by Debussy. I can play it. It's not exactly the easiest song to play,
Yeah.
When it gets fast, it's fucking fast. And I learned that, and I did exactly like that. Like, I mean, it took me months of,
Yeah.
and then
What's that? You know, if you do like the that Dave Brubeck thing, right? You know, where you do
Yeah.
that. That in my head, I'm not going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. It's just the pattern, and it feels natural.
yeah,
There's really nothing going on up here as usual, right? It's like
yeah, I'm like that too.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's literally like the picture I used for this show. You know, does a brontosaurus wear a tie at the top or at the bottom of the neck?
Yeah,
It's literally what's going on while I'm playing. But it's muscle memory.
Yeah,
I know what
It
it's
is.
supposed to sound like, and you just bang it out how you've heard it on the record.
yeah,
Initially, yeah, it takes time, but you play it slow, and eventually you get it. So you can honestly call up a piano sound and have a crack at it, and yeah, all right. The first 2 hours, you'll be there going, "I'm going to kill that fucker next time I see him." But then it will happen, and you'll start going, "Oh, hang on a minute, I didn't think about it. I just played it twice, and I hadn't been thinking about it."
yeah.
That's what will happen. So yeah.
But it's interesting. You can always find something that is your nemesis in terms of music. Like for me, I could play Bach, I could play a little bit of Beethoven, but put me in front of Chopin, any of the piano pieces that had multiple double sharps and double flats and lots of accidentals, and it was in a minor key like C sharp minor, I'd be instantly lost for decades. You know, that was just my nemesis. I could do a lot of other stuff that I faked my way through, but you can't fake your way through that. It's a definite skill set that has to be honed and acquired. And,
because there would be certain pieces that don't follow the rules of the keyboard, shall we say? And they do this freaking. You go, wait a minute, how the hell do you do this? Hand has got to come down here now to do this, and all this cross handing and stuff like that, and it's like, and I can't get it. It's too much. It's too complicated.
And there are other
like Rachmaninoff, where you're crossing your hands a lot.
Yeah. I had a music teacher who wanted just to stick it up me because he didn't like my technique, and I came to him late in my final year of high school.
Yeah.
And he knew I played jazz, and he didn't like that either. So he just gave me Brahms' A major piano sonata, which has spans of a 10th and an 11th and stuff like that. And I've got very, very small hands. Yeah. So for me, it was his way of saying, well, you can't play this, therefore you can't play the piano, therefore I don't want you as my student. So I stopped learning with him, and I took the exams anyway, just so the mark would be against his name. And I passed, sadly, but there was a minimal pass, but I didn't do it. I walked in on the day of the exam and just hoofed it, winged it. I didn't actually do very much by way of rehearsal. I just wanted the extra few points on the tail end of the grades.
Well, when I did, what was I learning? See, this is another thing, is trying to remember the names of things and who done them. I'm dreadful at it. I think it's, is it Grieg? Hang on, I'll show you what I mean.
Concerto in A minor?
Don't think so. You see, that's another thing. When I said, so which piece is it? And I have to go, oh, the one that goes, because I won't know the name, And they're looking at you, go, call yourself a museum wanker. So let me have a look. A moment.
The concerto in A minor is a ding, 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 ding.
No, not that one. I think it goes.
It's Morning from Peer Gynt.
Morning. All right. Okay.
Morning Mood, right?
The chords, right? It's an octave and a bit. Say that. Doing it with one hand. And after I learned, it's sort of like you do this with your hand, like, fucking bastard, like this.
Yeah.
And I come away from trying to play this thing, and my back of my hand and everything like that. I know you're supposed to suffer for your art, but fuck me. Ow. Ow.
It's one of the most overused tracks in the Warner Brothers cartoons. Every time they had morning, they played that.
Yeah. So you get it. Because you have to, because otherwise you can't do the lead. You know? So, hurting. Ow! Now what was it? Oh, see? Gone. Bollocks. And you used to be able to do it as well, something like it. What was it? Or something like that anyway. And it was like, oh dear. But by the time you go to do that bit, you go, no, bollocks, my hand is killing me. And you have to keep doing it, otherwise your hand hurts.
Yeah.
You don't do it for like, say, 6 months, and you go back, you go, yeah, I can play this bit, and you go, oh!
I mean, it's like doing bar chords on guitar. It's also very hard on your hands. So.
Yeah. I did start playing guitar for a while, and my God, it's grooves in the end of my fingers, and it's sort of like I can't feel the end of my fingers anymore.
Well, yeah, I bought a bass last summer, a year ago, and it's the same thing. I mean, and you know, I'm lefty as well, so.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
That's funny, but
yeah, because I remember I bought a bass. Go, oh, it's going to be a lot easier because it's 4 strings, and you don't get too polyphony on there at any particular time. So I got the bass, and I get it, and I'm going, oh wait a minute, this thing's fucking E. I don't play anything in E. What the fuck am I supposed to do with it? Where's C on this?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I go, so where is C then? Is that it? No, that's it. Oh, for God's sake, you know.
And then you want to do a scale, and you go, but no, you can't do it like that.
Yeah. So what I end up doing is sort of like detuning the top one to C, detuning the next one down to F, and the next one down to G, and probably do an A for the bottom one. And I go, boom, 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 boom. I was like, oh yeah, I could do this all day. I'll just tune the strings to whatever the chords are for the song we're going to do.
But I think you have those moments where you discover certain players who are just so good at their craft.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Australia lost internet.
Tell you what, white triads, they're so beautiful.
Hey,
there we go.
There he is back.
Oh, what a wanker.
Yeah, no, hang on. We've got a sound for that. There you go.
I'm going to say Kinga Glick. That's Kynga-Glyk. She's from somewhere in the middle of Europe. I should know, but I don't. But she is a brilliant bass guitarist. Like, you see her play, and it's like, oh my, you know.
Yeah.
And there are certain people who just do that. It's like watching the young Japanese drummer Kanade Sato play drums, and it's like, where did this come from? Yeah. It's like these young people are possessed with a skill set that's 40 years of training that's just been dumped into their body somehow. Yeah. And we'll never compete with that, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's no point in it. I mean, you know, it's like when you see those guys, you know, they're sort of like, they play the piano and it's like, wow. And then they get up and then they play lead guitar and you go, oh, come on. And then they go and do the drums and you go, oh, for fuck's sake, mate, really? You know?
Yeah, it was Jacob Collier or someone like that.
Yeah, and then they play the trumpet and you're going, oh, come on. Dude, you're showing us all up.
Then he sings 5-part harmony against himself and makes it all work. Yeah.
And then the guys in Radiohead can do that. They choose instruments during the concert.
Yeah.
And then Jacob Collier gets the audience to do it for him in about 30 seconds. It's like, okay, this guy's definitely possessed of a skill that none of us will ever have.
Yeah. It's like, you know, when you watch a video of Karen Carpenter playing drums, and you go,
Oh, yeah.
hell, bloody hell, mate. What, singing wasn't enough?
Yeah. No, she was a great drummer, a really
Yeah,
great drummer.
I mean, having the voice of an angel wasn't enough. Let's be a brilliant drummer as well. You go, oh, God. Just sell
We
everything.
got Phil Collins, who can sing, play piano, the drums, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't you hate these people?
He could even program the CR78. Now, that takes a skill.
Yeah.
But, was it Mark King from Level 42 is a drummer, and he plays brilliant bass. I mean, he has...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is a great proponent of the craft.
Yeah, because when he got a job selling bass guitars or something in a shop, so he had to learn how to play bass so he could demonstrate the guitars to people, and that's where he got his old up here business going on.
Yeah, well, it's a lot easier to play here as well than to play. I mean, some people have their fucking bass down to their knees.
Yeah,
can't play.
As Robert said, you know, Peter Gabriel, brilliant drummer. Yeah. And then he had that voice as well.
Flute. He played flute.
Flute, yeah. He could do keyboards as well.
Eddie Van Halen doing synths and guitar, of course.
Yeah, you know, they just want to show us all up.
Yeah. Well, that's where they're all famous, and we're just talking in a pub.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen some.
I'm kidding.
Very, very talentless, famous people.
Yes.
Especially, lately. Sort of
lately, in the past 20 years, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 60. Lately, he's 20 years.
I spent a lot. I spent 15 years at the Milli Vanilli School of Singing.
Yeah.
And that's why I sing. Well, I don't sing. That's because I can't.
I've had a court order not to sing.
Yes.
People want to commit suicide. Babies cry. I mean, dogs attack me. No singing.
Now, I think
it's not just the singing ability; it's also the output. I can appreciate a lot of vocalists, but I just don't like their output.
Yeah, I think the only song I can actually sing with any real professionalism is probably "Wandering Star," but singing it exactly like Lee Marvin does. I think that's the only thing I could probably sing.
It's interesting, isn't it? Well, I had to sing as part of the big band gig. You were expected to sing one or two tracks. And I think I was restricted to Georgia Satellites, Keep Your Hands to Yourself, and Midnight Hour by Wilson Pickett. Mm-hmm. And I think that's all they really let me sing. And it was only on the off chance that one of those two was requested, which it never was. So
yeah.
They were quite safe from my vocal skills.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you how bad I am at singing. In the 80s, I had a band, and so anyway, we're just beginning, and the guys go, "Hey, can you do back vocals?" I go, "Sure, why not? You know, we always want more back vocals." So we do a song, and got the mic, and then I sing, and then the singer just comes and just moves the mic away. Like, okay, got the message. Yeah. No back vocals.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. One less job for me. All right. You're forgiven to approach a mic.
Yes. You must go to Mordor and drop that voice into the pit of fire.
Not forgiven, forbidden. Sorry. But you.
Your larynx is going over the cliff.
Yeah.
Back to whence it was made. That's right. Yeah.
The precious.
The precious.
The precious.
The movie.
Yes, the precious is good. Yeah, the precious.
I could never watch those movies. Always fell asleep. No, that's.
Oh, look, I enjoyed Two Towers in the cinema in gold class.
Yeah, apparently
5
it's good.
times. But I fell asleep every time.
I don't watch those. I just watch the extended one, so I never fall asleep.
I mean, I cannot get into that story at all. And I know it's a classic and it's a great, but I watch it and I go, oh, fuck no, I could be just cleaning my navel or something. I don't know. So to me, it's just. Yeah.
I think was hilarious that somebody asked. I think it was at a book signing. Was it something similar to that? And they asked R.R. Tolkien and said, Why didn't you just get the Eagles to fly the ring to the volcano and drop
short
it
movie.
in? And he went, "Shut up."
Yeah, the 5-minute abridged edition of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
It's
Gandalf
Eagles
summons
Ex
Gwar
Machina,
here.
right? It's,
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
because
he picks up the ring and flies. And
it was sort of like the retort equivalent of that guy going up to what's his name? Not Buzz Aldrin, the other one, Neil Armstrong, saying, "You never went to the moon." Smack.
Oh yeah, that was. And
Did
the
you really
guy's
smack
like 80
somebody? That's
years
great.
old.
Yeah.
Although he punched him and the guy just dropped. He dropped.
Awesome.
And he's like 80 years old.
Yeah. I want to see
Buzz
more
Aldrin.
YouTube videos like that of people dealing with Karens.
Well,
Smack.
I met Buzz Aldrin, and he was still amazing shape at an advanced age. So those guys are a different class of characters.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just the tenacity, and if you look back at the way they handled that whole crisis, and it was all very cool, and let's build a scrubber so we can get rid of the CO2, and they all understood the chemistry and the physics of it, and they could build one in about 15 minutes just off the bat, just because it was presented as a challenge,
Yeah.
It's a bit like you or I would go into a room with a bunch of stuff and we'd die on the spot because we could never construct all the ingredients in a way that would sustain life. These guys just knew how to do it,
Yeah, well, 13 was an accident waiting to happen. At some point, something critical was going to go wrong. But I don't think they were prepared for something that big to go wrong.
Yeah, but all that never happened. We have a flat Earth, guys. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Because
of course,
we've seen you at the zoo, yeah? While we're all in pitch darkness and you're at the zoo in broad daylight. Yeah.
They have a description for that too, by the way. They do all kinds of alternative ideas.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
There is a great Australian movie, which you probably haven't seen and probably never will. Sam Neill's in it, but it's called The Dish. And if you ever get a chance to see that as a movie, it's a heartwarming tale, but it's Australia's role in the Apollo 11 moon landing.
Oh yes, I've seen that. Yes.
And it's written by
how
guys
they
from Melbourne.
just got the dish right in time to get the transmission. Yeah.
But it was but that whole thing, Australia is a bit like that. We just do things by accident most
Well, I
of the
remember
time.
Apollo 13, in the movie Apollo 13, they actually had the guys in Australia to pick up. They had some substation down there.
Yeah, we do. With Parkes, the Parkes Observatory was used on every Apollo mission, and it was supposed to be stable because of the wind. And the one time they had really high wind was when they were trying to get in touch with Apollo 11. So we were about to miss the TV pictures that proved it all because there were 60-mile-an-hour winds or 100 kph winds in Parkes in New South Wales. So the dish is still there. Both dishes, in fact. So you can go out there and drive it in the middle. It's still in the middle of a sheep paddock.
Huh.
But you've got to see the movie The Dish if you want a good night's
it's
entertainment. And the guys who wrote it are all guys. They're my age and they were at the same uni at the same time. But they are brilliant beyond compare when it comes to telling a good yarn. They are just amazing.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the movie review for now. I don't have anything else to offer.
Well, we could always talk about Indiana Jones 5, but I think I've done enough swearing tonight.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Don't really.
I haven't been to a theater for a long time.
Yeah.
But it was
I'm
always
a bad boy. I often do cam rips. I'm so lazy. I just get cam rips off the internet that are good quality these days and watch the cam rips.
It was always a good yarn, the Indiana Jones stuff, and always a bit of the boys' own about it. And it was always a little bit far-fetched because it was more a cartoon that they brought into real world.
Yeah.
And I think that was the way. It was intended to be a 40s movie matinee, when black and white films were shown in the local hall on a Saturday afternoon, and kids paid threepence to go and see the movie. And I think it was really that was really George Lucas paying homage to that genre. But the genre has been eclipsed by all of the high-tech developments.
It's like Perils of
movies
Pauline,
recently.
adventure serials.
Yeah.
And the original Buck Rogers cartoons and the original...
Well, that's what he wanted to
Batman
do when
stuff.
he did Star Wars.
He wanted to do Flash
Star Wars
Gordon,
was-
right? I think he was going to do Flash
Yeah,
Gordon.
it was kind of
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was all far fetched and futuristic for the 30s and 40s, 1930s and 40s. But now we've come a long way, and our expectations of entertainment are way, way higher.
Yeah.
The problem now, though, is they put so much emphasis on the visuals. The stories suck ass. So.
Yeah.
Oh, the story on this new one is a real mess.
It's not Nazis again, is it?
Oh yeah.
Is it?
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
so into the Nazi
yeah,
thing.
Yeah, Nazis and time travel.
Oh my god.
And time travel. Okay.
Yeah.
So after this, the crystal skulls now.
So I think about 40 minutes of the film is Indy, but he's a CGI character.
Lovely.
Holy shit! Really?
Because they made him young. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what I've seen from the trailer. I watched the review because I haven't seen the film, and I just watched. There's a guy called the Drunk Scotsman, and he does these film reviews, and he doesn't pull punches. And he goes, I've seen many films that were absolute train wrecks. He said, but this is the pinnacle of a train crashing into a giant pile of shit.
And part 4 was pretty fucking bad, so that's saying a lot.
Yeah, he said this was so disjointed, and it was Disney trying to do their let's have a strong female character. Disney, and Phoebe Waller-Bridge is not the right actress to be a strong character. Anybody who's seen Fleabag, and it doesn't work.
She's the female lead.
She's the female protagonist. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah, and Indy comes across as Toby Jones is good, but Toby Jones is Toby Jones. However, Harrison comes across through most of the film as completely childlike and naive, and not worldly at all, which he's supposed to be.
Yeah, no shit.
And he's so that the story works. The actual bad guy just turns up when the plot needs it, and doesn't go into any details about how the hell he knew where they were.
They need
and
a
also,
creepy Weasley guy like Tote again. That guy's such a creep.
Well, and this is it. He said the whole thing is just, yeah. So they showed some clips, and he described the storyline and everything like that. It was like, oh my god.
They just don't care anymore, yeah.
But they reshot certain things like 3 or 4 times because they changed the script again.
Wow.
Because it wasn't working, and once it was finally all put together and put out, it still really wasn't a finished film, and it was a mess.
But I think the problem we've got is that people can't tell stories. That I think if you look at writers like even Mel Brooks, they could tell a story.
Yeah.
Or Carl Reiner, or those guys know how to convey a story in some form that's cohesive. The big problem, Disney do writing by committee, and they've destroyed the Star Trek franchise, and they've destroyed obviously Indiana Jones now.
And Star Wars.
And Star Wars.
Yeah. So where do you go with this? That they forget that the story is pivotal. Without that, everything is just a train wreck. And they try and CGI their way out of it, And you come out of the theatre humming the lighting, but the story wasn't convincing in the slightest.
Yeah.
And the other thing they do is they want good actors, great actors, to dignify bad scripts. And if you look at every successful sci-fi movie, it has a Shakespearean actor dignifying a bad script with good timing and good pauses between the dialogue, that they actually take the time to respond, to deliver a facial expression, and then deliver the text that they've been thinking about as a character. And I think, that we look at guys, if you look at guys that have good timing, and the guys from the Shakespearean, you can get guys like Heath Ledger as the Joker. Even Patrick Stewart dignified some pretty lousy scripts on Star Trek Next Generation. You've got all those Shakespearean actors, everyone who's been through the BBC can dignify a bad script.
Yeah.
But without those characters, if you look at the purely American franchises that have tried to do that, they need someone who, and they fail.
Well, not the Cameron stuff. I mean, Aliens, The Abyss, Terminator, those are all well done. There's no like.
But that was okay. The trick with Alien was it was basically Harold Pinter devised the concept of a small room and 2 characters in proximity, and the interaction between them. And all the camera angles in Alien were close, so they were suspenseful. You wonder what was going to come out of the dark at you. It was dimly lit, but you had good guys like John Hurt in there. You had
Aliens too. I'm talking about also about Aliens because that's a camera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but do you know?
But I love Aliens. Ridley Scott made some good stuff.
Yeah, we say Aliens was clever because everybody now knew what the alien looked like.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't use that again, and they go, well, we've got to just make lots of them and put them into a place of jeopardy with lots of them, which was really clever because if they'd tried to do the same kind of thing again, it would.
They also answered where the hell are those eggs coming from? They had to have a queen, right? So
yeah,
that was cool.
But it'd be that classic second film of like, it's not going to be as good because we know what the alien looks like. So they went a completely. They were very clever and really thought that one out. And in many ways, Aliens is better than Alien. In many ways,
the budget for Aliens is shockingly low. They did amazing stuff with Aliens and a pretty low budget. It's amazing.
Yeah. But it's like Terminator 2.
A little bit everything. They had stop motion,
better.
miniatures, a rear projection. They used everything they had except for CGI at the time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, mate. I mean, it depends on where you're coming from. I mean, sometimes I watch 2010 and find it quite a good film to watch. Actually, I know a lot of people don't like 2010 over 2001. But I must admit, I was younger when I first watched 2001, and it was like, oh, come on.
It's very slow. Yeah.
But
I think it was the first movie that had no sound in space, which was really cool.
It is very realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did throw a lot of people, I must admit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, watching, Discovery going by, and you go, well, it should be nearly at the engines now.
But you have the first half hour is just cave people.
Yeah.
Running around and killing.
Well, if you take something like Event Horizon, it was a great idea and a brilliant build-up to it, and then it just kind of...
Yeah, well, that's Paul W.S. Anderson. He's kind of back. So.
And then it was more about just blood and stuff. But can we have some...
Yeah.
Some real, proper threat, a real sort of like story going on here. And it was like, no, we'll just make it gory. That'll do it.
They had a clever trick for 2001, where that scene where his pen gets away and floats around. It was on a piece of acrylic.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of carefully moving it like it's floating. It was really clever, right? No reflections. It was really pretty awesome.
No, it's a very good film.
Yeah.
But that's Kubrick for you, mate. So.
Yeah. Although Eyes Wide Shut is kind of a train wreck, but fun to watch.
Yeah, but you know what it's like when you move on.
You don't need to take 100 takes. He takes like 100 takes sometimes. Like, dude, come on.
Yeah.
But it's I think the best work that comes out of any creator is before age 30. And then after that, I don't know.
It becomes a pattern because they use the same resources again and again.
Well, yeah,
So,
and
it depends. Like Werner Herzog made stuff in his older years that was good. So.
Oh no. I mean, usually, and like in general, there's exceptions everywhere, but
most people just want a paycheck and they phone it in, right? They're just like lazy.
Well, but not even that. But I mean, there's bands that have been around for 40, 50 years who were very creative at the beginning because they didn't know fuck all and they just broke doors. And now that's it. Now they try to do something, but it's not good. It's not even the same recipe.
It's like that experiment they did where they took some Harryhausen animations and made them from 8 frame to 25 frame. So they show the 8 frames, then they show the 25 frame, and suddenly the 25 frame, although smoother, didn't look right.
Mm.
It looked even more fake.
You're used to
bizarrely.
that herky-jerky kind of thing, yeah.
Well, I thought that's what I thought at first. It's because of you're used to the jerky stuff, but it wasn't. It was something about your mindset is in that frame. So when it's smooth and more realistic, it tends to make it look more, because of that, more modern, and made it look more fake because of it.
It's
This
a
stuff
bit
was
like
also
the
impeccably
claymation
modeled
stuff.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the Wallace and Gromit claymation stuff, or if you've ever seen a film Mary and Max, which is all claymation and has an amazing cast. I think you've got Tony Collette, Barry Humphries, Philip Seymour Hoffman, all of these amazing voice actors doing the parts for it. But it's a claymation film made locally here. And you see people who are good early on, but all of the low-hanging fruit's been plucked, and their idea pool is quite low. They haven't got the mastery of a Hitchcock or the writing skills of a classic sci-fi writer to sort of pull off anything more than one or two movies.
Yeah. But like I said with this Indiana Jones film,
Don't waste your time.
I know you can get cancelled for saying things like this, but it's all very well. You see, if you're going to have a strong female character in a film, have a strong female character in the film for a reason.
Yeah, you had Sarah Connor, you had Sigourney Weaver's character.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
In this film, it's almost like Disney have gone, box ticked, fine. And get on with it. We don't care. But as long as you've got a female character in it, and pick somebody who clearly wasn't up to it. Because there are strong female characters.
Always have been. I mean,
and always have been.
I mean, the first Indiana Jones. She's a great strong character.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah.
She's a good actress too. So
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
But then again, you look at the later Indiana Jones with Cate Blanchett, and Kate can do anything, but Kate was weak in that because the writing was weak.
Yeah. Bad direction, bad writing, bad everything.
And so she couldn't even dignify that script. There was nowhere to go with it. It was good on the resume, but it wasn't good on the box office.
If you take something like Wassermush, I can't remember her name, in Atomic Blonde. As opposed to what's a mush in Aeon Flux.
Theron.
Yeah. No, in Aeon Flux, it's like, no, that wasn't really working. Lucy, that worked well.
It's okay.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean? It was definitely more, what's the word?
The problem with Lucy, it didn't make any damn sense. This whole concept, like, you're only using a certain percentage of your brain.
Which is
it's
a
like,
lie.
that's not how it works, It's like,
well, yeah. But the whole thing was just sort of like,
that was the premise. Hey, work from that. Yeah,
just roll another one.
Well, because it's kind of in the general knowledge, which is false, because someone said that in 1963.
Exactly.
In a conference,
and that's why the best sci-fi has some real sci in it. It's just
yes.
And of course, you got fuck me, it's gone out my head. What's her face in Fifth Element? Right, where she can be...
Mila Jovovich.
Where she can be everything. So she can be vulnerable, she can be funny, and she can be kick-ass as well. Because the story allowed it to happen.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just tick the box.
Her acting in those Resident Evil movies is terrible. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, but I still like watching them because they're just deliciously mindless. I just sit there with a bag of crisps and watch them.
I mean,
I love them. I love them for that. I
love zombie stuff, but they just ruined the formula.
I could watch Mila Jovovich just read the newspaper and I'd be captivated for 4 hours.
Yeah, she could read a telephone directory.
Well, watch the one where she's flying around the plane and doing video logs during the movie. That's one of the dumbest. Oh my God, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Because she married the guy, so he puts her on the movies, and
And you see, like in the Marvel ones, where you got what's her name, Romanov. She comes across strong.
Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, but I still reckon she could have come across even stronger in that with a little bit of a push.
Yeah, the story was. She could have been better.
Yeah, and then when they did the here we go, I'll get cancelled.
This is all opinion.
It's the nature of the pub. Just go for it.
Yeah.
It's pure opinion of people with senile dementia. So make no claim against us because we don't know.
We do not sponsor this statement anyway. The one with the Hulk, female Hulk.
She-Hulk.
Yeah, She-Hulk.
Oh, bad.
What?
That was so bad.
That was
so
Shrek
bad.
2, wasn't it?
That was bad.
Yeah. Why did that need to be made?
Yeah.
Really? You know, and it's just like I don't understand.
Well, it's the same formula of having a strong female character, literally a strong one in this case, who's actually making the Hulk look like an idiot, and she sometimes is stronger than he is. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What is this retcon stuff?
Yeah.
It's like when they did Captain Marvel and shoehorned her into all this stuff, and suddenly she has all these amazing powers with no real training and just a thing blew up in her face, and suddenly she's the most powerful character. So there's no learning anything, there's no skill, and it's just she's invincible, sort of. It's just like, well, that's a boring character. If you're kind of invincible, who cares?
But you see, you can be a strong female character and not be, super strong or violent or anything like that, but be very manipulative and get what you want. So if you take what's her face in Chronicles of Riddick, where she's in the background trying to get Lord Marshall dead, basically.
You're talking about
and her boyfriend can be
Newton,
something like that, wasn't it? And it was trying to get Carl Urban to do her dirty work, basically, for her. Or
that movie's pretty funny.
In a pinch, get Riddick to do it for her. Either way, you see, now technically that's a strong woman. That's a strong character.
Yeah, and she's good though. I mean, even though the Westworld show got worse, she's good in Westworld.
Yeah, but the story allowed her to be, manipulative. She was strong. She was literally leading the story. Without punching people in the face or whatever. And that's more interesting than just these box ticked female in whatever it is.
But you mentioned Westworld. I mean, the original Yul Brynner, James Brolin movie was a great movie, and it was
Michael Crichton, right?
But brilliantly produced piece of sci-fi for 1975 or whatever it was. But great work. Now, the thing that gets me is that's a Harry Harrison book. Why hasn't anyone made Death Worlds, which was another Harry Harrison book, which was a fantastic story and would lend itself to CGI? I think people have forgotten to go back and reread the classics.
Well, they tried Future World, it didn't quite work. So
Yeah.
They also were TV movies at the time, so that wasn't very good, right?
Yeah. But recently, a couple of years ago, they remade Brave New World as a TV series. It only lasted one season, and it's the best adaptation of that book. I mean, if you can get your hand on it, Brave New World, the new it's fantastic.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I remember Edward Woodward in the early 80s starred in a TV series called 1990, and that was a brilliant suspense. Well written, well acted, done obviously to a BBC type budget, but it was extremely well done. But you never saw that again. It was like there are some great classics out there that just evaporated.
It's funny you just brought by Claudius. I love that series. I just rewatched it. I watched that as a kid. I've watched it many times. I love that series.
Yeah, but I mean, like Dank said, it's about, see, having a female Bond.
Well, there was a female Bond, kind of. She was a 007.
Yeah.
She was 007.
But, when they say, because I've heard people go, you can't have a female, but Bond's got to be a man. And no. Bond doesn't have to be a man. Bond can be, because 007, shall I say.
It doesn't, but you can also just have another character take on the mantle and continue another series. You don't have to reinvent James Bond.
Well, no, not James Bond, but definitely you can continue 007 because anybody can be 007.
Exactly, yeah.
And it can be a woman, but for fuck's sake, make her proper tough. Don't just tick the box and go, okay, look, we got tits on that, so cool, box ticked.
Oh, look,
fine.
she's sassy. She makes a great James Bond.
Well, it's it. You know, if it's a strong woman, she can, you know, kick ass in whatever capacity works. Then fine.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you don't have to be massively strong or very good at fighting to snipe somebody from 900 yards.
Right.
But go back to the original books. Ian Fleming, was, you know, when he wasn't doing chitty bang bang, this was a piss take. This was satire of the British Secret Service. And when it became problematic with the Bond series was that Roger Moore tried to make a comedy of something that was inherently a comedy, and it just wound up being self-deprecating. So I think you've got to see it. It was originally in the satire domain, and I suppose things like Rowan Atkinson's Johnny
English.
English was closer to what they had in mind for the original
and then Tom
James
Cruise
Bond.
became the new James Bond.
Yeah.
But he's only doing what other action heroes, Arnold and so forth, have done prior. So, I mean, yeah, we need our heroes, but really, we don't. There's not much subtlety anymore. You know, once you add CGI and a bad plot and an average actor to a movie, you're going to get this repetitive dross that we're getting now. That they're very few fabulous.
Well, Bond became more of a thing that just is supposed to happen every few years. In the meantime, we got things like Jack Reacher. Yeah. Even the series of Jack Reacher is good.
Yep.
We've got Bourne. We've got Jason Bourne, right? Which is, if anything, a perfect replacement.
Yep.
So they go, oh, but he's not British. Yeah, so he's still kick ass, and he's. You know,
look at that game, No One Lives Forever. Did you ever play No One Lives Forever? The female Bond kind of game.
Yes.
She was amazing, right? She was funny. Yeah. She was good. She was you can make her like that. That's awesome.
It was all the other stuff that was going on. Like I think it's in the beginning of the game. Something where he goes something about buying a monkey or something for the family. He goes, oh, what was it?
I forgot that part.
Yeah, no.
And there's a comedy game too, so it had a lot of weird shit in it.
So she's sneaking about, and you can hear all these people down in the marketplace. And he goes, oh, please buy my monkey. I have to feed my family. Well, why don't you feed them the goddamn monkey? And all this sort of stuff going on, which is completely separate from the whole game.
Right.
Yeah. No, that was a funny game.
And it was clever, and it had a badass character in it.
Yeah. Was it No One Lives Twice or something?
No One Lives Forever.
No One Lives... Yeah.
And you had like the gadgets, like the little makeup compact as a weapon. And this is really fun. Right?
And this is before... Austin Powers, because if anything, it was almost like he played this game and goes, "Oh, let's make a film from this."
Yeah, he probably did.
He probably did,
popular.
actually. Yeah, it was a very good game. I remember playing the hell out of it.
But there've been strong female characters forever in lots of things, and obviously there could be more, and that's why there's this big rise in doing them. But do it correctly. Don't do it just a forced, lame.
Yeah.
Do it like South Park do Team America World Police. Do it like that. Yeah.
I love
That's
that
the
movie.
ultimate superhero movie, isn't it, really?
Yeah, but you know, you hear this a lot when people say, you know, they talk about Blazing Saddles and say, oh, you couldn't make that film today.
Well,
no, just nobody has.
Yeah, exactly.
It wouldn't be as accepted because everyone's so on edge now.
Politically correct. Everyone wants to be
and
politically
to that,
correct.
But to that I say, fucking tough.
Yeah, exactly.
But it would get banned.
If you don't like it, if you don't like it, don't go and see it.
Well, exactly.
I mean, fuck me, come on.
People
you see,
vote with your wallet. That's fine. Yeah,
but you know, there's being woke. Fine, that's good. But then when woke goes too far, it becomes fucking stupid, and it needs to fuck off.
Right? Woke was a message for the black people from the black community to other blacks saying, stay awake, watch for Whitey and a bunch of other people being assholes out there because you're in trouble. Even Muddy Waters, at the end of one of his songs, mentions the word woke, and this is like in the 20s. Yeah. Right? So woke has been around forever, and then it's been co-opted by these idiots now about anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-humanist kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it really started with racism, right? Anti-racism.
Exactly.
So people say, "Oh, woke is terrible now." It's like, well, okay, so it's these days. A lot of these guys, it's actually code for they're just racist, right? So they just
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's muddied the waters, and nobody knows where the boundaries are anymore.
Well, but then that movement will, part of that movement will collapse on its own, because it goes to
Eventually,
an extreme. It's now to the point that, and I'm not lying, there's what are the people who are talking about making pedophilia legal, because they say no, it is an actual natural sexual orientation.
well, cannibalism happens in nature too. Doesn't mean it should be allowed. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Andy.
I said cannibalism happens in nature too. Doesn't mean it should be allowed. So,
well, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, but now there's a movement that is trying to bring that, and I'm sorry, but never in my
there are
fucking
certain
life.
things about childhood which are sacrosanct, and I think that those.
That's
things
actually a really good thing, though. That's actually a really good thing, because now you know where all the paedophiles are.
well, exactly. He doth protest too much. Right?
You can put little red spots on them. Yeah.
A lot of
Now
these
we know where the
assholes that
fuck
want to
you
stop
are.
sex education at a young age, but this is the weapons the kids have to know what's wrong. You want to teach them about this stuff so they know to look out for bad behavior and report things.
Yeah.
But these creeps are super religious, like, oh, we can't do this, this is wrong, God doesn't want you to have this with kids. Meanwhile, the kids are wide open for abuse.
Yeah.
Question: why couldn't Blazing Saddles be made today?
Because idiots would picket it and protest it, and the theaters would cave.
Well, because there's a lot of racism in it as well.
Yeah, but the racism is
it was a
from
joke.
where
Yeah, it was humor.
racism comes from.
Yeah, it's a humor
right?
thing. Yeah.
Exactly. It's showing how stupid
the black guy is the smartest guy there.
Yeah.
And he wins.
Yeah, Richard Pryor helped write some of that stuff. So
yeah,
it's very funny.
it's actually it's an anti-racist film.
Absolutely.
Really, right?
Absolutely.
But dummies don't get
"Well,
nuance. They can't understand that. They're dummies.
No, wait, but
Yeah,
backpedal to the theory of comedy. The notion of we laugh at something that is terrifying because we want to overcome it. And that's why people laugh on roller coasters. It's why they laugh in horror movies. It's why they laugh at comedies or when the F-bomb is dropped during a comedy monologue. All those things shock us, and it's an instinctive thing to laugh. Now, why couldn't Blazing Saddles be made? It could be made, but I think that our notion of comedy has transitioned over the last 40 years. And that really guys like Andrew Dice Clay wouldn't really be funny today.
Well, it's Funzy with Tourette syndrome. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be funny after a very short period of time, regardless of whether that happened or not.
Yeah, he wasn't really funny.
Only funny anyway, to be honest. So
well, it was such a thin joke that he was pushing.
It's a Jewish guy pretending to be a tough New York Italian. It's a whole big act, right?
And he had in his act wouldn't be funny for very long at all.
Right.
No,
because there wasn't enough substance.
It was extreme.
Because it was all shock. It was all shock. And once you've been shocked, you can't be shocked again. You know, so all right, mate, that's not funny.
Because Lenny Bruce, a lot of his stuff wasn't funny. It was just shocking.
Yeah.
But he was he was a groundbreaker as far as that goes, getting arrested and all that kind of stuff. But go back and listen to some of his sets. It's like, that guy's not that funny, really.
Judge Carling.
George Carlin was great,
Yeah. But I mean, but it was all shock as well.
Later on, he was doing more of the...
with
the use of language and stuff,
Yeah.
Well, he had more to work with.
Just to go back to Blazing Saddles, and you say we all agree that it's about how stupid racism is, and the people say it couldn't be done today because there's racism in it. It's because people don't look at the substance. It's just it's two-dimensional. The depth in movies. I mean, fucking Hulk and all of that, and all these movies that we've been watching. There's no depth. It's just two-dimensional.
Topical.
There's no story.
Blazing Saddles was 74. Martin Luther King Jr. was 68. There was a 6-year span between the race and racial rights and privileges in the US were only newly introduced. It was still a buzz thing. It was still topical. And now we're 40 years down the track, and we've had a black president, thankfully, and there's been a little bit more equity about it. And if we stop killing black
but then we had
people in
Trump after.
custody, we'll actually advance.
Well, we have dummies now saying, "Oh, but the '50s are okay because Jackie Robinson was able to play baseball, even though it's like one guy." But meanwhile, Jim Crow was still going, so they don't even know their own time period. Things without. So these people with rose-colored glasses who say "Make America Great Again" and stuff. You go back in time, it's way worse for everybody. You know, it's just.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing about it was like what Andy said. You said that idiots don't get morons don't get nuance. But the thing is, I'd quite willingly lay my entire reputation on the line and say, I don't think there is anybody who is inherently racist because they saw it in a film.
Oh no!
They were racist before they went into.
No, they brought it with them.
Yeah, they get it from family. You get it from from parents, from the groups that people exist in and stuff like that. They don't get it from a film. So a film that promotes anti-racism to be cancelled by people who want to try and cancel racism, it just does not make any sense to me.
Yeah.
And
no, that's why I'm saying there's no depth.
But what really worries me now is that as this, being inclusive and being woke about things and thinking about everybody and all this sort of thing, as far as comedy and entertainment are concerned, it will get watered down over time, and it will become bland, useless fucking shit.
Well, this is why a lot of comics are now banning cell phones from shows. I went to go see Chris Rock recently, and some other people in concert, and they made you check your phone in, so you don't leak out, inappropriate footage to the internet and cause trouble, right?
Yeah,
because they're not gonna edit themselves. They want to be what they want to be in the concert. It's all comedy. It's edgy.
Plus, things
it's whatever.
can be put up out of context.
Exactly. So now some of these guys aren't even messing around. They're saying, forget about it. You aren't going to shoot you're not coming to the show if you have your phone because you're going to do this bullshit again and make controversy where there isn't any.
Yeah.
But the whole notion of good comedy is to provoke. So there's we've got two crossed messages there. One is to say if we're going to be comedic, we have to provoke a response or some sort of thinking or some sort of surprise. And then the other one is saying that we've got to be politically correct to the point whereby nothing we do offends anyone. So there are those two contradictory messages which will always be working against each other. And your pendulum swings back and forth, of course. And it only takes a matter of time before we start seeing Dick Emery and Benny Hill in reruns. But for the moment, we're not going to get it,
Yeah, the big problem is you guys are often going out to try out new material. It's never been heard before. It might not be appropriate. It may be really even dumb, but they don't want people even leaking that. They're trying to just do some. It's like going to the gym and doing exercise. They're working out their material, and these guys are leaking it out before it's even polished, and causing controversy over it. And so they're really pissed about that too. Oh, you're Daleki again.
Oh, are we?
Well,
yeah.
Exfoliate.
We need a Dalek voice to do the exfoliate, don't we?
Yeah, proper Dalek.
Exfoliate.
So yeah, the comedians do have a tough time these days because they're always trying to push the envelope.
Yeah, and
some are just shitheads anyway. But the good ones are trying to push the envelope and still be edgy and still be not so milquetoast. But then,
so what's left? The comedy of satire is still kind of milkable. The comedy of errors or physical comedy, the Mr. Bean type stuff is probably, they'll still be existing in some forms.
Yeah.
But a lot of the political stuff will probably be sidelined. A lot of the stuff that is gender related will probably be sidelined. And then we'll go through a 10-year adaptation phase. And then all that stuff will be back on the table again. What's ripe for the picking is artificial intelligence, I think.
Well, you saw the Chat GPT thing, right? Where they did some stuff with it and it started doing racist material.
But it's cut and paste. At the end of the day, it's
No,
cut
but
and
the
paste.
algorithm was choosing to go down that road based. They had those virtual Seinfeld things where it was creating Seinfeld shows on the fly, based on rules,
Okay.
and it just went off the rails and started getting like profane and anti-gay and and like racist stuff and all that. It's like whoa.
But I think it was, yeah. If you look at the playwrights, I think it was Ionesco who said to laugh at what is terrifying is to overcome it. And that quote appears in a book by Martin Esslin called The Theatre of the Absurd. So that's where it's all at. You know, that's the whole premise for comedy theory, at least. You know, anyway, we've solved the problems of the world again, gentlemen.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm getting moaned at here.
Uh-oh.
Make me a cup of tea. I need a cup of tea.
No, she has to do it like.
Yeah.
I'll bring it over. I'll bring it over. I'll be right over. Oh dear.
Go downstairs and make yourself a cup of tea, woman. What's the matter with you? You've got that bleeding cooker tap. It takes about...
Yeah, like I said, we're solving the world's damn problems here. There's no time for tea.
Yeah. Do you mind?
Yeah.
We're trying to get blazing saddles made again.
Yeah. We're curing cancer here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're having a meeting, woman. Do you know what? Yeah, all right. I'm going to make.
Speaking of being cancelled,
I'm going to make her a cup of tea.
All right.
Okay, well,
We'll be here.
we'll be playing amongst ourselves,
Or with ourselves.
Big cup of
or
coffee.
with ourselves.
It's like,
Well, you have your toys there, so yeah.
Honestly, Robert, I think she's had two. I think she's had 2 bottles. Honestly, God,
bottles?
I think. Yeah, I think she's had 2 bottles.
I don't think tea's going to help with that case. There's not enough caffeine in the world for it.
But this is what happens. She'll have 2 bottles of wine, and then it's, oh, can you do this for me, please?
Oh, the plaintiff. Yeah.
Because the room won't keep still.
Well, you got to binge. You
The
got to
room
purge.
is
You got to throw that
skipping.
stuff up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she loves the fact that I'm teetotal. She just loves that. She goes, I bought some wine for us.
Yeah. For us, yeah.
Us.
Oh, you're so
yeah.
generous.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The singular of us, that is.
Yeah.
That's too funny.
I'm going to make you tea.
So Jeff, you'll like this. I got my JD08 the other day because I still too lazy to fix my red glue problem. So
Oh yeah. So
it was back ordered. It's nice. I mean, it's obviously not going to be a replica because the real estate is not there. All the visual artifacts, all the screen stuff is not the same, and obviously all the controls can't be there because that's a huge control.
Yeah,
surface.
yeah,
But
yeah.
For what it is and the quality, it's nice. You know, it's.
But yeah, the sound. I find personally the sound quality of the JD08 is better than the original.
Oh yeah, well, it's cleaner for sure. But the cool thing about the JD800 though, compared to other stuff around that time period, is I think it was the first one to use uncompressed samples for its mixed voices, whereas like the D50's compressed to hell, and M1's compressed to hell, all those are compressed to hell. But the JD800 and the JD990 were like the first ones to use like CD quality samples in their stuff.
Yeah,
which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and still, so man, that's why it sounds so good.
And I believe it's multi-timbre. I haven't played with enough to remember if it is or not, which is even better. It's great for
well, it is,
jams
but
and
you're still
EMOMs and
stuck.
stuff. So.
Yeah, but you're still stuck with the same number of voice, right?
It's okay though,
I mean,
because you can't play that many
it
chords
depends.
anyway. It gets all muddy and stuff. So.
Yeah, because I mean,
Polyphony's not a problem.
If you use all partials, and you're down to 4. Is it? Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, you just use simpler sounds for that because you got to layer them anyway.
Exactly.
You can't have all busy sounds. So.
Yeah. But the drum sounds are shit.
Yeah.
Although I mean, it's usually in one Genesis song. I can't tell.
Oh, Land of Confusion,
Yeah.
one of those things.
I
Oh, later
Can't
stuff.
Dance.
Yeah.
The song I Can't Dance.
I wasn't a fan of that
the-
anyway, so.
No. But that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
You know.
Damn, that was the quickest cup of tea ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, those cooker taps, mate, I can't recommend them highly enough.
Yeah.
Just like, done. There you go. There's your tea.
Oh, yeah, but then also those are the ones with the water is always boiling.
Yeah, you push it down twice and turn it, and it goes. The LED goes red, and you get boiling hot water.
Yeah.
Push it down once, it goes blue, and you get filtered water.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then there's an actual tap on it as well, which does hot and cold.
Because
Nice.
I remember those, but the heater was always on, so the
Yeah.
electric bill just went. Oh
wow.
Yeah, no. This.
Well, they also
this
have those tankless
small
water
tank.
heater things in your house where you just it's so hot, tap water comes in and gets heated for your shower immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this is just a small tank that they keep
Okay.
keeps the temperature. But yeah, but it is. You see, once it's hot, it doesn't use a lot of electricity to keep it hot. if you
Right.
see what I mean. But yeah, so you can have a cup of coffee or a cup of tea almost instantaneously, which is kind of handy sometimes.
That
I
is
must
pretty
admit.
cool. Yeah.
What didn't go down with me very well is when she told me how much she paid for it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gadgets, right? Gadgets are.
So she shows me this tap and goes, look, cookie tap. I went, cool. She goes, only 1,200 quid.
Yeah. Okay.
And it needs a specialist to fit it. I was like,
Wow.
okay, whatever. Mind you, she was going for it when she was doing the kitchen. So,
But because it's so quick and you got her out of your hair that quickly, I think that's priceless.
yeah. Although,
It's worth the
when I
price.
took
Yeah.
Oh,
what she's done, she's drunk her wine. She's wobbly. She's come upstairs and got into bed and was complaining, can I go down and make her a cup of tea? She came up from the kitchen.
Right.
So when I took the tea in, she goes, oh, you've made me a cup of tea. I went, yeah,
push the
you just fucking been going on at me for 5 minutes to make you one. Here you are. Oh, you've made me a cup of tea. Thank you.
It's all about the gesture, yeah.
Yeah. And she goes, I said, you going to drink it? She goes, oh, yeah, I'm just laying here for a moment. So,
It's too hot, and then she never drinks it, yeah.
yeah, and she won't. She'll fall asleep exactly where she's laying at the moment.
You did your
Oh,
part.
God bless her.
That's good.
Yeah, I've done my bit, yeah. That's it. She's got her hot tea.
You guys want some more audio torture here? I got a little thing set up.
You got some more?
Well,
No.
actually, not because of that, but it's dinner time for me. 8:30. So got to feed the beast.
Well, I got about another half hour in me.
Yeah.
So.
All right, gentlemen.
See
Hi, Bella.
It'd be nice. It was nice talking to you again.
Good times.
Yeah.
You
Good to see you,
have-
buds.
Yep. Good to see you. Have a good one.
All right, you
And
take care.
Little fart when I leave, please. Okay. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'll give you the squeaky one.
Okay. Bye.
See you later, bud.
See ya.
Here we go.
Little balloon one.
Yeah, the little balloon one.
So what's cool about this this black box again is
Yeah.
now I'm in this little matrix mode, so you can kind of be less precise with key playing. And I chose a Japanese scale. What was it called?
Yeah.
The Miyako Bushi scale.
Oh, okay.
And
that'll leave a bruise.
yeah, I couldn't find a nice pluck sound on here because it wasn't in the sample set, but I found
Yeah.
a beatbox voice set that had a plucky sounding tom sound.
Oh,
So
okay.
this is, even though it sounds a little plucky, it's really just a guy's voice.
Mm.
And running through this thing. So check this out. Hope this works okay. Let me check the volume here. You hear that okay?
Yeah.
Or does it have to be louder?
No, that's fine.
Is that good? Okay.
It looks like Wagoo's trying to get me cancelled.
Uh-oh.
Wants me to do my Japanese schoolgirl impression.
I'll just do the tilt your head and go hee and cover your mouth. You know, just
Yeah, it's all,
yeah, exactly. That's it. And you have to do the peace sign. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What's in getting more? Oh,
Yep. They are cancelled, done.
Perfect.
And done. Yeah.
Well, you didn't wear the outfit, so that's
yeah.
okay.
Bars.
The outfit, you're done. If you do the outfit.
Oh,
part,
God.
then.
Yeah, I wonder if I could borrow Fiona's.
And if you put in some crooked teeth, because that's a fetish too, they have for young people with crooked teeth.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Some people get the surgery where they actually make their teeth messed up so they look younger.
It's almost like sort of like negative American.
I mean, we all have problems. That's some of their problems. So.
Wow.
Everyone has fetishes and weird ideas for stuff. So.
Well, yeah, I
just like the underwear vending machines, right? So it's
yeah. I've seen some interesting Japanese fetishes in my time, I must admit.
Yes, people even climbed outside of a building through the balconies to grab underwear hanging out on the line. They were so desperate to get that underwear.
It's sort of like a sexy Pokemon Go, isn't it?
It's like a pervert Spider-Man. It's like
yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll just do this real quick because it may turn out okay, it may not, but who cares? Microcosm fun. So I couldn't find a decent pluck, but that's what I could find, so whatever.
That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah, it's just a fun little thing. And I could have recorded that because this obviously is a 16-part DAW, so I was just doing it live.
There's so much in that little box, it's unbelievable, man.
It's really worth it, yeah, it's pretty amazing. I don't know how to use all the features. I literally have not pulled it out for about at least 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
But I figured it'd be fun to show it live doing some weird shit.
I mean, when you said its original price, and I went, oh, that's a lot for a little box. But then looking at what it does, it was, establishing its price constantly. So I'm like, actually, this is a very good price for all the stuff that it does. And all those, outs and ins and bits and bobs that it does. And you think, yeah, bloody hell. It's practically an entire recording studio.
It is.
Yeah. Yet weirdly, I wouldn't have room for it in here now.
Well, and that's the problem. Is I like tabletop stuff, but you do have to
Yeah.
have a place to put it and to lay it out and to plug it in and have gaps around all the cables. Because look at this. I mean, it sticks out. I can't put it right up to this one because it's got cables sticking out.
Yeah.
So you have to have a space enough to have.
And that
shit
can
going
also
all
have
different
cables
directions.
on both sides as well, can't it? Have you got like CD outs
no,
on
this
one
one's all on the
side?
back.
Oh, it's all on the back.
On the
it's
back,
the other
except
one.
there's-
Is it?
Yeah.
It was that little box thing that had all the outs, plugs on the sides as well, wasn't it?
This one only has them on the top.
Mm.
But yeah, certain things have like different directional, just because they don't think about people putting it together. It's more about how do we get this all on the circuit board and give it a jack somewhere, and who cares where it goes. Kind of thing.
No, was it the Fire that had sockets on either side as well? Connection points.
Might be.
Might have been that I saw.
You're talking about those little guys, those like the lemon one and the fire, the little yellow and red
Yeah,
boxes?
the Fire, that's the one. Yeah, the little card reader looking thing. They had sockets and plugs either side as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would actually need quite a footprint to sit with all the cables and bits and pieces coming out of it.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. But yeah, they have they probably updated it since I've got it, so I don't even know what the latest features are, but it does quite a bit already. Unlike the Bebo, where you can actually load different firmware on it to actually be a different device. There's one that's the not the Hector. It's the Bebo and the... I forgot the other one. One's a guitar designed effect, and one is more of a synthy friendly effect with modules on the touchscreen. You kind of move stuff around on the touchscreen. But I never got that. I never got the Zoya either. The Zoya is kind of funky because you have to kind of learn the whole workflow of it. How to the colored lights tell you what the function is, and you have to remember how things are kind of routed, and you kind of see it visually, but again, unless you memorize all the colors and the layers and what they all mean, it's like, I don't want to do that. So it sounds amazing. The Empress stuff is really nice.
Yeah.
And the Zoya thing is very capable, but it's very fiddly. And just like Electron stuff, if you don't use it enough, you'll forget all that cool stuff and have to constantly reread about how to do stuff on it.
Yeah.
And I can't be bothered with that. But it's a fun device though, and it's a sampler, right? And a sample playback unit. So people's like, get the SP404, get this, get that.
Yeah.
But this is way more portable. Almost as immediate. I mean, 404 is a little more immediate because it has more buttons and more knobs, and the new 404 is quite nice. I finally looked at it a little bit further because I have two of the original ones. One's the compact flash one, and one is the SD card one, and they have an LED screen, so everything's that cryptic, like spelling with LEDs.
Oh right, okay.
And so to make the different letters, it just looks weird.
Right.
And so you have to memorize what those shortcuts are.
Right.
To use it. Also, there's no velocity on the older 404 pads. And the original one actually had RCA outs on it because it was more of a consumer device.
Yeah.
But the new one is legit. It's got USB. It's got a nice screen with all kinds of activity on it. It's got proper velocity on the pads. I think you can do 2 effects at once, whereas the other one you can only do 1 at a time. So yeah, it's pretty nice. Might be interested in, I need another one, but I mean it is a marked improvement over the original 404s. People are using them solely for the hardware jams and stuff now. Like that's it. All the effects are coming from it. It's all like self-contained. It's that useful,
Oh, maybe.
But this has like some basic effects on it, but it won't be as lush as this guy is. So it still pays to have like a Dr. A or this or some other kind of lush, like a black hole, whatever, some kind of or a Strymon effect or whatever to give your stuff more lush. Vangelis-y trailing reverbs and such.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun to break out this stuff once in a while. And I mean, I literally bought this like a year ago, something like that, and I only just used it seriously last week. That's sad.
Yeah, I'm guilty.
And it really
of
is
things like
powerful.
that. Yeah, I'm guilty of that a lot.
And you heard just without even turning too many knobs, and then even turning knobs to make some changes, it does so much. It takes like a really boring sound and makes it pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It's like a cheat, basically. It's like a giant cheat code.
Yeah.
And yes, it's doing some stuff for you a little bit because you couldn't have enough knobs to control all the stuff it's actually doing.
Yeah.
But that's okay because you're also playing at the same time you're tweaking it. So I mean, how many hands do you have?
Yeah. Yeah, but see, normally when you got something that is doing a lot for you at the same time, it can become very restrictive all of a sudden. Do you know what I mean? In terms of being creative, because it will lead you down a path. So
definitely.
I got like orchestral articulated set piece libraries, and although they sound very realistic and the way it flows and moves, but it doesn't allow you to leap around too much. If you know what I mean, it's
right.
Keeps you on a very tight set of reins, you know.
But then you get consistent sound out of it, I guess, right? So that's good.
Wagyu wants to, was it combine a Microcosm and Soma Cosmos?
Oh yeah, also had asked about the thing. Microcosm is hard to get for a while. They actually, because they're made in small batches. In fact, on the back, it's actually a serial number written in pen.
Yeah.
So, how often do you see a serial number written in pen these days?
Yeah. I've got a Soma Cosmos down on the kitchen table.
Those are nice. I'd like to get one of those too, but it's just I have too much.
Yeah, I've got to put I've got to put a new firmware on it for the guy.
But I had this in my
repair.
I had this in my watch thing for a while on Reverb because a lot of places were out of it. And then finally the time was right. I had okay, I guess I can risk spending the money now, and I got it. And then like within the next day they weren't available anymore because they do make small batches. So if you're seriously looking at getting one, especially new, you kind of got to jump on it as soon as you see them.
Yeah.
As more people demo them, I mean, I saw a video. I saw a few videos here and there, just not so great. But then Steven, that Noir Blank V guy, did a cool video on it, and it's like, God, that thing is like, it's the ultimate sweetening box.
Yeah.
It's like a massive cheat, but it's a cheat in a good way.
Yeah.
I kind of did the same thing with the Camel Audio stuff. There was a thing called Camel Space plugin by Camel Audio.
Mm-hmm.
And it had this XY thing for your mouse, but you could mix two completely different effects, and an arpeggiator and some filter stuff and some LFOs all at the same time. And I ran some just garbage Casio preset keyboards through it, and it sounded awesome because it was doing so much cool things to it.
Yeah, back in my day, it would have been the Dimension D 19-inch rack. So you get very boring, plain, sort of like single VCO sound on a synth. And you go, put it through the Dimension D. Hey, there we go. It's all nice and big and whooshy.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, except this takes it to a much higher level.
That was my first real purchase other than having these Casio things. Is I'd go to my friends, I was still in high school, go to my friends, with my friends to Guitar Center and look at this is back when D50 was still new. And M1 was still new and all that shit. And I didn't know much about anything, but I just know what I liked the sound of and what looked cool. And we're looking through all the effects in different places, and they had, I think the H3000 was brand new back then.
Yeah.
Eventide.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow. The guy did like a demo with his voice, doing some cool pitch shifting stuff and all that harmony stuff.
Yeah.
And then I started looking at, Digitech is interesting. The Alesis Quadriverb, that's kind of cool. That's more of like a all-in-one kind of does everything thing. But it didn't have like a reverb with mojo on it. It's just a boring reverb. Hey, Andrew, how's it going? So I got the DSP instead, the Digitech.
But I bought a Aphex Oral Exciter for 50 quid. And because it was a hi-fi shop and it was having a clearance sale, we queued up for hours. And I had 50 quid, and the only thing in there that was still there that was 50 quid was this Aphex Oral Exciter. And I went, I'll have that.
Yeah.
Type B or Type C?
Pass. I know it made my cassette sound really nice.
I think I have a C rack.
As long as you decoded it through it as well. Yeah. But what happened was, it started to sit around and do nothing. And then I gave it to somebody and I said, how much do you want for it? I said, well, I paid 50 quid for it, you can have it. And they went, oh, yeah, lovely. He gave me 50 quid and off he went. And I told my mate Richard about it like a week later. And he said, you do know those things are going for about 1,500, $2,000 now. I went, what?
Ouch.
I said, well, he got a fecking bargain then, didn't he? God dear.
You ever try one of those BBE Sonic Maximizers? It's kind of a similar thing.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have one of those too.
Yeah, the BBE Sonic Maximizer was a very good thing. It was better at the bottom end, enriching the bottom end, I think.
Yeah.
It gave a real rounded sound out to things, but everyone was using it, and it was the same kind of sound on an awful lot of stuff at the time. So yeah.
But yes, dear, the Hydra is okay.
Ah, good.
Its little bits are glued back on, and she's okay.
Did you lose anything? No memory loss?
No, nothing like that. It was just one of the power conditioning caps came away from the board.
I was talking about you, not.
Yeah, so he lost memory, not the
Me.
Hydra. Yeah, so.
I lose memory all the time.
Who are you? Where are you?
I don't know. Somebody said to me, "Do you know where you are?" And I went, "Not usually."
So what was it that happened? Did the stand just collapse?
Yeah, the drawer broke. So the little cages that have all the little ball bearings for the drawing mechanism just tore out, and the whole thing just came down on one end and then all the way to the floor. And then when I turned it on, no lights. I'm going, oh Jesus, here we go.
Jesus. Have you reinforced that drawer now?
No, I've got some new runners. At the moment, it's sitting on a little picnicky table. Which is a lot more robust, by the way. But you can't push the keyboard in and out.
Well, not unless you put wheels. Right, now I can see where it's going to get complicated.
Yeah. So, yeah. But I got some new runners from Screwfix for £7 that Fiona's going to pick up for me in the morning, if she's sober. Because at the moment, she's very not.
Right. Well, that's Saturday night for an awful lot of people, including me, normally.
So, yeah, she's very quiet, so she's plateaued. She's gone, mate. And she's asleep where she fell.
She's babysitting a cup of tea.
Yeah. Yeah, I made her a cup of tea. She won't drink it. I know she won't drink it.
Does Fiona get chatty when she's expressing opinions when she's had a couple of...
Yes, she does, and it takes her 900 years to say something very simple. And she does this thing where she starts to talk to her little ickle voice type thing. And she starts to... Everything is ickle, and... You know, I ickle. It's like, Fiona, please stop. I'm going to have to hit you with a house brick in a minute. Please stop doing
so
that.
like my lovely badge by my wife.
Like that, but she's doing it sort of like all the time.
Oh dear.
And it'll be like that until tomorrow morning. If she wakes up again. So. But she's always been like this. She always likes to have a little tipple, and the tipple becomes another tipple into another tipple into another tipple into another tipple.
Yeah, one's not enough, and two's too many.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I mean, as a teetotaler, it doesn't sit well with me most of the time. And when she gets squiffy, yeah, when she gets squiffy, I go, I'm going upstairs. See you later. I'm going to go and do something else.
It is odd having. I've been more sober lately than I have for a long time. I mean, you know, because I was just drinking too much. You know, it happens, and so I've just got a lot more. I've become much more conscious of it, and I do. It's very odd being around someone that's pickled.
Yeah,
it's very, very odd.
I mean, she doesn't do it. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't do it every night. But what happens is, like, she'll say to me, she goes, "Yeah, I drink too much. I won't have wine. I won't have any wine." So she won't have wine for say 3 or 4 days, and then on the 5th day, she's got to make up for all those days she hasn't had wine.
And that's kind of why I stopped. That's kind of why I've knocked it on the head a lot, because that was exactly the attitude. And I found myself thinking one day, I've not had any all week, so I can, and I did. I got bladdered, and the next day I thought, what the fuck was all that about? Why did you feel that need that you had to make up for something? It's kind of good not having alcohol in you. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
So and just the fact that I hate it when something is controlling me rather than me it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean.
So, and that makes me kind of, you're not getting me this time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it'll make it'll be difficult for her to get up and be able to do anything tomorrow morning for a while. But and then she'll put her audiobook on and play it really loudly, and she only heard the first 3 words. And she's like, So there's this audiobook blaring right next to her. It's like, it doesn't matter where you go in the house, you can hear this audiobook.
Doesn't she use earbuds? Wireless earbuds.
She lost them.
Get her some more. It will save your life.
Yeah.
I got some really good wireless. It's like a conduction. It's a stereo induction and not induction, bone conduction, and or in ear things for Liz.
Yeah.
And she wears them in the garden everywhere. She has her audiobook on all the time. And I bought her 2 pairs. They are a godsend.
Yeah, because she likes. I mean, it's all right. I mean, a lot of the books she listened to, like she's listened to all the Terry Pratchett's, and all the books she listens to are based around either magic or wizardry or science fiction. Yeah, space fantasies or more earthbound fantasies and stuff like that. And it's always those kind of things. But there was one set of books, and I think it was 12 books in the series. And the problem with it was, and they were long books, right, was the narrator's voice, this woman's voice, and the way she did certain characters. And it was just like, oh, God, please turn that fucking shit off, please, God's sake. Whereas a lot of them are quite good narrators. You know, you can get a good narrator with a good voice, and he does, or she does, the characters in a believable and pleasing way. But this particular woman, though, oh God, and she was on all 12 of these fucking novels. Oh no.
Yeah, I occasionally I used to listen to cassettes in driving down to London and back every day, or to Radio 4 for one of the series of books like the Tolkien books and whatever.
Yeah.
That was okay because I was driving, but otherwise I can't do it. I have to read, and I have to read. I've got Kindles and things, but I only ever use them if I go away or I'm on holiday. Rest of the time, it's all it's real books. I can't. I like the act, the tactility, the smell, the touch of reading, and I can remember things. I remember the text, and I remember where it is, so I can navigate. Otherwise, I just find it. I hear it all and I get the sense of the story, but I don't remember any of the text.
Yeah.
It's an odd thing.
Yeah.
It's an odd thing.
Well, it's like one of my favourite series of books was Ringworld. And I think it's the second or maybe the third book. They had a different narrator. And his voice of doing characters' voices was awful and really grated on me. And and it made me go, book 1, book 2, book 4, book 5. I just go, no, I can't listen to that again. And at some point, I think it took 15 years, the guy that had done the other 4 books did the 3rd book again. So he did the 3rd book, and you go, well, I wasn't the only one then. It wasn't just me being pedantic about it. Lots of other people have gone, just can't listen to that guy do that book. It's awful, horrible.
Yeah. And it's a real skill doing audiobooks. It's a real skill. There's not that many that do it well.
No, that's right.
And and we all have, especially if you read as well. But I mean, we all have a vision, if you've read, of what characters look like, sound like. So it's always odd seeing them in film, but it's worse when you hear them. They're not right.
Yeah. There is that aspect to it. I mean, I was hoping they were going to make Ringworld into a film, but
Well, yeah, I was rather hoping they'd do the same with Alistair Reynolds' trilogy thing.
yeah.
That's a really good set. I love that. I love that series. Very, very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, Revelation Space, the whole Revelation Space series. But good hard sci-fi. Love it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can't get better than bloody Ringworld, mate. I mean, I don't know how many Nebula awards it won, but it won a few. That's for sure.
I've not read it for blowing years. It was the same with all the Foundation stuff. I hadn't read that since I was a teenager, probably.
Yeah, but the Foundation stuff's pretty heavy going, isn't it?
It is pretty heavy going.
It's pretty
but
heavy.
I got them again because I'd lost them somewhere or lent them to someone years ago.
Yeah.
And I just suddenly had a hankering, and I found them really. It was really enjoyable getting them back again, and it is quite dystopian, but yeah.
You should watch that series on Apple TV, the Foundation series.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
really like that.
You know, like I said, I got to know Larry Niven, the author of Ringworld.
Did you?
Yeah. I sent him a score that I'd written for it. I said, "What do you think?" sort of thing. And he really loved it, but he also broke my heart by telling me that James Cameron owns the fucking rights to it. And he said, he had a choice, Ringworld or Avatar.
Yeah.
Oh, talk about pick the wrong bloody one, mate.
We have to make Avatar 5 first, then he can visit Ringworld. So.
Well, the thing is, what would he do to Ringworld?
Destroy it.
That's the thing. Because Ringworld has to be made properly. He's
very full of himself now. I think if he did it a long time ago with a decent budget, it'd be all right. But with his attitude now, he's just way too full of himself.
Do you think? I mean, I've no idea. I've not seen an interview with him for a very long time, so no idea.
It's just all the stories you get from people who worked with him. He's clearly very talented. I mean, he started out as an artist. He was working with Roger Corman doing all the, like Battle Beyond the Stars. He worked on those models and space paintings, matte paintings, and he did some work on Escape from New York matte paintings. Even, I mean, he's been all over the damn place. But then, he started having his own ideas and making stuff, and the early stuff was cool. But then he just got so full of himself around Titanic and after that.
It was success can do that.
Yeah.
Where you go, no, I've done the groundwork now and everything like that. I want things to be.
I love the story about Aliens, where the British crew wanted their tea time and their breaks and their hard rules for in and out. And he's like, got to work. We got to finish this thing. He's like, oh, whatever, man. Do it. We're going to do what we're going to do. He chose to shoot it here. Deal with it. He got so pissed off at the British crew. It's hilarious.
I remember years and years ago, because, I run a business and I don't work to the clock. I just work until it's done. And you kind of find that with a lot of stuff that you'll start working on something late and you'll just get it finished in one big hit of creative flurry. It just happens like that. However, when I was in the music industry, like full time, I ended up, and I was used to working, from 11 o'clock in the morning through until 4 in the morning, and then getting a couple of hours sleep, and that kind of stuff. And then I worked with Mike Oldfield on one of his albums on Heaven's Open, and it was the most curious experience. We'd start work at 9:30, and at 1 o'clock exactly, we'd have to stop because we'd have lunch, which would always be tea and sandwiches of some sort or whatever. And then we'd start again. And I think it was at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. I can't remember. I think it was 6 o'clock. Now, even if you were in the middle of a phrase, you're playing something, in the middle of a phrase, it would stop. And when that happened the first time, I was working there for about 2-3 weeks. When it first happened, the first day it happened, I was like, what? You can't do, I'm in the middle of a phrase. And his producer, the guy that got me into the industry, Tom Newman, said, if it's a good idea, it will still be there in the morning. If it's not, it won't.
Yeah.
And you'll come at it fresh. and it drove me nuts for about 3 or 4 days. And then all of a sudden, I found the same rhythm, and it's kind of how on music is exactly how I work now. I set myself time, and it's kind of I'll set a period, and when I get to the end of that period, I will stop, because if it's any good, I'll remember it, and I'll have made the notes, and I'll be organised. And yeah, it's a really odd thing, isn't it? So I can imagine James Cameron coming up here. Would have been funny. It would have been funny. Yeah. The film industry, though, is a different beast. It's a different beast because everything takes so long to do any one thing. Once you're set up for something, you kind of want to go. Yeah, it's an odd one.
I was just reading about what Wagyu said about Janet Goldstein, thinking that she was playing an illegal alien when she went for the part of Vasquez. And I've heard that story as well. I think it was her that told it in some interview, and it was like, wow. Mind you, she's glad she did it. She's got some good lines in that.
Yeah, very good lines.
Again, and you know, another example of a strong woman in a film.
Yeah. There's some. That Aliens was a stunning film.
Yeah,
Aliens was a really good film, and I don't know why, because it's got some terrible acting in it. It's, you know, there's all sorts of continuity errors, but somehow it's kind of like one of those comfort films, one of the ones you go back to again and again when you're feeling like, I just need something comfortable that I know. Yeah, good film.
They mostly come at night. Mostly,
yeah. What's her name? You know, the little girl.
What, in the film? Newt.
Yeah, what's it? Newt, that's it. Newt.
Yeah, Newt.
Newt. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good.
This girl survived for 18 months on her own. Give her the fucking job, man.
And what's his name? That actor?
Put her in charge.
He's one of the worst actors in. I've seen him in one or two things where he's been okay, but he's always been terrible, and he's had all these really major parts, and I've never understood why.
Who?
The
Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton's been good and stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
he's terrible.
He's not always great, but he
was terrible.
He's a hack. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
No, but I always liked everything he was in.
He's even in the opening of Terminator 1. He's one of the thugs.
He ended up being the shit monster. What was it in?
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
Hi guys.
Yeah.
He's a
Hey guys.
Yeah. No, he's great in Near Dark as the vampire movie.
Oh yes, he is, isn't he? Yeah.
He's been good along that Frailty. Did you see Frailty? That was good.
Was that him in Twister, or did I imagine?
Yeah, that's shit.
It was him in Twister.
Yeah.
Oh, my sister loved that film.
I still love that film, but I still have a problem with the background and the CGI because it's all over the place. But I love the film for some reason, even though he's in it. He actually does about
Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's like, it's the extreme, yeah. You just want to punch him out, you know.
I love his performance in that, and I it's really funny, isn't it? How we have different takes on these things.
I've just known people like that, and they're damn annoying. So.
Well, here you go. I'm the prime example. I am damn annoying.
He was a great actor, though. I like his stuff a lot. Philip Seymour Hoffman was in some really good movies. Yeah.
He was. Did you ever see him in? Oh shit. The
craziest one was Happiness. Did you see Happiness?
Happiness was wonderful.
Shit.
When he played, go on.
Well, he sticks the postcard to the wall. He's constantly calling that one girl who's related to one of the other cast members, and he loses it, and he jizzes all over his wall on his desk, and he's so embarrassed with himself he uses it to hang a postcard on his wall.
Who's
variation on checking if spaghetti's cooked, isn't it?
Yeah. Who was the American author? The Dominion.
Oh, Capote,
Dominion,
Truman Capote.
Truman Capote, the film he was in.
Yeah,
where he played
Capote.
Truman
Yeah.
Capote. That was just a stunning film. Stunning. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
He's also great in The Big Lebowski as the annoying butler.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with The Big Lebowski at all. It's a classic.
It's great. Yeah.
Wonderful stuff.
Coen Brothers almost did no wrong. There are a few things I hated, like the Adam Sandler movie and a few other things, but
Steve Elbows goes, that's how Kent got those tiles back up.
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah, well, at least they won't come down again.
Hey, you still got it in you, man. It's
mate. I'm 60. I only managed to put one up. The rest I had to use spray glue. It's mostly dust these days.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's like setting off a smoke machine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like one of those what do they call it? Gender reveal parties.
Well, it's either dust or just
it's a
air,
boy.
right? Air comes out. So
yeah. I saw a YouTube video where they did one of those gender reveals, and the guy had it back to front, and he got him straight in the nuts. It just went like that. And
I saw a gender reveal where they like burned a bunch of stuff down because they used some kind of a firework thing, and this ended up doing a lot of damage.
I like the one where they're going to do it with the balloon, and then they lose the grip, and the balloon floats off. Okay, it was a boy.
Yeah, that's just. I've never got that. It's just I'm having a baby. It's a boy. I'm having a baby. It's a girl. I'm having a baby. I've got no idea.
Yeah.
That's as much as you need, really.
It's
Gender reveal.
It's like the text, wasn't it? It goes, well, you're now an uncle. Baby is, what was it? 7 pounds and healthy, and mum and dad are doing well. We're going to name it tomorrow. I type back, tomorrow's a really stupid name for a baby.
Well, I mean, I've heard some really. I have, a Chinese girlfriend and a lot of Chinese friends from China, and so I've heard a lot of interesting, weird ideas over there for, because it's male dominated in general, right? So, if you have a male child and a female child in a two-child family before they had the one-child policy, the male gets all the inheritance, all the usual stuff, right? But when the male's born, in general, this is not everyone obviously, but it's fairly common. It sounds like from what people told me. The family that gathers around and likes to look at the boy's penis because it's representing the family. It's the future and its virility and it's all this kind of stuff. It's a baby penis. Leave him alone. Stop taking pictures of it. Don't point at it. Don't whatever. It's just a really weird, kind of fixation.
Wow.
I was going to make a really inappropriate comment there.
I think we're going to.
I mean, it's the stream. You can do it here. If anywhere, you could do it here. So.
No.
Oh, it's that extreme, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, don't want to go there. So it involves certain 70s television personalities.
Oh, yeah, okay then.
Yeah.
Oh, Savile?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, along that lines.
Even I know that one.
Along those lines.
Yeah.
Yes.
Broken penis? Jim will fix it for you.
Yeah. Jesus.
But it wasn't even very hidden, apparently. Within the circles.
Well, like the Weinstein thing, that was not hidden either, but no one talked about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, the thing is, we've all, not we've all, I was in the industry, I've been in the industry, in various industries for a billion years, right? And so you hear all sorts of gossip.
Yeah.
Some of which turns out to be bang on, some of which is speculative, some of which is just nonsense. And so I kind of understand why, if no one's talking about this shit, it went on for so long. I think people are much more liable these days to come out and say stuff, and I really think they should be encouraged to. I think that's but I really do understand how in those times, at that time, with those people, they weren't so much protected, but they knew how to manage the system because of their fame and everything else.
And
same
work
with
within it. Yeah.
Yeah, Bill Cosby did it. Lots and lots of people did these things because they knew how to handle the system. And it's the way the system was then. Fortunately, I hope we've moved on from all of that shit.
Yeah, well, you'd think. I think maybe it's more underground because people are more aware.
But that's what it always. It's kind of it fashions in or social trends, moires change and go through these cycles anyway, and we've seen that through history. Some things, for thousands of years, being homosexual wasn't a thing. It was just that's fine. That's what you do. And it became more of a thing, in the last couple of centuries.
Yeah.
And so, these things do go in cycles, but this is one cycle which I'm really glad to see. And yes, some of it will have been driven underground, but great, drive it underground because that means fewer people are. I think the biggest problem with how it was going back to the 70s was it was a norm, a societal norm. So all men saw other men behaving that way. Let's just think about misogyny. Men saw other men being misogynistic, and to be one of the boys, you copied them and you did the same thing. So it became a self-perpetuating thing, a bit like racism and all these other isms. Yeah. So I think there will always be people that are underground, but I think getting rid of it, or rather making it, squeezing it like that, is good, because at least you have a generation now for whom a lot of this stuff, the vast majority of this stuff, isn't exceptional, which is great. It's good news.
Yeah.
He said, banging on. But it's the pub, so I can do that.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, but it makes you wonder sometimes, doesn't it?
I can tell you my joke if you want.
Go on then.
As we were talking about mummies and daddies and children.
Indeed.
So, mum and dad come down and they're about to go out for dinner because it's their wedding anniversary. And because they're of a certain age, they say, look, we'll get a babysitter in and take care of the children. So the babysitter sits in there and they say, look, just let them do whatever they want. Just make sure they don't come to any harm. So fine. So mummy and daddy go out and have a lovely dinner, a lovely romantic dinner. And the children say to the babysitter, look, we want to make mummy and daddy a cake for their wedding anniversary. Can we do that? She said, yeah. So they start putting this cake together and they're putting all these ingredients in, the eggs and chocolate and strawberries and peanut butter, everything.
Yeah.
And they said, we need some decorations. So they're looking around for sprinkly things and they find in one of the drawers, they find a bag of ball bearings. And they think they're those little silver things that you have on cakes sometimes. So they put the ball bearings in and they bake this cake, leave it out for mummy and daddy saying, happy anniversary, love from your two adoring children.
Yeah.
So mummy and daddy come back from the restaurant, having had a lovely night, a little bit tipsy, and they say, oh, look at the little blesses. They've left us some cake. We've got to have some. We've got to have some. So they each have a slice.
Yeah.
And they go to bed. And the next morning, they wake up. And the wife gets up and goes to the ensuite.
Yeah.
And she suddenly shouts out, darling, you'll never guess what's happened. He says, what? She says, I just had a shit and I cracked the bowl. And he says, that's nothing. I just had a wank and shot the cat. I didn't say it was a good joke.
Oh, poor little cat.
Poor little cat.
Poor little puddy cat.
Poor little puddy cat.
Oh, God.
Yes. Gosh darn. Yeah. So I'm looking for an external reverb. Just wondering what to get.
An external reverb?
an external reverb or effects, sort of multi-effects something, just to bang keyboards and stuff and whatever through. I'm just trying to work out because I quite like the look of the some of the Eventide stuff. The pedals, they look quite good.
Yeah.
But I want something multi-effects, and I can't quite work out what I want.
Multi-effects.
Yeah. Here's the thing: I use the RFX on the eMuse to do almost all of my effects processing because you've got, up to 16 effects, 14 buses, 8 effects if they're stereo. But God, they're good, and you can do all sorts of stuff. But it's a real pain in the ass because you have to have it patched in, switched on, routed. So I just like something really simple. And I haven't got anything left anymore. I used to have all sorts of things, but I'm just thinking about what to get.
See, normally I would always go after an effects processor, but the reverb would always be a separate unit. Always. I get a dedicated reverb unit and a multi-effects, but never the twain shall meet.
I think that's probably right. Yeah, I think that's probably right.
At least back then, it was like a case that if you had a multi-effects and it had reverb in it as well, the reverb was never going to be that good.
Oh, back then I had separate for everything.
Yeah.
But I'm just...
But, if you had a multi-effects and it was doing it, it could do chorus, it could do flanger, blah, 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 this, and EQ that, and all the rest of it. But its reverbs would be like, no, I don't want to use that. Similar to, what was the most disappointing reverb unit? It was the Lexicon MIDI verb.
Oh, horrible.
Horrible reverb on that.
Is that an old one?
Yeah.
I just picked up an Alex cheap the other day. I haven't used it yet, but Alex was supposed to be halfway decent.
But there again, you see the reverb algorithms today are far superior.
Well, of course, yeah.
So, but
they are. But there's something again that it depends how accurate you are. Sometimes you just want a great big wash. And I was looking at maybe getting the hardware version of the Black Hole as a pedal.
Yeah. Or there's that 244 version. The Meris. Oh fuck me. Bliss Meris CXM 1978 or something.
How much is that?
I think second hand you can pick them up for about $4. But it
100?
literally is a perfect representation of the Lexicon 244.
Mara stuff is nice, but yeah, it's a little up there for a pedal.
But it's a 244 that doesn't break down every 2 days.
Yeah, I like the 244.
It's motorised faders and all that sort of thing. You can save patches on it and stuff.
I prefer.
Oh, I've seen that. Someone had that at an EMOM San Francisco a couple of months ago.
Yeah,
that thing
really,
is amazing with
it's
the
brilliant,
faders.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah. Yes, that's it. CXM 1978. There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in the Mercury 7 as well, is it? Oh, that makes sense because it's a joint thing, isn't it? It's Bliss Meris.
It's a wild module, yeah. Little rust.
Yeah,
box,
it's a beautiful piece of kit. All right, it's a floor standing foot pedally thing, but that doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't always have to be 19-inch rack, does it?
I had fun with the Rex 50 the other day. It's an old school crappy thing, but it's fun.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm still a massive fan of Quadraverb.
Yeah, I have a bunch of those too.
I love Quadraverb.
Yeah.
They sound great. They sound really, really good.
I love them.
I used to love the SRV 2000 because you could get in and play around with all sorts of parameters in the advanced section of it. That just you could get some sounds out of it that you just couldn't get out of anything else. I loved them to pieces, but I absolutely adored all the TC stuff.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
The little Dr. A thing from Audio Thingies is really cool. Reverb and delay and modular compatible. CV gate.
Oh yeah, the awful PSU on the quadriverb.
The 3-pin wannabe MIDI connector.
Yeah, or is it 4?
It's 3. I think.
Yeah,
it's been a while. Maybe 4. Maybe 4.
I think it was 4, but I don't think one of the pins was actually used. It just wanted to be awkward.
Well, they like AC/AC adapters, which is shit.
Yeah, that's it.
You can't battery power any of their stuff without an inverter.
Yeah, but wow, what a reverb unit! Delicious, absolutely delicious reverbs on it.
Yeah, I have the Quadrivo Ultra, whatever, and it didn't really sound that much different from what I remember, but they made different versions of it. So
yeah, I think the Ultra had more preset locations or something. There wasn't much.
Probably the cash grab
engine. Yeah, the platinum version of it. Yeah. So, but I mean, 80s. I put one on an 80. Oh yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, but the reverbs aren't that big though.
They're
good, but they're not like supermassive or
Well, I don't know.
Or a Strymon or something like that.
Oh, I know that was it preset 79, and you go in and you just extend the tail on it. It was massive. It was like
it was good though. It held up because some of those they didn't really.
Yeah, it had a lovely tone to it, and you could get like that kind of big 480 XL Lexicon kind of reverb sound from it.
Have you ever played with? Have you ever heard the RFX effects?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they're behind.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I
couldn't afford it. Now they're hard to find. So good luck with that one.
I've got two.
Ah,
really?
That's why.
That's it. You hoarded all the last two.
Well, the guy that did all the programming, all the coding for the coding for the effects. I think it was it Steve Hogue? He did some custom versions, so we were testing different things on that.
Oh, God.
And we had,
tentacles.
Tentacles? What?
Oh, I was waiting for the answer to this joke. How do you make an octopus laugh that Paul put up?
Oh,
I'm waiting, and it comes up
joke.
10 tickles.
That's funny.
Oh.
Kurzweil had the KD effects in the K2500, which is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. Really good. Really, really good. Yeah, what to get?
I finally found one of those. I tracked it down so I can add it to mine because they're really rare and hard to get.
I think if you can get a hardware version of the Black Hole, then do that.
I think they do a pedal version of it for not too many.
They have an iOS app too, which is really cheap and it sounds good.
Yeah.
But the best deal for crazy effects in a small package is the FXAid module, because you can load all the fake Strymon algorithms, all the Eventide type algorithms, all the other weird shit for free. It's a huge website with all the algorithms in it. Yep.
I think I got what have I got in the workshop? I got a Quadra for when I work on 80s, and other things like Jupiters and stuff like that. I have the Strymon Blue Sky.
The Strymon's gorgeous. I love it for guitars. Really, really good on guitars. The Strymon big, it's just an amazing.
I also like the Source of Interest. That's a good one.
Yeah, the problem with the Lexicon 480L, it's not super reliable.
Is that the giant, it's like a 4+ U rack thing?
It's a fucking great big lump. And when it does go, it's always expensive, to put it straight.
Has a remote control thingy for it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's very similar to the 244's one as well. Except the 244, you'd be lucky if you get it last, an hour without popping or smoke pouring out the back of it. But lovely reverb for the time.
Do you know, funny you should say that, because I don't recall ever having a Lexicon break down on me. Ever.
Really?
Yeah. 480s or 244s.
I tell you what then, Vangelis must have been getting his from second-hand shops because he was just bringing them in.
Maybe all his smoking affected it. His billows of smoke. From
Yeah. Spilling his claret all over it and stuff like that.
I did love the PCM 70 though. I adored that.
Oh yeah, but how much?
I know.
When
I
that
found,
hit, when,
I found a
oh,
local
man.
one for about 1,400.
Even now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah. But yeah.
They're really expensive.
And that kind of sickly green color.
Oh.
Green, blue.
Kind of a greenish. Kind of
turquoise. Turquoise.
Teal,
there you go.
Teal. There we go.
Yeah. There's a trade-off.
But yeah, God, I used to use resonant chords all the time for percussion and stuff. Absolutely astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. To build a whole track around just banging different drums into it and then modulating the chords with MIDI. Just a stunning thing. Stunning device.
Oh yeah.
And now I'm thinking about how I might build a hardware controller specifically for the RFX. Something which I planned to do years ago. Because that still kicks ass. It really does. A
lot of them are still viable today.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of high quality stuff now that's available for so much less money.
The RFX retailed at 500. That's what it retailed at.
Yeah.
But then you've got to have a sampler to put it in, Ultra to put it in, and then you need all of the I/O to take the most advantage of it. The 24-bit ins and outs and the ADATs and everything else. But God, it's flexible. You can do so much with it.
That's very like what Goose said. I don't remember really gelling with any Roland-based reverb.
What was there? So
choruses and things like that. Yeah, no problem. But the reverbs, I don't know what it was. I think it was I don't know. I think it was the band response on it or something. It was like it was a bit tinny in places.
What was the big SD? The SD 3000. The one with the 3D panning as well. That wasn't bad. It had some quite nice sounds on it.
What was that, a Korg?
No. I'm sure it was the SDE.
Because there was an SDD 3300, which was a triple delay system.
No. This is a Roland unit, which also had. It also had the 3D spatialization on it, so it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But whenever you brought up another decent reverb, you always thought, "Oh, that's nicer."
My first ever reverb was a, I think it was the RV1000 Yamaha.
Yeah.
Remember them?
I do.
8 settings.
That was it.
Eight lengths, and then a mix and a volume on those little twisty knob things they had. I thought it was the dog's dicks. I really did. Until I heard a lexicon.
I loved the really big one. What was it? The RX1?
Oh, yeah. How much? Was it 22K?
Yeah, but God,
RX1? Oh, it sounds... Yeah, but you'd hear it and go, who do I have to kill to own one of these? I wonder. How many hits will I have to do?
But then, a while back, I heard one at a mate's studio for the first time in years, and I found it very disappointing. I wanted it because of the controller.
Yeah.
Which was, the remote was wonderful, but I wasn't that taken with the sound now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is something I found as well. People were very unique in their preferences of reverbs, but the really, really good reverbs seem to appeal to everybody across the board. But it was loads of other reverbs underneath that, sort of like this group like this one, this group like that one. These people like this one.
The Clark DN78, was it? That was another lovely reverb.
Yeah, big girl. Yeah.
They were almost giving them away for a period when they launched them. I think I got 1 or 2 given to me by them just so that they could say I had them. And they were, I mean, and I was no one, but they were looking for almost anyone to endorse them. Give them away out the back of a truck. I mean, literally. But they had a real character to them. I like the sound on those. But it was a very particular sound. Different algos and all that kind of stuff. It was very particular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I always used to use the 80 as a gauge of whether a reverb was good or not, on how well the 80 reacted with it.
Well, the 80 would have told you all about the bottom end of the reverb and whether or not it was just noise or
and whether it works good in the middle and at the top and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, it absolutely adores the quadriverb, which, let's face it, today is one of the cheaper, because they weren't cheap when they first come out, were they?
No, they weren't, but you can get them as Billy bargains now, and if you haven't got one, So now I'm thinking about that now as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, that power supply.
Yeah.
And sometimes that power supply, you'd have it in such a way like you'd have this dreadful buzz in your studio, and then you go and turn it slightly like that, and the buzz completely disappeared because of this thicking brick thing that they had.
I had a studio, or I was a partner in a studio, the one I've mentioned several times, Snake Ranch, next to Snake Ranch, called Chelsea Music Studios. Right across the road from us was in Lots Road, was the main power station providing all the power for London Transport, for the rail system, for the tubes. It was a huge generator, and it was literally, I don't know, 30, 40 yards away. And the hum in our studio, it would, and we do everything we could. We ended up building a Faraday cage around the whole place, and it still didn't work. And then we sank a huge copper spike into the ground to try and earth everything.
Yeah.
And we were getting more, depending on the time of day and the draw, we were getting current from the earth spike up. And we must have driven that thing. I think we drove it about 10 feet into the earth, and we thought we can't go too much further, otherwise it gets silly. But yeah, that was the humblest studio ever.
Yeah, inadvertently invented renewable energy studio.
But no, we used to get a hum coming. It was just really odd. That whole area was really odd because of the power station and when they were on and when they were off.
Oh yeah.
Just huge turbine halls. So either that, or I was still too young and didn't really understand earthing well enough. That could also be that.
No, I can remember being enormously disappointed with the miniverb. Really, really pissed at that.
Yeah.
I don't know why, because I hadn't bought it. It was my mate who bought it, and he brought it round. It was like, well, okay, yeah, digital reverb. And then, went for the long tails and all the rest of it. And it was like, oh, God, you can hear the loop in it. It's like, oh,
the Alesis Midiverb 2? Is it the...
was it Midiverb 2? It might have been an original Midiverb.
Had like LED screen?
Christ, now.
It was a pretty basic unit, but...
Yeah, it was pretty basic, but its reverb was...
Basic.
it almost sounded like a very cheap spring reverb, almost.
Yeah. It bloomed. Is what it did.
Yeah.
It bloomed. The reverb sort of...
Yeah. I think it might have been a 2.
Well, the saddest is the stuff Radio Shack sold for years as reverb, which is more like a really wonky delay circuit.
Yeah.
That had repeats in it and stuff. I'm like, that's not reverb.
Mind you, this is how pedantic we used to be about reverbs, because our Echo machine was a copycat. and
A
it
Wem?
had a Wem copycat, and it had a spindle on it where the tape would slip every now and again, and the pitch would do this and eventually settle again. So you do need like big chords and everything, and suddenly the chord will go and stabilise again, and it just become part of the track in the end. So like, yeah, it's an effect, mate.
Yeah, but they used to build that into, eventually that was all built into things like the Lexis, where you had that chorusing and that pitch shift, pitch variance.
Yeah, but
It
this
a-
was like quite a pitch variance,
quite
and
significant.
completely random. There was string synths going through it, and suddenly the whole chord would go, oh,
Yeah. Who do you think you are, Brian Eno?
Because remember, like with pride, absolute pride, taking a Fostex R8 out of its box and setting it up with the was it 1682 mixer that we bought. It's got this beautiful R8 tape machine. So yeah, fantastic.
I remember setting up speakers and PZM mics and various other mics all over buildings when we were recording to get natural reverbs, and they were just you got some stunning sounds doing that. Compressing the shit out of it or not, as the case may be.
Yeah.
The only issue was when you were using, if you were using, which we were at the time, tape.
Yeah.
The dynamic range wasn't that great. It was okay, especially if you had Dolby SR. But God, just some of the sounds. I'm just now thinking whether or not I've got room to build a proper reverberant space in the studio.
Oh, don't go down that road.
Oh, I like doing those kind of things.
Yeah, but it's going to end in pain. It always ends in pain. It's not going to be what you want. You know that. Just stop. Remember, less days in front than behind. That's what I keep reminding myself every time I come up with some sort of fucking idea like that. You go, no, do you know what? We got software that does that. Fuck it.
There's something about a real space and microphone.
I know, I know what you mean. But where would you set it up?
Well,
you can't put it in the green box.
No. But as soon as I said it, I was thinking, well, rather than doing it in the studio, there's a bundle of churches locally that don't get used that often, so I could set up speakers and microphones in those and just sling it out to them when they're not being used. That would be brilliant.
Yeah, you have your own air studios.
That's the problem, isn't it? And that's kind of why you use spaces like those. My mate Adam Fust, he's built a studio in Llandrindod-Wales.
Yeah.
And it's one of the it's a proper big studio, lots of rooms, natural reverbs, and all the other stuff. And I just I'm so envious of the fact he's done that.
Man arrested for bugging church.
Yeah. That's it. That's the one.
Yep.
Yeah, put the mics in the confession booth.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's an idea, but I'd always be worried about having things that were off premises like that.
Oh, listen, it's totally impractical. It's never going to happen, but it's the kind of thing you talk about in the pub, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that day I was going to marry Jane Mansfield. but I decided, nah.
What's the worst job you ever had, then?
Oh.
Lobsters.
That bloody Betty Grable.
Yes. Yeah.
Tapping at my fucking window. So I could, because she needed me to remove lobsters from her arse.
From her arse.
That's a job, mate. That's a job. Removing lobsters from Pete Grable's arse. Oh, Derek and Clive, we miss you.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that one. Jane Mansfield.
Oh, Mary Jo.
Yeah.
What was the other one they did? Remember the father and son? They did this little sketch. It was father and son, and he goes. The father was going something about. He said, "You've changed. You've changed. You have. I remember I used to take you down to the beach, and you go, 'What's that, Dad?' And you'd be pointing at a ship, and I'd go, 'It's a ship.' You don't do that anymore, do you? But father, I'm 34 now. I know what a ship looks like. Don't it? He goes, 'You're nothing but a whore.' Was it a hooer? You're a hooer. He goes, 'The word is whore, father.'
Hooer. You're a hooer.
Get out of my house. Get out of my house. This is my house, father, remember? Oh, dear
There was a weird one about the guy who was caught nude laying down in a room and an ant was on his nipple or something like that. He was like a fetish for the ants or something.
Oh, God. There were so many different ones. So bizarre.
It's so weird.
The
Yeah.
terrible
Like,
thing
what is
about
this?
Squatter.
That was Squatter. It was that one, I think, right? Wasn't it
Yeah.
that one? Yeah.
He did the most enormous farts.
Yeah.
The most enormous farts.
Do you remember when they actually got to do that radio advert as Derek and Clive?
No.
On Capital Radio. Do you remember? It was
No.
It was a shower gel that you hung on a rail. It was a new thing. So you had this shower gel, but it had a hook on the end of the bottle so it could be hooked onto the rail of the shower. And that was a whole new thing back in 1979, 1980.
Wow.
Yeah. And they did it.
Not
it was
like soap on a rope.
like soap on a rope, but it was a shower gel.
Talking about executives who had no idea who they're hiring.
Yeah. And they go, "Oh, Doug, you got a green bat hanging from your shower." That's not a green bat. That's my shower gel.
That's not shower gel. That's a dildo.
Yeah, I mean, it was pulled back quite considerably for radio. Yeah, it was on Capital Radio. Do you remember? Fuck me, Capital Radio. It's still going, but it's not the Capital Radio I remember.
I remember you could almost walk in there. You could actually almost walk in late at night and just sit and watch and you know marvel at the whole thing. There were films made about it. There was films about it through the night that you'd see in cinemas just because it was such a cultural icon.
Yeah. Well, it gave us the Kenny Everett video show in the end, didn't it? Because the Kenny Everett show on a Saturday, the breakfast show on us, but no, there was an afternoon show, wasn't it? And you had Captain Kremen and oh, mate, what a fantastic thing!
It was.
Good old Kenny Everett with Cupid Stunt.
Cupid Stunt.
It's all done in the best possible taste.
He was so clever. I mean.
Yeah,
that whole thing of him just cutting and editing tapes together and spinning stuff up and down. And
but he'd do all those harmonies and stuff, and it would just be an intro to a record.
Yeah,
you know, those sort of things.
All himself.
Yeah,
did it all himself. Brilliant.
Sid Snot.
Sid Snot.
Sid Snot, the biker. All right, darling. What was it? It was a Sid Snot, Cupid Stunt. What was the French guy? So you had that big fake chin on, and the cigar in the holder.
Marcel something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elle m'a little bamboo shoots. Okay. Well, there was other characters he did as well, wasn't there?
Loads, and I can't remember any of them now. I just can't remember them.
Was it so at the time? Was that considered offensive by people, or people just didn't care?
No. It became a TV program.
Yeah.
And he'd do these characters in these the Kenny Everett video show, and they had this dance band called Hot Gossip. Remember Hot Gossip?
I do.
Particularly the blonde one.
Well, I preferred the brunette.
Well, I met the blonde one once, and she looked even better than she did when she was in Hot Gossip. But they were doing this dance routine. and he decided to take it a bit further, and they're just all writhing on the ground in their very, very short leather skirts and barely covering tops. And Kenny Everett comes on, just throws a bucket of water over him in the middle of the song, goes, "Enough of that!" Walks off. Fucking hilarious. Oh, mate, it was so funny.
So you guys were lucky to have nudity on TV. I didn't have that till I had like HBO or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got nudity on TV now that would have been shocking back then. Like Naked Attraction. Holy fuck, mate.
That was just horrible stuff, yeah.
Oh, mate. I still can't believe that program exists. Mind you, is it Channel 5 or something like that?
I've no. I think it's Channel. Yeah, it could be Channel 5. Channel 4.
Could be Channel 5.
Don't know.
I don't know. No, I think Channel 4 wouldn't go for
Can't
it.
be asked.
That's just a ridiculous dating game.
Well, I used to have to go to those scrambled like adult channels and like sit there and like, oh, I think I just saw something. Oh, wait, the waves straightened out. Oh, wait, now it's back to wavy again.
Yeah.
That's how sad it was here.
That's what we had shopping catalogues for.
Yeah.
Yes. Kay's catalogue.
Kay's catalogue.
A wank fest in a large book.
Well, apparently a long time ago, people had National Geographic. That was as close as they could get. So.
Yeah.
Or Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus. God, we're showing our age.
Yeah. Young, dumb, and full of cum.
Back in my day.
God, dear. Oh, the innocence of youth.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, but I think our telly was a little bit more.
It was what it was a little bit less. There was almost none of it.
Really?
When we were growing up.
Yeah, no. Coming up through the 70s, the 80s saw a bit of a revolution, slightly.
Mm-hmm. Slightly.
Because Canada could push the envelope. I eventually got on Showtime. They showed that Bizarre show from Canada with Super Dave, where Super Dave came from, and they always had nude chicks on there and just wacky skits, and you're like, whoa, it's like.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you'll get like you would get scantily clad women on Kenny Everett's video show.
Because even Benny Hill had it, right? Monty Python had it a couple times, and
Yeah, we see the brilliant thing, and I mean, you probably have to read up on this, but this is how I remember it. On Kenny Everett's video show, what he did, he had Queen on, and he got them with a motorbike and all that sort of thing, and they were doing a crazy little thing called Love. And he technically, through doing this, invented the music video. And in fact, when they show the video of Crazy Little Thing Called Love, it's from the Kenny Everett video show. And
is it?
Yeah. And somebody said something about technically Kenny Everett invented the music video because it'd never really been done like that before. Yeah, that's how it was.
Crazy Little Thing Called Love came way after, for instance, Bohemian Rhapsody, for which there was a music video which was shown on Top of the Pops and other shows around the world.
Yeah.
But the music video didn't really kick off and big time until MTV came along, right?
Oh, this was long before that, but it was kind of. How'd you put it?
Well, there were concert clips cut together like music videos before MTV, but it was not like shot like film like with like little stories and stuff like that. That became after MTV.
Yeah, because they were all dressed up in leather and had the motorbike and all that sort of thing.
But Ernie Koufax probably, back in the old black and white TV show, Ernie Koufax was pretty legendary for lots of weird stuff in TV and comedy and all that. And he did that song Manamana, and I think that was a music video as well. So he may have actually invented the music video.
Well, yes, that's it. Unless they're meaning that that Kenny kind of invented the music video in the guise that we grew to know,
like skits and narratives and all kinds of weird things.
So like, where they thought, oh, we can do this. So if a band can't make Top of the Pops one week, we can show a video of them performing a song.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because before that, if they didn't turn up, nobody got to see them. Just, cut to Pan's people who have to make up the most ridiculous dance to whatever bloody track they were given to do. Poor bitches. I mean, some of the things they had to sort of act out as a dance, and you never know what the track was going to be. And if it was some twee little thing, because some of them were such cringe fests, it was ridiculous.
Yes, the novelty single.
But that's what Pan's, that's what Hot Gossip were. They were the anti-Pan's people.
Yes.
Weren't they?
They were.
They were the punk Pan's people, as it were.
And I've just noticed it's coming up, it's 3 o'clock.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Mm.
It's always the same. Get talking about shit, and that's it. The time just flies by.
And I'm good at talking about shit and talking shit. So there we go.
Yeah, all day long, mate.
All day
speaking
long.
of effects, you want to hear some weird, wacky effects before you shut down, Kent? I got
go for it, yeah.
Noisy ass Elisa's Bitterman, which is really fun. Let me see here. I just found something that kind of loops here. Let me see. What is this one here? Not that. There's a little birdie loop. Can you hear that?
Yep.
So I have to keep firing off because it's not that long. But then if I put on this is a frequency shifter. You can change the ratios here too. That's kind of loud there. So that's frequency shifter. This is ring mod. Kind of similar in this mode, but it goes off the rails a little bit. And then you got an FM thing here.
Andrew?
Yeah.
Do you have anything that's got a little less noise as a component?
Not that loops. I can find another one that doesn't loop here. Let's see here. How about the gulls here? Is that nice?
There's still white noise.
The white
behind
noise,
it.
yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me load. Maybe this one.
That'll do.
I can just go between these two so you can get the idea.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, just got out. We've got, what is this one? This is Decimator. So,
Hey.
yeah, everyone knows what that sounds like. And I think this is a comb filter. favorites is the frequency shifter, just because it's. But it can get really harsh. And you get a lot of variation with these ratios. This is not a time to go through them all, but it significantly changes the sound output. It's a fun pedal for making a lot of weird ass noise and stuff. These are the Alesis Mod Effects pedals, so they have a DB9 connector.
Oh yeah.
And instead of using cables to connect them all, you just go and stack them all together in like a pedal board configuration, and just have a single input and output for the entire chain.
Oh,
and then you have your cancellation here, so you can just use the effects you want. And they're pretty powerful. There's a phase shifter one. There's a LFO one. There's a flanger one. There's a vocoder one that's quite good.
Okay.
Yeah, they made a whole bunch of delay units and stuff. They didn't make a reverb one directly. Some of these have reverb in them, but they're fun.
Hmm.
Kind of late 90s technology.
No, not bad at all, actually. It's quite varied what it could do.
Yeah, this one's one of the cooler ones because it does so much in one little pedal.
Yeah.
Especially back then when this came out, frequency shifters, unless you had modular, was kind of rare.
Yeah, back then.
But the frequency shifter I have in my modular now is really nice. It's made by Audio Damage, and I love that thing. It's good for making fake water and drippy noises and the voices in Star Wars, the little communication voices, kind of like to do with the Ring mod, but also a little crazier.
Yeah.
Didn't the 55, the Moog 55, has a frequency shifter?
Probably.
Or one of the optional models?
It was optional that you could have the Bode frequency shifter in it, but it was a very pricey module.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the Bode ring modulator as well, which is it was a very powerful ring mod. But I think the mod I used to do on 55s and 3Cs a lot, what people would ask me to do, is where they had the fixed filter bank, and they'd want a CV in for each frequency band on it, which I think they now do, with these remakes, they do as standard now. Because you could apply voltages to the different frequencies, and you could get almost like, phasing and chorus from that thing by just messing with, yeah. So, and if you put the 960 into it, for instance, and you could start messing around with it in a like a sequence rhythm. So,
that's cool.
Yeah, because I think the who is it? Does the replicas? Bose, what was it? Marslab.
Marslab, yes.
Marslab, and I think they do the frequency shifter with these CV ins on them.
That's cool. Deptford made a really good frequency shifter for Eurorack, and then he stopped for many years, and I think he just started making it again.
Yeah.
It had a lot of controls on it.
The Bode frequency shifter was wow.
Well, everything that guy did, right? The vocoder, all that stuff was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He must have been a secret Nazi, though.
Yeah, well...
No, honestly, he was making the multi-moniker in the Messerschmitt factory during the Second World War. Now, you had to have a lot of clout to be able to take up resources and floor space in the war machine to make what was essentially a sawtooth monosynth on the top manual, and the bottom was literally a harmonica with a electric motor that drove the bellows.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well.
So there must have been some sort of hair hands, kind of jawohl and all that sort of thing going on to be able to do that during the war.
A Volksklavier.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's why when Theremin tried to defect from Russia. And it's like, and they he's a very cool guy, did all kinds of cool innovations for them, but way beyond music. And he's like, no, you're not going anywhere, buddy. It's hard for him to finally get out.
Yeah, but didn't Theremin die penniless in a hotel room in New York?
Probably, but there's a good documentary on him that came out.
Very sad ending.
I don't remember the end of it, but it was really cool about his history and friends of Claire Rockmore and all that kind of stuff. And there's some actual Moog footage in there. He's at a party where Claire does a concert on the original theremin with the weird futuristic speaker behind her, the whole theremin system, the RCA cabinet and all that kind of stuff with the vacuum tubes. And Bob Moog's just sitting there and enjoying theremins because he loved his theremins.
Yeah.
Just having dinner. She was amazing. She could play classical music perfectly with a goddamn theremin.
Mm.
Clara was amazing. That's why they named the Clarivox after her, the new Moog Clarivox.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's a really nice unit.
Sky at Night, isn't it? Isn't that the opening called The Sky at Night?
It really is. What is that from Spitfire?
That's two Spitfire Aperture strings running an octave apart from each other. But how did I know that was the opening call? But how did it go after that?
Bam 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 bam.
There was movement. There was movement. No, although that's nice. No, I can't remember how it goes, but that was nice anyway.
Instead of Spongellis, that's a Spimmer.
No, I must admit, I really, really like my Aperture strings. I play with them too much.
Which collection are they a part of?
I don't think they were. I think they were just an instrument on their own. So if you have a root down, and what I do is I put the expression pedal on the dynamic and vibrato, and so when they're quiet, there's no vibrato on them. And then as you open it, yeah, they're nice strings, really, really nice. I just have trouble trying to do them quietly. I always have to give it some lead.
Sound great.
It's the dynamic that makes it work, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
So I think you were playing before. What movie is that from?
No, I was just making shit up.
No, the one before you were trying to play. So
Oh no, it was a TV program called Sky at Night, but it was
okay.
used a classical piece of music.
Yeah.
That started off with that, but I cannot remember what happened after that called.
You actually just played it before this piece. You just played it. Bam, 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 bam.
Did I?
Yeah, you played the first bam, 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 bam. Yeah, the thing you missed was the last chord. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah.
I'll have to hear it again.
If I had my keyboard on, I would go and work.
Yeah,
it out.
and then I could follow you. Yeah.
Well, no, you already had it. You wouldn't need to follow me. You played it.
Yeah, but I can't remember what I played now.
Well, there we go.
I was just fiddling.
Yeah. Yeah. L.
Oh man.
It took all your effort to put those tiles up, and you exhausted yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I just love these sounds.
Reminds me of a big pipe organ as well.
Yeah, but you know what? That Italian thing, that Italian organ one I got, I do like that and all. But
This cam even has a little ring light in it, which is kind of cool. Adjustable ring light.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I'm going to bed. It's 3:15.
Yeah, but we've got to knock it on the head, haven't we?
Well, no, we don't. We don't. I am. You don't have to.
I've got to try and get Fiona onto her side of the bed. And do you know how long it takes me to get the smart car up the stairs? And tie a rope to her and pull her across the bed.
You don't have a little hot poker you can use to...
She'll end on the floor, up on the floor on the other side. Yeah. Oh. Well,
yeah.
Thank you for a lovely evening, chaps. Always nice to have you.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
As always. Yeah,
As
good.
always.
Nice little hardware jam there, my friend. It was good hearing those little.
Yeah, just
I'm really impressed with
screwing
that
around
little
with
black
gadgets,
box.
you know.
Yeah, that little black box, mate. Wow, I didn't think you could get something that
Black box is
small to
great.
do that much.
Here,
Yeah.
I'll put myself on camera for 5 seconds here.
Use your most annoying sounding synth.
Everybody.
Yeah.
My messy hair and
take
everything.
No.
Hello.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Well, you know, it's just that's how it goes.
So it's getting better here.
That's how it goes.
There isn't any.
Well, yeah, mine's thinning out too. I like a short haircut, so it looks better.
See, my cloth cap keeps slipping off now.
Mine's not thinning any bit, not even slightly.
Good. Keep it up.
It's a pain.
Don't jinx yourself.
Yeah.
Pretty soon
Yeah,
starts
you,
falling out.
you say that, and then in the morning it's like, what is this? What is this?
Yeah,
We hear
I
them
don't say that.
jumping out and screaming. He said, my hair is committing suicide.
Right, I'm going. Night,
All right.
gents.
Yeah, everyone, have a
Righty.
good one.
All right,
Take care.
everybody.
Look after yourselves and stay well. And you,
Hanging out.
good luck on finding other
Reverb.
forms of employment, etc., etc.,
I have some time at least, but you know, yeah, it's never
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Enjoy more positive-y things and,
Oh,
do
yeah.
stuff.
I have no shortage of goofing off stuff, so
Good, man. Good, man.
even
That's
though I'm
what we
supposed to be
like to
busy, so
All right, guys. All right, so everyone take care. Look
Bye,
after
guys.
yourselves.
Take care. God bless.
There you go. Bye.
Night.
Bye. Bye. Bye.